Act 1. Chapter 1. Issei Hayata had always believed that his life would end in some small, forgettable way. He imagined himself growing old as an ordinary man, telling exaggerated stories about the one time a beautiful woman spoke to him at a train station. He never imagined that his life would end on a Sunday evening, in a park lit orange by the setting sun, at the hands of a woman he had agreed to meet for a first date. Her name was Yuma Amano, or so she had told him. She had asked him, with a shy smile that now felt like a mask, to grant her a single wish before they parted for the night. Issei had laughed it off as a strange but harmless request, the kind of thing a quirky girl might ask to make a memory out of an otherwise ordinary evening. He told her he wished this day would never end. He did not understand, in that moment, that wishes made to fallen angels were rarely as simple as they sounded. The transformation happened in the space between one heartbeat and the next. Yuma's warm brown eyes turned violet and cold. Her casual summer clothes dissolved into black leather that left her shoulders and long legs bare, and from her back tore two pairs of dark feathered wings that scattered loose plumage across the grass. The gentle voice that had asked him out just hours before dropped into something sharper, amused, and utterly without warmth. "You served your purpose," she said, floating above him with a spear of pale light already forming in her hand. "It's nothing personal. I just need you dead." Issei's mind refused to process what was happening even as his body understood it perfectly, going cold with a fear that had no name. He stumbled backward over the lip of the fountain, hands scraping against stone, and looked up in time to see the light spear arc downward like a falling star. It struck him through the chest. There was no pain at first, only a strange and total silence, as if the entire world had been muted the instant the spear passed through him. Then the silence broke, and agony rushed in to fill it, and Issei Hayata collapsed onto the grass beside the fountain with his own blood spreading beneath him in a slow dark bloom. Yuma, or whatever her true name was, looked down at him without any particular satisfaction, the way a person might look at a finished chore. She said something about a sacred gear, about a threat that needed to be removed before it could awaken, but the words reached Issei's ears as distant and meaningless sounds. His vision was narrowing to a single point of light above him, the last color of the sunset burning through the leaves. "I don't want to die like this," he thought, and the thought surprised him with how calm it was. Not out of bravery, but because there was simply nothing left in him to panic with. "I don't want it to end here," something answered him. It was not a voice so much as a pressure, a presence that had been sleeping inside his left arm since the day he was born, coiled so deeply that not even Issei himself had known it was there. In the space of his dying thought, that presence stirred, and for the first time in his 18 years, it opened one great reptilian eye. "Partner," a voice rumbled, ancient and vast, resonating not in his ears but somewhere behind his ribs. "You are dying. I will not allow that. Not when we have only just met." Issei did not have the strength to ask who was speaking. He only felt heat, an impossible heat that had nothing to do with the wound bleeding out his life, spreading from his left hand up through his arm and into his chest, chasing back the cold that had begun to claim him. A red light ignited around his forearm, and where there should have been nothing but torn flesh and failing organs, there was suddenly a gauntlet of crimson scale, gleaming even in the dying light, with a single green gem set into its back like a captured star. "Boost," the gauntlet said, and Issei felt something vast and violent surge through his body, forcing his wound closed by sheer will, forcing his heart to keep beating whether it wanted to or not. He should have simply stabilized there. A sacred gear activating under mortal peril was not, in itself, an unusual story among those who studied such things. What happened next was, Kyoto's ley lines ran deep beneath the soil of Japan, ancient channels of spiritual energy that had been shaped and tended by centuries of yokai and shrine keepers, threads of power that stretched even this far from the old capital if one knew how to listen for them. Issei's sacred gear, in its desperate effort to keep its new host alive, reached instinctively for the nearest source of power vast enough to answer its need. It found those ley lines thin as they were this far from Kyoto, and it drank. The gauntlet on his arm did not simply heal him. It rewrote something. Drag, the Welsh dragon, the red dragon emperor sealed within the boosted gear for 1,000 years, felt the ley line energy pour into his prison and let out a low, startled growl of surprise deep in the recesses of his own consciousness. In all his centuries of hosts, he had never had one draw so instinctively, so hungrily, on an old and living power like this. Most hosts fumbled toward their strength. This one, dying and desperate, had reached out and found a well no other host had ever touched. Interesting, Drake thought, as scales the color of dried blood crept from the gauntlet up along Issei's arm, further than any boost should have carried them. Very interesting indeed. Above him, the fallen angel who called herself Yuma watched with growing unease as the boy she had struck dead began, quite impossibly, to breathe again. She had felt sacred gears awaken before. She had never felt one awaken like this, with a pulse of power that made the air itself feel heavier, that sent the birds roosting in the park's trees scattering into the darkening sky in a panic. That's not possible, she muttered, drawing back a step, her wings beating once to put distance between herself and the boy on the ground. Sacred gears don't do this. This isn't natural. She was not wrong. It was not natural. It was something older than natural, something that predated the neat categories angels and devils and fallen angels used to sort the world into manageable pieces. It was the coincidence of a dying boy, an ancient dragon, and a ley line network built by beings who remembered when the world was young. Issei's eyes snapped open. They were not the frightened brown eyes of a boy who had just been murdered. For one suspended moment they burned gold, slitted like a beast's, before fading back to something closer to human, though a faint golden ring remained around each iris, a mark that would never fully fade again. He sat up slowly, one hand pressed to his chest where the wound had been, finding only a smear of drying blood and unbroken skin beneath his torn shirt. He looked at his other hand, still sheathed in crimson scale, still humming with a heat that did not burn him. "What?" he said, in a voice that came out steadier than he expected. "The hell was that?" Yuma recovered her composure and raised her spear of light again, though her hand was not quite as steady as before. "It doesn't matter what it was," she said. "You're still just a human with a toy strapped to your arm. Die properly this time." She threw the spear. Issei did not think. His body moved on an instinct that felt inherited rather than learned, some deep and dragonish reflex passed down through the very ley line power now coursing through him. He raised the gauntlet arm, and the spear of light shattered against it like glass against stone, scattering into harmless sparks that dissolved before they touched the grass. Yuma's violet eyes went wide. "That is not possible," she said again, and this time there was real fear in her voice. "I don't know what's happening to me either," Issei admitted, climbing to his feet on legs that trembled but held. "But I'm pretty sure you don't get to kill me twice in one evening." He did not know, in that moment, precisely what he had become, or precisely what he was capable of. But something in the marrow of his bones told him that the woman hovering above him, for all her wings and her spear of light, was no longer a threat he needed to fear. That certainty was new. That certainty, he would later understand, was the first sign of the sovereign dragon waking inside him. Yuma seemed to reach the same conclusion. She hovered a moment longer, weighing her options, before making the only sensible choice left to her. "This isn't over," she spat, though the words carried more panic than menace, and then she was gone, a streak of black feathers vanishing over the tree-line into the deepening night. Issei stood alone in the park, blood drying on his shirt, a dragon's gauntlet glowing softly on his arm, and the distinct feeling that his ordinary life had just ended as thoroughly as if the spear had actually killed him. "Partner," Drake said again, his voice settling into something calmer now that the immediate crisis had passed. "You should sit down. What just happened to you was not a small thing, and your body is going to have opinions about it shortly." Issei sat down hard on the fountain's edge, less because he wanted to and more because his legs simply stopped supporting him. "Who," he managed to ask, "are you?" "I am Drake," the voice answered. "Once called the Welsh Dragon, one of the 2 heavenly dragons sealed within the gauntlet you now wear. I have had many partners across many centuries, boy. I have never had one draw on ley line power the way you just did. I confess I am curious to see what you become." Issei laughed, a short, disbelieving sound. "I got asked out by a bird lady who turned out to be some kind of angel assassin, I died, and now I have a talking dragon bracelet." This is the weirdest day of my life. Fallen angel, Drake corrected mildly. And I would not call myself a bracelet if I were you. It tends to offend dragons. Before Issei could formulate any kind of response to that, the air around him changed. It was subtle at first, a warmth that had nothing to do with the summer evening, a scent like temple incense and fox fur and old paper. Then the darkness at the edge of the park seemed to fold in on itself, and a woman stepped out of it as easily as stepping through an open door. She was breathtaking in a way that made Issei's exhausted mind stumble over the word beautiful and reach instead for something closer to ancient, luminous, undeniable. Golden hair fell in a long braid over one shoulder, and behind her, 9 tails of the same gold shimmered and swayed, each tipped in white, moving with a life of their own. Her eyes were a deep amber that seemed to hold centuries behind them, and though her expression was calm, there was an unmistakable weight to her presence, the sense of standing before something that could, with a single thought, unmake the world around her. Issei had no idea who she was. Every instinct in his newly awakened dragon's blood told him to be afraid, and yet, strangely, he was not. Well, the woman said, tilting her head as she studied him with open curiosity, her 9 tails going still. This is not something I expected to find on an evening walk. Issei said, which he immediately regretted as an opening line to whatever this conversation was about to become. The woman's lips curved into a small, amused smile, though her eyes remained sharp and assessing. My name is Yasaka, she said. I am the leader of the yokai faction here in Kyoto, though I felt something disturbed my ley lines all the way from this city, which is why I find myself here, in a park I have never once visited, speaking to a bleeding human boy with a dragon wrapped around his arm. Drake's voice rumbled with something that might have been respect. The 9-tailed fox, he said for Issei's benefit. You have chosen an eventful night to be born again, partner. Yasaka knelt in front of Issei, close enough that he could smell that same warm incense scent clinging to her, close enough that her 9 golden tails brushed almost curiously against the grass near his feet. She reached out, not touching him, but hovering her palm an inch above the golden gauntlet on his arm, feeling the strange, hungry pulse of ley line energy still radiating from it. You drew directly from the old channels, she murmured, more to herself than to him. That should not be possible for a human, even one carrying a sacred gear. And yet here you are, alive, when by every account of your wounds you should not be. I don't really understand what's happening to me, Issei admitted, too tired and too shaken to bother with pride. Some woman I was on a date with turned out to be some kind of fallen angel, and she killed me. And then I didn't stay dead. And now there's a dragon in my arm and a 9-tailed fox lady kneeling in front of me talking about ley lines, and I would really, honestly, appreciate it if someone explained what is going on. Yasaka studied him for a long moment, weighing something behind her calm amber eyes. Then, to his surprise, she smiled again, warmer this time, something almost fond creeping into the expression. You have courage, she said. Most humans, faced with what you have just faced, would be curled into a ball weeping by now. You are asking questions instead. I like that. She rose smoothly to her feet, offering him her hand. Come with me, she said. You are injured, exhausted, and carrying more raw power in that arm than most devils will ever hold in their entire lives. If you stay here, whatever attacked you may return with reinforcements, and you are in no condition to fight them off a second time tonight. I will not let that happen to someone who has just touched my city's oldest magic for the first time. Issei looked at her offered hand, looked at the crimson gauntlet still humming faintly on his own arm, and thought about how strange it was that an hour ago his biggest worry had been whether Yuma would let him hold her hand at the end of their date. Partner, Drake said quietly, in a tone Issei was already learning to recognize as the dragon's version of serious advice. I have existed a very long time, and I have seen many factions maneuver for many reasons. But I sense no deception in her. If you wish my counsel, take her hand. Issei took it. Yasaka's grip was warm and impossibly steady, and the moment her fingers closed around his, Issei felt something settle in his chest, a quiet certainty that whatever came next, he would not be facing it entirely alone. She pulled him gently to his feet, and the 9 golden tails behind her swept once through the air, gathering the last light of dusk around them both like a curtain. Welcome, Yasaka said, to the beginning of something neither of us expected. The park dissolved into gold and shadow, and when the light cleared, Issei Hayato was no longer in his hometown at all. Chapter 2. Issei woke to the smell of cedar and the distant sound of running water. He was lying on a futon in a room he did not recognize, in a house built in a style he had only ever seen in old films, all polished wood and paper screens and the soft gray light of very early morning filtering through them. For a moment he thought the entire previous night had been some kind of fever dream, a stress hallucination brought on by too much anime and too little sleep. Then he lifted his left arm and saw the faint red markings still etched into his skin where the gauntlet had been, and the memory of Yuma's spear, of Draig's voice, of golden eyes and 9 sweeping tails, came rushing back all at once. "You are awake," Draig observed from somewhere behind his ribs. "Good. You slept for nearly 14 hours. Whatever your body did last night, it required considerable rest to recover from." Issei sat up slowly, testing his limbs, half expecting pain that never came. He felt, if anything, better than he had in years, a strange clean vitality humming under his skin that had nothing to do with a good night's sleep. The paper screen door slid open before he could get further in his own thoughts, and Yasaka entered carrying a tray with rice, grilled fish, and tea, looking every bit as striking in the morning light as she had beneath the moon the night before. Her golden hair was loose now, falling well past her waist, and her 9 tails moved with the same easy, fluid grace, though this morning they seemed almost playful, curling and uncurling behind her like she was in an unusually good mood. "You're awake," she said, setting the tray down beside the futon. "Good. You slept through an entire day and most of a night. I was beginning to wonder if I would need to send for a healer." "I feel fine," Issei said, and found that it was true. Better than fine, actually. "What happened to me?" Yasaka settled onto the floor across from him with the effortless grace of someone who had knelt on tatami mats for centuries, and gestured for him to eat before he asked further questions. Issei, still ravenous despite everything, did not argue. "What happened," she said, once he had eaten enough that she judged him capable of a real conversation, "is that your sacred gear, in the moment it needed power most desperately, reached into Kyoto's ley lines and drank from them directly. That should not be possible. Ley lines are ancient, deliberate constructions, tended and shaped over centuries by yokai and shrine keepers who understand their currents intimately. A sacred gear, however powerful, is not typically capable of touching them at all, let alone drawing on them from as far as your hometown. And yet," Draig added, "he did exactly that. I have carried many hosts, my lady, and I confess I have never encountered one who instinctively reached for a well of power so far beyond his own understanding." Yasaka's amber eyes settled on Issei with an intensity that made him feel, not uncomfortable exactly, but very carefully seen, as if she were reading something written beneath his skin. "There is old blood in you," she said slowly. "Not yokai blood, nothing so simple as that. Something draconic buried deep, so faint that no ordinary sensor would ever have found it. I believe your sacred gear recognized that bloodline the moment your life was threatened, and used it as a bridge to reach power no human host should have been able to touch." Issei absorbed this in silence for a moment, turning his teacup slowly between his hands. "So I'm what, exactly? Some kind of secret dragon person?" Draig chuckled, low and rumbling. "You are the current host of the boosted gear, which makes you a Sekiryudai, a red dragon emperor, regardless of your bloodline. But it appears you also carry a distant echo of true dragon ancestry, which is a rare thing indeed, and which explains a great deal about last night. Whatever you are," Yasaka said, and there was something warm and decided in her voice now, "you are welcome in Kyoto. My people can sense the shift in the ley lines this morning, a change in their currents that has not happened in centuries. Whatever you have become, you are tied to this city now, whether either of us intended it." Before Issei could ask what exactly that meant, a new presence made itself known outside the paper door, an unmistakable crackle of energy that felt distinctly different from the warm, ancient hum that surrounded Yasaka. Draig went very still and alert within him. "Devils," the dragon said quietly. "Several of them. Approaching." Yasaka rose smoothly, unbothered, and slid the door open herself before whoever was outside could knock. Standing in the hallway was a young woman with hair the color of crimson silk falling in soft waves nearly to her waist, striking blue-green eyes, and an aura of nobility that seemed to precede her into every room she entered. Behind her stood a small retinue, a dark-haired girl with an unreadable expression, a young man in glasses who watched everything with a calculating gleam, and several others whose names Issei did not yet know. Rias Gremory, Yasaka said, without any particular surprise. I felt your peerage crossing into my territory. I assume you are here for the boy. The crimson-haired woman, Rias, stepped past the threshold with the confidence of someone accustomed to being the most important person in any room, though something in her expression flickered when she took in Issei sitting upright, clearly healed, clearly not the dying human she must have expected to find. I sensed his sacred gear activate 2 days ago, Rias said, her eyes moving over Issei with a calculating warmth that he found, even in his current confusion, slightly unsettling. I came to offer him a place in my peerage before the fallen angels could finish what they started. I did not expect to find him already healed, and in the care of the 9-tailed fox herself. He healed himself, Yasaka said simply, her tone pleasant but carrying an undeniable edge of territorial pride. With power drawn from my city's own ley lines. I would say the matter of his survival has already been settled without your intervention, Lady Gremory. Rias's gaze moved to Issei directly now, and she stepped further into the room, kneeling gracefully so that she was at his eye level, her expression softening into something practiced and warm. Issei Hayadu, she said. My name is Rias Gremory. I am a devil, and the heir to one of the great houses of the underworld. I came here to offer you a choice that very few humans ever receive. I would like to reincarnate you as my servant, a pawn in my peerage. It would grant you power, purpose, and a place among us. I believe you have enormous potential, and I would be honored to nurture it. Issei looked at her for a long moment, and found, to his own mild surprise, that the offer did not tempt him even slightly. Maybe a day ago, before Yuma's spear and Drake's voice and Yasaka's golden eyes, the idea of joining a beautiful noblewoman's inner circle might have sounded like the answer to every fantasy he'd ever entertained. But something fundamental in him had shifted overnight, some deep and quiet certainty settling into his bones alongside the ley line power still humming faintly through his blood. I appreciate the offer, he said carefully, and I mean that. But I don't think I want to be anyone's servant. Even a nice one. Rias blinked, clearly not having anticipated a refusal. It is not servitude in the way you might imagine, she said, a note of genuine surprise creeping into her composed voice. My peerage members are family to me. You would have freedom, protection, a place among devils who would treat you with respect. I believe you, Issei said, and he did. But respect isn't really the issue. I just woke up from dying, found out I've got some kind of dragon blood in me, and I'm sitting in the house of someone who's been alive for who knows how many centuries and who just told me I'm somehow tied to this entire city's ancient magic now. I think, whatever I'm supposed to become, I need to figure it out as myself first. Not as anyone's pawn, however kindly the offer's made. Drake, silent within him through the exchange, spoke now with something that sounded suspiciously like pride. Well said, partner. Rias studied him for a long moment, and something in her expression shifted from calculated warmth into a more genuine, if disappointed, respect. Very well, she said finally, rising to her feet with the composure of someone well practiced in graceful retreats. I will not pressure you further. But know that my offer does not expire easily, Issei Hayadu. If you should ever change your mind, or find yourself in need of allies among the devils, you have only to reach out. I'll keep that in mind, Issei said, and meant it as politely as he could manage. Thank you? Really? Rias inclined her head toward Yasaka, a gesture of professional courtesy between powerful women who understood each other's authority even when their interests diverged. I trust he is in capable hands, she said. More capable than you might imagine, Yasaka replied, with the faintest edge of a smile. The devils departed as quietly as they had arrived, Rias's crimson hair the last thing to vanish through the paper door, leaving Issei alone once more with Yasaka and the low golden light of a Kyoto morning. He let out a breath he had not realized he was holding, and found Yasaka watching him with an expression he could not entirely read, somewhere between approval and something warmer still. You surprised me, she said. Most humans who receive an offer like that, from a devil of the Gremory house, do not refuse it. Power is a difficult thing to turn away, especially for someone who has just discovered how fragile his old life truly was. I don't know exactly what I want yet, Issei admitted. But I know I don't want to be reshaped into something that serves somebody else's family. I want to figure out what this is, she said, lifting his marked arm slightly, and what I could become on my own terms. If that's even possible. Yasaka considered him for a long moment, her 9 tails swaying slowly behind her, some private calculation moving behind her ancient amber eyes. Then she smiled, and it was a smile with real warmth in it, the kind that made Issei feel, absurdly, like he had passed some test he had not known he was taking. It is possible, she said. In fact, I believe it may be exactly what Kyoto has been waiting for. Come with me. There is a great deal I need to show you, and a great deal you need to learn, if you intend to master what has awakened inside you. I would like to be the one who teaches you, if you will allow it. Issei looked at her, at the ancient power radiating so gently from her that it felt more like warmth than threat, and felt that same quiet certainty settle deeper into his chest. I'd like that, he said. I really would. Drake rumbled with something like satisfaction deep inside him. Then let us begin, partner, the dragon said. You have a great deal of history to catch up on, and I suspect Kyoto is not going to give either of us much time to rest. He was, as it turned out, entirely correct. Chapter 3. The training ground Yasaka led him to was not what Issei expected. He had imagined, somewhere in the back of his mind, a dojo of some kind, wooden floors and training dummies and perhaps a stern instructor barking orders. Instead, she led him deep into a bamboo forest at the edge of the city, where the light filtered down in shifting green columns and the air itself seemed to hum with a low, contented energy, like a hell breath that had never quite been released. Fox spirits, smaller and less human in shape than Yasaka herself, watched them pass from between the stalks with curious, glinting eyes. This is one of the oldest sacred groves in Kyoto, Yasaka explained, walking ahead of him with her tails trailing gently through the undergrowth. The ley lines run closest to the surface here. It is where I first learned to shape senjutsu myself, many centuries ago, and it is where you will begin as well. Senjutsu, Issei repeated. That's the fox magic thing, right? I think I've heard Drake mention something like it. It is not merely a fox thing, though yokai are particularly suited to it, Yasaka said, coming to a stop in a small clearing where the bamboo opened into a circle of soft moss and old stone. Senjutsu is the art of gathering natural energy directly from the world around you, from the earth, the air, the ley lines beneath your feet, and channeling it through your own body rather than relying solely on an internal reserve of power. It is a discipline few outsiders are ever taught, because it requires a kind of harmony with the world that does not come naturally to most. Issei looked around the clearing, at the shafts of green light and the quiet, ancient stillness of the grove, and felt something in his chest respond to it, some quiet recognition he could not fully explain. Why teach it to me, then? He asked. I'm not yokai. I'm not even sure what I am anymore, honestly. Yasaka turned to face him fully, her expression serious now, the playful warmth of the morning replaced with something weightier. Because your sacred gear already reached for this power once, instinctively, in the worst moment of your life, she said. It saved you when nothing else could have. I do not believe that was an accident. I believe there is something in your blood, however faint, that recognizes this energy as its own. If I am right, then teaching you to wield it deliberately, rather than by desperate instinct alone, could make you something the world has not seen in a very long time. And if you're wrong? Issei asked. Then you will still have learned an art few humans are ever given the chance to study, she said, and a small smile returned to her lips. Either way, I do not think this will be time wasted. Drake, quiet through most of the walk, spoke up now with clear interest. I have watched many hosts wield the boosted gear across the centuries, he said. None of them, to my knowledge, have ever attempted to fuse its power directly with senjutsu. If it can be done, partner, it would make you something genuinely new. Not merely a Sekiryutai who boosts his strength through combat, but something that draws endlessly from the world itself, unbound by the usual limits of a host's own body. That sounds either incredibly cool or incredibly dangerous, Issei said. Likely both, Drake agreed, with what might have been amusement. Yasaka instructed him to sit, cross-legged, in the center of the mossy clearing, and knelt across from him with her tails curling around her like a golden cloak. Close your eyes, she said. Before you can shape senjutsu, you must first learn to feel it. Do not reach for it, not yet. Simply listen. The energy of this grove has been here for centuries. It does not need to be summoned. It only needs to be noticed. Issei closed his eyes, feeling faintly ridiculous, and tried to do as she asked. At first there was nothing but the ordinary sounds of the forest, wind through bamboo leaves, distant birdsong, the faint rustle of small creatures moving through the undergrowth. He almost opened his eyes to admit defeat. Then, slowly, he began to feel it. It was not a sound, not exactly, nor a sight, though it had qualities of both. It was more like a pulse, faint and steady, running through the ground beneath him, through the roots of the bamboo, through the very air he breathed. It reminded him, distantly, of the warmth that had spread through his chest the moment Drake's gauntlet first closed the wound Yuma's spear had left in him, except gentler now, patient rather than desperate. I feel something, he said quietly, not wanting to break whatever fragile connection he had found. Good, Yasaka murmured. That is the ley line beneath us. Do not grasp for it. Let it come to you, the way water finds the lowest point of a valley without ever being told to. Issei breathed slowly, and the pulse grew steadier, clearer, until it felt almost like a second heartbeat running alongside his own. Somewhere within him, he felt Drake's presence shift, curious and attentive, watching the process with the interest of a being who had lived 1,000 years and still found room to be surprised. Fascinating, the dragon murmured. I can feel it too, partner. The gauntlet is drinking, slowly this time, deliberately, nothing like the desperate flood of that first night. This is control. This is the beginning of something far more sustainable. Hours passed in that clearing, though Issei lost all sense of time within it, the golden afternoon light shifting slowly through the bamboo as he sat and listened and, gradually, learned to draw the faintest threads of energy into himself without losing his grip on his own body in the process. Yasaka corrected him gently when he reached too hard and the connection slipped away, praised him quietly when he found the rhythm again, and by the time the light had turned amber with approaching evening, something in Issei's chest felt different. Not stronger, not yet, but wider somehow, as if a door that had always been closed had finally been left open a crack. That is enough for today, Yasaka said finally, watching him with open approval as he opened his eyes and blinked at the deepening gold of the grove around them. Most students take weeks to feel the ley line at all, let alone hold a steady connection to it as you have today. Whatever dragon blood runs in you, it is answering this training eagerly. Issei felt exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with physical exertion, a deep, satisfying tiredness like the aftermath of a long and honest day's work. I don't really understand half of what just happened, he admitted. But it felt right. Like something clicking into place that's been loose my whole life. That is precisely what it should feel like, Yasaka said, rising and offering him her hand again, the same gesture she had made the night before in the human world's dying park light. It only remains to see how far it can be taken. They walked back through the grove as the sun set fully behind the mountains ringing the city, the fox spirits watching from the shadows with what Issei was beginning to recognize as genuine curiosity rather than suspicion. Word, it seemed, traveled quickly among Yasaka's people. By the time they reached the edge of the forest and the lights of the old city came into view, Issei could feel dozens of quiet, watchful presences observing him from rooftops and alleyways, careful and unseen but undeniably present. They're curious about you, Yasaka said, noticing the direction of his gaze. It has been a very long time since I brought a human into the deepest parts of our territory, let alone began teaching one senjutsu personally. My people will want to know what you are, and what you mean for Kyoto. And what do you think I mean for Kyoto? Issei asked. Yasaka considered the question seriously, her amber eyes catching the last light of the sunset as they walked. I think, she said slowly, that you arrived at the exact moment my ley lines needed something new to answer to. I think you may become something this city has not seen in centuries, if you are willing to put in the work such a thing requires. And I think, she added, with a small, warm smile that caught Issei entirely off guard, that I am rather looking forward to finding out alongside you. Issei felt his face warm slightly at that, and told himself firmly that it was only the lingering exertion of the afternoon's training, though some quieter part of him suspected otherwise. Drake, mercifully, chose not to comment on the matter, though Issei could feel a distinct sense of amusement radiating from the dragon's silent presence all the same. They had nearly reached the edge of the residential district where Yasaka kept her home when a new presence made itself known, sharp and skittish, watching them from the shadows of a narrow alley between two old wooden buildings. Yasaka's steps slowed, her expression shifting into something more careful, more alert. Stay close, she murmured to Issei, her tails going still behind her. There is someone in distress nearby. I can feel it in the currents. Issei followed her gaze into the alley, and in the deepening dark he could just make out a shape crouched low against the far wall, half hidden in shadow, watching them both with wide, wary eyes that caught the streetlight like a cat's. Stray, Yasaka murmured, almost to herself, her voice carrying a complicated weight of sympathy and concern. A nekasha, and a wounded one, judging by the way she's favoring that arm. This far into yokai territory, unregistered. That is a very dangerous thing to be. The figure in the shadows tensed, clearly having heard every word, and for a moment it looked as though she might bolt further into the darkness. Then her gaze shifted from Yasaka to Issei, taking in the faint golden ring still visible around his eyes, the crimson mark of the gauntlet peeking from beneath his sleeve, and something in her wary expression shifted, just slightly, into something that might have been curiosity, or might have been the desperate hope of someone who had run out of places left to run. Drake's voice was quiet and grave within Issei's mind. This, partner, may be the beginning of the second thread in a story I suspect is only just starting to unfold. Issei did not yet know how right the dragon was. But standing there in the fading light, feeling the wary, hunted gaze of a stranger fixed on him from the shadows, he understood, with the same quiet certainty that had settled into his chest the night before, that whatever came next, he was not going to simply walk away. We should help her, he said quietly to Yasaka. Yasaka glanced at him, something unreadable and thoughtful passing behind her ancient eyes, before she nodded slowly, a small, approving smile touching her lips once more. Yes, she agreed. I believe we should. Chapter 4. The woman in the alley did not run, though every line of her body looked ready to. Up close, in the spill of the streetlight, Issei could see her more clearly. She was young, not much older than he was by appearance, with black hair falling loose around a pale, sharp-featured face, and a pair of cat ears folded flat against her skull in a posture that reminded him unmistakably of a frightened animal. A long tail lashed once behind her before going still, curling protectively around her legs. Her right arm was pressed close to her body, and even in the dim light Issei could see the dark stain of blood soaked through the sleeve. Stay back, she said, her voice low and rough, more warning than plea. I'm not looking for trouble. I'll be gone before dawn. Yasaka held up both hands, a gesture of open, deliberate peace, and took only a single slow step forward. I am not here to hunt you, child, she said gently. My name is Yasaka. This is my territory, and I can feel that you are hurt. Whatever brought you here, whatever you have run from, you do not need to keep running tonight. The woman's yellow eyes flicked warily between Yasaka and Issei, lingering longest on the faint golden ring around Issei's irises, the crimson mark of the gauntlet just visible at his wrist. You're the Nine Tails, she said finally, some of the tension in her shoulders easing by a fraction, though she still held herself ready to flee. I've heard stories. They say you don't hand strays over to the devils who come looking for them. I do not, Yasaka confirmed. Whatever you have done, whoever is hunting you, you will not be harmed while you stand in my territory. But I would like to know your name, if you are willing to share it, and I would very much like to see that arm before it becomes something worse than it already is. The woman hesitated a long moment, visibly weighing whether trust was a luxury she could still afford. Kuroka, she said finally, the name coming out clipped and guarded. I'm a stray. Left my old master's peerage. There's a group hunting rogue exorcists and strays both right now, calling themselves the Hero Faction, and I got caught in their crossfire 2 nights ago. Been running since. Issei felt something tighten in his chest at the exhaustion evident in her voice, the particular weariness of someone who had been running far longer than 2 nights, who had likely been running, in one form or another, for a very long time. Drake, silent within him, radiated a quiet, approving warmth, as though he already knew what Issei was about to say before Issei fully knew it himself. You don't have to keep running, Issei said, stepping forward slowly, hands open and unthreatening the way Yasaka's had been. Whatever's hunting you, whatever happened with your old peerage, none of that has to follow you here. I don't know Yasaka's territory well yet, honestly, I only got here yesterday myself. But I know that whatever this place is turning into, it sounds like exactly the kind of place someone like you needs right now. Kuroka studied him for a long moment, her yellow eyes narrowing slightly, something calculating and wary and, underneath it all, achingly hopeful passing behind them. And who exactly are you, she asked, that you get to make promises about someone else's territory? Issei glanced at Yasaka, who only watched the exchange with quiet, patient amusement, clearly content to let him find his own footing in the conversation. I'm Issei, he said. I'm sort of new here. Sort of new to a lot of things, actually. But I got saved from something I shouldn't have survived 2 nights ago, and Yasaka's the reason I'm still standing here at all. I figure the least I can do is pass that forward. Something in Kuroka's guarded expression shifted at that, the wariness not vanishing entirely but softening around the edges, the way ice softens at the first true warmth of spring. She glanced down at her injured arm, at the blood soaked through the fabric, and some of the fight seemed to go out of her all at once, exhaustion finally catching up to whatever stubborn pride had kept her upright and defensive this long. I don't have anywhere else left to go, she admitted quietly, the words costing her something visible to say. Everyone I trusted either turned on me or got killed trying to protect me. I don't know why I'd trust a fox and a stranger with a dragon arm. You don't have to trust us yet, Yasaka said gently, closing the remaining distance between them at last, her 9 tails settling low and unthreatening behind her. Trust can come later, once you have seen for yourself that we mean what we say. For tonight, only allow me to tend that wound, and allow yourself a safe place to sleep. That is all I ask. Kuroka's tail uncurled slowly from around her legs, a small, telling gesture of diminishing tension, and after a long moment she nodded, once, sharply, as though she had made a decision she was not entirely comfortable with but had run out of better options to weigh against it. Fine, she said. 1 night. I'm not promising anything past that. 1 night is more than enough to start with, Yasaka said warmly, and gestured for both of them to follow her back toward the lit streets of the residential district, back toward the warm wooden house where Issei himself had woken that very morning to a life he was still only beginning to understand. As they walked, Kuroka favoring her injured arm and watching her surroundings with the wary alertness of someone who had learned the hard way never to fully relax, Issei found himself thinking about how quickly his understanding of the world had expanded in the space of 2 days. Fallen angels who killed on a first date. Devils who offered second lives in exchange for servitude. A 9-tailed fox who ruled an entire city's hidden magic with warmth rather than fear. A stray cat yokai running from hunters who saw her only as prey to be culled. Partner, Drake said quietly, as they walked beneath the lantern light of the old streets. I have watched empires rise around powerful men who gathered soldiers to their banners through fear and obligation. I have rarely watched one begin the way yours seems to be beginning, gathered instead around kindness offered freely to those who had none left to expect. I find I am curious to see where this particular road leads. Me too, Issei admitted silently, watching Kuroka's tense shoulders slowly begin to ease with every step further from whatever nightmare had chased her into this alley. Me too. Behind them, unseen in the deepening night, the ley lines of Kyoto pulsed faintly beneath the old stone streets, as though the city itself were quietly, patiently, taking note of the strange and growing thing beginning to take root within its ancient borders. Chapter 5. The weeks that followed settled into a rhythm Issei could never have imagined for himself only a month earlier. Mornings began before sunrise in the bamboo grove, where Yasaka guided him deeper into the discipline of senjutsu, teaching him to draw the leyline energy through his body in slow, controlled currents rather than the desperate flood that had saved his life that first terrible night. Afternoons were spent in a smaller clearing nearer the house, where Drake himself took over the lessons, walking Issei through the fundamentals of the boosted gear, the rhythm of boost and the discipline required to hold multiple boosts in reserve rather than releasing them all at once. Evenings belonged to Kuroka, who had, true to her word, stayed only one night before finding reasons to stay a second, and then a third, until the question of her leaving at all quietly stopped being asked by anyone. She healed slowly, both the wound on her arm and something less visible beneath it, and Issei watched with quiet satisfaction as the weary, hunted tension in her shoulders eased a little further with each passing day. She trained alongside him some evenings, when Yasaka judged her strong enough, matching her own natural senjutsu against Issei's steadily growing control, teasing him mercilessly when his concentration slipped and he lost his grip on the leyline current entirely. "You're getting better," she told him one evening, perched on the low wooden fence at the edge of the training yard, her tail swishing lazily behind her as she watched him hold a slow, steady stream of golden light between his palms. "A month ago you couldn't hold a spark for 10 seconds without it slipping away. Now look at you." "Started with a good teacher," Issei said, letting the light fade gently rather than losing it, a small but real sign of the control he had built. "2 good teachers," Kuroka corrected, hopping down from the fence to land beside him, her balance perfect despite the height. "Don't let the fox lady's ego get too big. She already thinks the sun rises because she wills it to." Yasaka, approaching from the house with a tray of tea for the evening, arched an eyebrow at the both of them without breaking her elegant stride. "I heard that," she said, though there was no real reprimand in her voice, only warm amusement. It was in these small, ordinary moments, tea shared in a garden as the sun set behind mountains older than any empire Issei had ever studied in school, that he began to understand what Kyoto was quietly becoming around him. Not a fortress built from fear, not an army gathered through obligation, but something gentler and, he suspected, far more dangerous to anyone foolish enough to threaten it. A place where the hunted found safety. A place where power grew not from domination but from people choosing, freely, to stand together. It was Drake who put words to the shape of it, one evening as Issei sat alone in the grove after his lessons, watching the last light fade through the bamboo. "You are building something rare, partner," the dragon said, his ancient voice thoughtful in the quiet. "I have watched many hosts across many centuries seek power for its own sake, chasing strength as an end in itself. You seem, instead, to be building a home, and finding that power follows naturally from the people willing to defend it alongside you. Is that a good thing?" Issei asked, genuinely uncertain. "I believe," Drake said slowly, "that it may prove to be the most dangerous thing an enemy could possibly face. Armies built on fear crumble the moment that fear falters. Armies built on genuine loyalty do not break so easily. If the hero faction, or anyone else foolish enough, comes looking for easy prey in Kyoto, I suspect they will find something considerably harder to swallow than they expect." Issei considered that, turning his marked hand over slowly in the fading light, watching the faint golden ring still visible at the edge of his vision when he focused inward. He thought of Yuma's cold violet eyes and the spear that had ended his old life. He thought of Rias's polite, calculated offer, and his own quiet refusal of it. He thought of Kuroka's weary shoulders slowly easing, of Yasaka's warm, ancient patience guiding him one careful lesson at a time. "Whatever this becomes," he thought, "I want it to be worth protecting. Not because I'm strong enough to force people to stay. Because it's actually worth staying for." He did not know yet how soon that resolve would be tested, or how many more people, hunted and hopeless and searching for exactly the kind of safety Kyoto was quietly beginning to offer, would find their way to the same wary, hopeful crossroads Kuroka had once stood at in a dark alley on his second night in the city. He did not know that a stranded Valkyrie, discarded by the very heavens she had once sworn to serve, was even now wandering through territory not far from Kyoto's borders, drawn by rumors of a place where strength and kindness were somehow, impossibly, allowed to exist side by side. He knew only that the light was fading gently over the grove, that Drake's ancient presence settled warm and steady behind his ribs, and that for the first time since Yuma's spear had ended his old life, Issei Hayate felt something that was not merely survival. He felt, quietly and unmistakably, that he was exactly where he was supposed to be. Somewhere beyond the mountains ringing Kyoto, in halls of cold marble far from any warmth the city offered, other forces were beginning to take notice of the strange new currents rippling through the old capital's ley lines. The hero faction's leaders exchanged reports of a Sekiryutai who had vanished from every devil faction's reach, sheltered instead behind the walls of yokai territory. Voices in the underworld debated, in low and careful tones, what it might mean for a Red Dragon Emperor to grow strong outside their usual channels of influence entirely. None of them yet understood what was quietly taking root in that bamboo grove, in that warm wooden house, in the small, ordinary moments of shared tea and steady training and a wary stray slowly learning to trust again. None of them understood that the empire being built in Kyoto would not be built on conquest at all, but on something far harder to break. They would understand soon enough. Chapter 6. The rain had been falling over the hills outside Kyoto for 3 days straight by the time Rossweisse finally allowed herself to stop walking. She had left the Norse Pantheon's service without ceremony, without farewell, and without the severance pay that should have come with decades of loyal work as a Valkyrie. There had been no dramatic betrayal, no grand injustice she could point to and rage against, only the slow, grinding realization that centuries of faithful service had earned her nothing but reassignment after reassignment, each one further from anything resembling purpose or home. She had simply packed what little she owned, informed no one, and walked away from a life that had quietly stopped meaning anything to her long before she admitted it to herself. She did not know, precisely, why her feet had carried her toward Japan, toward the old capital whispered about in increasingly strange rumors among the wandering supernatural drifting between factions. Something about a fox leader who had opened her territory to strays no other power wanted. Something about a Sekiryutai who had refused the devil's offer and chosen, instead, to build something of his own. It sounded, when she first heard it in a rundown tavern near the coast, like exactly the kind of story that got exaggerated into uselessness by the time it reached anyone credulous enough to chase it. And yet here she was, soaked through, exhausted, standing at the edge of a bamboo grove that hummed faintly with more concentrated leyline energy than she had felt in a very long time, unable to quite make herself turn back. Lost, are we? The voice belonged to a young woman with black cat ears and a swishing tail, perched with unnerving ease on a low branch above the path, watching Rossweisse with open, unbothered curiosity. Rossweisse's hand went instinctively to the hilt of the sword strapped at her hip, though exhaustion made the motion sluggish and unconvincing. I am not looking for trouble, Rossweisse said carefully, falling back on the flat, formal tone centuries of service had trained into her. I heard rumors of this place. I wished to see if they were true. Depends which rumors, the cat-eared woman said, hopping down from the branch with easy grace. If you heard we hand out free power to anyone who wanders in, you heard wrong. If you heard this is somewhere astray with nowhere else to go might actually be allowed to stay, then congratulations, you heard right. Name's Kuroka. Rossweisse studied her for a long moment, taking in the healed but still faintly visible scar along one arm, the wary, watchful readiness beneath the casual posture, the unmistakable signs of someone who understood exactly what it meant to arrive somewhere with nothing but hope and exhaustion in hand. Rossweisse, she offered finally. Formerly of the Norse Pantheon. I do not entirely know what I am looking for here. I only know I could not keep doing what I was doing before. Kuroka's expression softened, just slightly, some private recognition passing behind her yellow eyes. Yeah, she said quietly. I know that feeling pretty well myself. Come on. Let's get you somewhere dry before you catch something, and then you can decide for yourself if the rumors are worth sticking around for. She led Rossweisse through the grove, the rain finally beginning to ease as they walked, until the trees opened onto the warm lantern light of the residential district, and Rossweisse caught her first glimpse of the wooden house where, she would soon learn, an entire quietly gathering family had begun to take root. Through a lit window she could see a young man with a faint golden ring around his eyes seated across from a woman with 9 golden tails, both of them laughing over something spilled across a low table between them, utterly unguarded in a way that struck Rossweisse, standing outside in the cooling rain, as almost impossibly foreign. That's Issei, Kuroka said, following her gaze. And Yasaka. Fair warning, once they get you sitting at that table, you tend to end up staying a lot longer than you planned to. Rossweisse said nothing, only watched the warm light spilling from that window for a long moment, feeling something in her exhausted chest loosen for the first time in longer than she cared to admit. She did not yet know what role she might find for herself in whatever was quietly being built inside that house. She did not yet know that the man with the golden-ringed eyes would, in time, become something the entire supernatural world would learn to speak of with careful respect, nor that she herself would stand beside him and Kuroka both when that reckoning finally arrived. She knew only that the rain had stopped, that warm light and laughter waited just beyond the door, and that for the first time in longer than she could remember, something in her tired, wandering heart wanted very badly to walk toward it rather than past it. Inside, unaware yet of the exhausted stranger standing at the edge of his growing domain, Issei felt a faint, curious pulse ripple through the ley lines beneath the house, subtle but unmistakable, like a new thread quietly weaving itself into a tapestry still being woven. Someone new, Drake observed within him, ever attentive to the currents Issei was still learning to read for himself. The city's welcome, it seems, is not yet finished extending itself. Issei looked toward the window, toward the darkness beyond it where rain still glistened faintly on the bamboo leaves, and felt that same quiet certainty from his very first night in Kyoto settle once more into his chest. Whatever, or whoever, waited out there in the dark, he understood with growing confidence that Kyoto, and the strange, unlikely family gathering within it, would know exactly what to do when the moment came to welcome them home. The rain finally stopped entirely as the last lantern was lit along the residential street, and somewhere beyond the mountains, the old ley lines of Kyoto settled into a deeper, steadier rhythm than the city had known in centuries, humming quietly with the promise of everything still waiting to unfold. Kuroka knocked twice on the door before pushing it open, tail flicking with something almost like satisfaction at the surprised, warm faces that turned toward the newcomer trailing rainwater in her wake. Yasaka rose at once, no hesitation in the gesture at all, and crossed the room to offer Rossweisse the same steady, open hand she had once offered a bleeding boy beside a fountain many weeks before. You are cold, and you are far from wherever you called home, Yasaka said gently. Whatever brought you to my door tonight, you are welcome to stay as long as you need to decide what comes next. Rossweisse looked past her, toward the young man with the faint golden ring around his eyes who had risen from the table as well, watching her with an openness that carried none of the wary calculation she had grown so accustomed to among the gods she had once served. Something in the set of his shoulders reminded her, oddly, of the very first oaths she had sworn as a young Valkyrie, before centuries of quiet disappointment had worn the meaning out of them. Thank you, she said finally, the words rough from disuse in anything other than formal report. I think, she added, more to herself than to any of them, I think I would like that very much. Issei smiled, an easy, unguarded thing that reached his eyes, and gestured toward the low table still scattered with the evening's spilled tea. Then sit down, he said. We were just about to start over on dinner anyway. Outside, the last of the rain clouds broke apart over the mountains, and the first true stars in 3 days emerged above Kyoto's ancient rooftops, silent witnesses to a household quietly becoming something the old capital had not seen in a very long time. A sovereign was rising within its borders, not through conquest or fear, but through small, ordinary kindnesses offered again and again to anyone the wider world had already given up on. None of them, not Issei, not Yasaka, not Kuroka settling comfortably back onto her cushion by the window, not even Rossweisse still dripping quietly by the door, could yet see how far that quiet beginning would eventually carry them. But the ley lines beneath the house hummed on regardless, patient and ancient and endlessly attentive, already weaving the first threads of an empire that would, in time, prove utterly untouchable. Act 2, Chapter 1. Rossweisse woke the next morning to sunlight rather than rain, and for a long, disoriented moment she could not remember the last time she had woken anywhere that felt genuinely safe. She was lying on a futon in a small guest room, her armor cleaned and folded neatly beside her, her sword propped against the wall within easy reach, exactly where she had left it the night before. Someone had draped a second blanket over her at some point in the night, and the small, ordinary kindness of it settled strangely in her chest, a feeling she did not immediately have a name for. "You're finally up." Kuroka leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, an easy grin on her face that had nothing guarded left in it, a stark contrast to the wary creature Rossweisse had met in the rain the night before. "Yasaka's making breakfast. Fair warning, she cooks like she's been doing it for centuries, because she has, so don't be shy about seconds." Rossweisse sat up slowly, testing the ache in her limbs, the deep bone tiredness of weeks spent walking with nowhere in particular to walk toward finally beginning to loosen its grip. "I did not expect hospitality like this," she admitted. "Where I come from, strangers are rarely offered a roof and a meal without some price attached." "Yeah, well," Kuroka said, pushing off the doorframe, "this isn't really that kind of place. You'll figure that out fast enough if you stick around." Breakfast was, as promised, extravagant in a way that felt utterly at odds with the modest wooden house it was served in, and Rossweisse found herself seated at the low table across from Issei, whose easy, unguarded warmth from the night before had not been some trick of exhaustion or rain-soaked relief. He asked her about herself without any of the careful political calculation she had grown so used to among the gods, simple honest curiosity rather than an attempt to measure her usefulness. "I served the Norse pantheon for longer than I cared to count," she said, when he asked how she had ended up wandering so far from home. "Valkyries are meant to be honored, in theory. In practice, I was reassigned so many times that I stopped bothering to learn the names of my new commanders. I left because I realized no one would have noticed if I simply stopped existing." "I would have noticed," Issei said, with such plain and immediate sincerity that Rossweisse nearly dropped her chopsticks. "I mean, I only met you last night, but that's still a terrible thing to go through. Nobody should feel like that." Yasaka, seated at the head of the table with her tails curled comfortably around her, watched the exchange with quiet, approving warmth. "He means it," she said gently, when Rossweisse's expression flickered with old, practiced disbelief. "He has meant it every time he has said something like that since the night I found him. It is, I confess, one of the more remarkable things about him." Rossweisse looked between them, at the easy trust already evident between Yasaka and Issei, at Kuroka helping herself to a third serving without a trace of the guardedness she must have carried for weeks before arriving, and felt something in her chest that she recognized, slowly and with some surprise, as the first real flicker of hope she had allowed herself in a very long time. "What would you have me do," she asked carefully, "if I chose to stay? I am not accustomed to accepting shelter without offering something useful in return." Yasaka considered the question seriously. "You are a Valkyrie," she said. "Centuries of combat training, and if the runes I sense woven into your armor are any indication, considerable skill in magic as well. If you wish to contribute, I suspect Issei's training would benefit greatly from a sparring partner who understands discipline as thoroughly as you clearly do." Issei brightened at that immediately. Some of the boyish enthusiasm Rossweisse would come to learn was entirely genuine breaking across his face. "That would actually be amazing," he said. "Kuroka keeps beating me because she cheats with her tail, and Yasaka's basically unbeatable because she's been alive since before written history. I could use someone who fights like an actual soldier." "I do not cheat," Kuroka said, without any real heat behind the protest. "I simply use every advantage available to me." "There's a difference." "That's exactly what cheating is," Rossweisse said before she could stop herself, and was startled by her own dry humor slipping out so easily in front of people she had known for less than a full day. Kuroka blinked at her, then grinned wide, delighted. "Oh, I like her," she announced to the table at large. "She's got teeth. Keep her." Rossweisse felt her face warm slightly at the unexpected approval, and found, to her own quiet surprise, that she did not mind it nearly as much as centuries of careful Norse formality should have dictated. She looked at Issei, at the honest warmth in his expression as he waited for her answer, at Yasaka's patient, ancient calm, and made a decision that felt, in that small sunlit room, far easier than it should have. "Very well," she said. "I will stay. At least until I am certain the rumors about this place are as true as they appear to be." "They're true," Issei said, with the easy confidence of someone who genuinely believed it. "Or, well, we're still figuring out exactly what this place is going to become." But whatever it turns into, I think you're going to like being part of it. Rossweisse looked around the small table, at the strange and unlikely family already forming around it, a fox goddess centuries old, a stray cat yokai learning to trust again, a boy carrying an ancient dragon in his arm who had apparently decided that kindness was worth more than power for its own sake, and felt something in her chest, some old and deeply buried hope, begin, very cautiously, to unfold. I think, she said quietly, I already do. Chapter 2. The training yard behind Yasaka's house had never seen so much use as it did in the weeks that followed. Rossweisse proved, exactly as Yasaka had predicted, to be an invaluable addition to Issei's growing education. Where Kuroka fought with the loose, unpredictable instincts of a natural predator, and Yasaka taught with the patient, ancient wisdom of someone who had shaped senjutsu for centuries, Rossweisse brought something neither of them could offer, the hard-won discipline of formal combat training, drilled and refined across hundreds of years of Valkyrie service. Again, she called, circling him with her practiced blade held low and ready, her silver hair pulled back into a tight braid that swung with every measured step. You are still relying too heavily on boost to compensate for sloppy footwork. A dragon's strength means nothing if your stance collapses the moment real pressure is applied to it. Issei, breathing hard, adjusted his footing and raised his gauntlet arm again, sweat soaking through his training shirt despite the cool morning air. I'm trying, he said. It's just, I've got literally a millennium-old dragon telling me one thing, an ancient fox goddess telling me another, and now you telling me a third thing entirely. It's a lot to juggle at once. Then juggle faster, Rossweisse said, without a trace of sympathy in her voice, though the faint quirk at the corner of her mouth suggested she was enjoying the exchange more than her tone let on. Real enemies will not wait for you to sort your lessons into a tidy order before they strike. Drake, silent through most of the exchange, rumbled with clear amusement. She is not wrong, partner, the dragon observed. And for what it is worth, I find her particular brand of discipline complements the senjutsu training rather well. Where Yasaka teaches you to flow with the world's energy, this one teaches you to hold your ground within it. Both skills, together, may prove to be exactly what your particular fusion requires. By midsummer, the results of that combined instruction had become impossible to ignore. Issei could now hold a steady senjutsu current for hours at a time without losing his grip on it, weaving that ancient, patient energy directly into the raw explosive power of the boosted gear in a way that made even Drake pause in evident fascination. The crimson scale of his gauntlet had begun, subtly, to shift, threads of gold bleeding faintly through the red whenever he drew deeply on the ley lines beneath him, a visible mark of the fusion slowly taking shape. I have never seen anything like this, Drake admitted one evening, as Issei sat exhausted but satisfied at the edge of the training yard, watching the gold-threaded scale on his arm fade slowly back to its usual crimson. In 1,000 years of hosts, boy, you continue to surprise me. Whatever this becomes, I suspect it will be a form the world has genuinely never witnessed before. Kuroka, sprawled comfortably in the grass nearby with her tail flicking lazily through the evening air, propped herself up on one elbow to study the fading gold threads with open curiosity. So what do we call it, she asked? Dragon Sage sounds a little dramatic, but I feel like dramatic might actually fit here. Dragon Sage, Yasaka repeated thoughtfully, approaching from the house with a tray of tea balanced easily in one hand, her 9 tails swaying gently behind her. It has a certain weight to it. Fitting, I think, for what he is becoming. A fusion of draconic strength and the patient wisdom of the old ways, either one dominating the other, but woven together into something entirely new. Rossweisse, seating herself at the edge of the group with the careful, measured grace centuries of formal training had instilled in her, allowed herself a rare, genuine smile as she accepted a cup of tea from Yasaka's tray. It suits him, she said simply. Whatever title we settle on, I have trained soldiers across many centuries, in many pantheons. I have never seen anyone absorb 3 entirely different disciplines as quickly, or as gracefully, as he has these past weeks. Issei, still catching his breath from the afternoon's training, felt his face warm slightly at the praise, though he covered it by reaching for his own cup of tea with perhaps a bit more focus than the gesture strictly required. I couldn't have done any of it without you all, he said honestly. Seriously. A month ago I was a normal high school kid who couldn't tell a fallen angel from a normal date. Now I've got 3 of the strongest people I've ever met teaching me how to fuse dragon fire with ancient fox magic. That's not something I figured out on my own. No, Yasaka agreed gently, settling beside him with her tails curling comfortably around her. But you are the one who chose, every single day, to keep showing up to that training yard before dawn, to keep pushing past the exhaustion, to keep trying even when the fusion refused to hold steady for the first several weeks. Teachers can only offer the path, Issei. You are the one who has walked it. The 4 of them sat together as the sun set fully behind the mountains, the warm orange light fading slowly into the deep violet of evening, and Issei found himself, not for the first time since Yuma's spear had ended his old life, deeply and quietly grateful for the strange, unlikely turn his existence had taken. He had lost an ordinary future he barely remembered wanting in the first place. In its place, he was gaining something he was only beginning to understand the true shape of, a family built not from blood or obligation, but from choice, freely made, again and again, by people who had every reason in the world to distrust one another and had chosen trust instead. Somewhere beyond the mountains, in halls far colder than the warm wooden house Issei now called home, that same growing bond was being noted with considerably less warmth. The underworld's factions had begun, in careful and deliberate whispers, to discuss the strange Sekiryudai sheltered within yokai territory, a red dragon emperor growing in power entirely outside the usual channels devils relied upon to track and, when necessary, contain such threats. The hero faction, hunting strays and rogue exorcists across the countryside with growing boldness, had begun to hear the same rumors, and had begun, in turn, to grow curious about the old capital's newest and most closely guarded secret. None of it reached the quiet training yard behind Yasaka's house that evening, where laughter and warm lantern light lingered long after the sun had fully set. But the ley lines beneath Kyoto's ancient streets pulsed on regardless, patient and watchful, carrying whispers of the gathering storm that even Issei's newly awakened senses had not yet learned to hear. Chapter 3. The first sign of trouble came in the form of a panicked messenger fox, half stumbling into the training yard just after dawn with fur singed along one flank and terror plain in her wide dark eyes. Lady Yasaka, the young kitsune, gasped, dropping into a hurried bow even as she struggled to catch her breath. Riders at the eastern border. Human, but not human, carrying weapons that burn like holy fire. They struck the watch post at Fushimi before dawn. 3 of our sentries are wounded. They are asking, loudly, for the Sekiryudai sheltering in your territory. Yasaka's expression shifted in an instant from the warm, unhurried calm Issei had come to associate with her into something sharper, colder, the ancient and formidable ruler beneath the gentle teacher briefly surfacing in full. Hero faction, she said, not a question. How many? 12, at least, the messenger said. Led by someone carrying a blade wrapped in golden light. They are not hiding their approach, my lady. If anything, they seem to want to be seen. Issei felt something cold and certain settle into his chest, the same steady clarity that had carried him through Yuma's spear and every desperate training session since. They're here for me, he said quietly. Drake's voice was grave within him. Likely so, partner. The hero faction has grown bold in recent months, hunting anything with power outside their control. A Sekiryudai sheltered beyond the underworld's reach, growing in ways no faction fully understands, would make an irresistible target for people who define their own worth by the strength of what they slay. Then we go meet them, Kuroka said, already on her feet, her tail lashing with sharp, focused readiness that bore no resemblance to the wary stray who had first hidden in a rain-soaked alley weeks before. I'm not letting anyone drag Issei off after everything he's built here. Rossweisse was already moving toward her sword, her earlier centuries of formal discipline settling over her like armor of its own. Nor I, she said simply. Whatever oath I failed to find purpose in among the gods, I find no shortage of purpose in defending this place. Yasaka looked at the 3 of them for a long moment, something fierce and proud flickering behind her ancient amber eyes, before she nodded once, sharply. Then we go together, she said. This is my territory, and you are my people now, all 3 of you. No enemy sets foot on Kyoto's ground unanswered. They reached the eastern border as the sun cleared fully over the hills, the golden morning light doing nothing to soften the sight waiting for them there. A dozen figures in pale combat gear stood arrayed just beyond the tree line, each one carrying a weapon that pulsed with the unmistakable, uncomfortable heat of sacred energy twisted into something harder and crueler than its original purpose ever intended. At their front stood a lean, sharp-featured man with a blade of burning gold light held loosely at his side, his expression carrying the particular, unsettling calm of someone who genuinely believed himself righteous in whatever violence he was about to commit. "You must be the fox's new pet dragon," the man called out, his voice carrying easily across the clearing. "We've heard the rumors." A security hiding behind yokai skirts instead of answering to any faction that could actually contain what he's becoming. That kind of unchecked power doesn't get left alone. Surely you understand that. Issei stepped forward, feeling the familiar hum of Drake's presence settle steady and certain behind his ribs, feeling the ley-line current beneath his feet rise to meet him with the ease of long practice now rather than desperate instinct. "I'm not anyone's pet," he said evenly. "And I'm not hiding. I'm exactly where I chose to be, with exactly the people I chose to stand beside. If you're here looking for an easy target, you've made a mistake coming to Kyoto." The hero faction leader's expression flickered, something like genuine surprise passing behind his eyes at the calm, unshaken confidence in Issei's voice, before settling back into cold, practiced certainty. "Confidence is admirable," he said. "It rarely survives contact with people who've killed things far more dangerous than an overgrown lizard playing house with strays and rejects." Kuroka's tail lashed sharply at that, a low growl building in her throat, and Rossweisse's hand tightened around her sword's hilt, but it was Yasaka who spoke next, her voice carrying the full, ancient weight of a ruler who had defended this territory for centuries. "You have already wounded 3 of my sentries and crossed uninvited into land I have protected since before your grandfather's grandfather drew breath," she said, her 9 tails rising slowly behind her, gold light beginning to gather along their tips. "I will offer you exactly 1 chance to withdraw. I do not offer a second." The hero faction leader's smile did not waver. "We don't withdraw from unclaimed power," he said, and raised his burning blade. "We remove it, before it grows into something none of you can control." He struck first, a burst of golden holy energy carving toward Issei with terrible speed, and for one suspended heartbeat the entire clearing seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see exactly what the strange, gathering sovereign of Kyoto had truly become in the weeks since a fallen angel's spear had first cracked open the door to his destiny. Issei did not flinch. He raised his gauntlet arm, gold-threaded scale catching the morning light, and felt the fused, patient power of Senjutsu and dragon fire both answer his call at once, steady and certain and utterly, unmistakably his own. Chapter 4. The holy blast met Issei's raised arm and simply stopped, dissolving against the gold-threaded scale of his gauntlet the same way Yuma's spear had shattered against him weeks before, except this time there was no accident in it, no desperate instinct scrambling to keep him alive. This was control, deliberate and absolute, the ley-line current beneath his feet rising through him in a smooth, unbroken stream that steadied every muscle in his body against the impact. The hero faction leader's confident expression cracked for the first time. "That is not possible," he said, echoing, without knowing it, the exact words Yuma had once spoken in a park half a world away. "It's really starting to become my signature line," Issei said, and released the boost he had been quietly gathering since the moment the man first raised his blade. The burst of power that followed was not the wild, uncontrolled flood of that first desperate night. It moved through him in a controlled current, dragon fire and ancient ley-line energy woven together into something that felt, to Issei himself, less like unleashing a weapon and more like finally exhaling a breath he had been holding for weeks. Golden light erupted from his gauntlet in a wide, sweeping arc, not a killing blow, but an overwhelming display of force that scattered the hero faction's front line backward, weapons torn from stunned hands, several of them driven bodily off their feet by the sheer pressure of the current alone. Around him, Kuroka moved like liquid shadow, weaving between 2 attackers who had tried to flank Yasaka and disarming both with brutal, efficient speed before they fully registered she had closed the distance. Rossweisse held the center flank with the disciplined, unshakable calm of a soldier who had trained for centuries precisely for moments like this, her blade catching and turning aside every strike sent her way with economical, devastating precision. Yasaka herself needed only to raise one hand, gold light gathering along her 9 tails, to send a wide arc of vulpine fire rolling across the clearing that most of the remaining attackers simply chose not to test. Within minutes, what had begun as a confident incursion had collapsed into disorganized retreat. The hero faction leader, weapon torn from his grip and pinned beneath one of Yasaka's tails with more restraint than violence, stared up at Issei with something that had curdled from cold certainty into genuine, unwilling fear. "What the hell are you?" he demanded. Issei knelt beside him, the gold-threaded scale on his arm fading slowly back toward its usual crimson as the current settled, and found, to his own quiet surprise, that he felt no anger in the moment at all, only a steady, certain resolve. "I'm someone who found a home worth protecting," he said simply. "And I'm telling you the same thing Yasaka already offered. Leave, and don't come back looking for easy targets in Kyoto. Whatever you were told about a security hiding here unchecked, you can go tell your superiors they were wrong. I'm not hiding from anything. I'm exactly as strong as I need to be to keep the people who chose to stand with me safe." The hero faction leader stared up at him for a long, silent moment, weighing something behind his shaken expression, before Yasaka lifted her tail and allowed him, grudgingly, to rise. "Go," she said, her voice carrying no anger now, only the flat, absolute certainty of someone who had already won and felt no need to gloat over it. "Tell whoever sent you that Kyoto's protection is not a rumor to be tested twice." The surviving members of the hero faction retreated into the tree line without further argument, their leader casting one last, unreadable glance back at the 4 of them standing together in the golden morning light before vanishing entirely from sight. The clearing fell quiet, the scorched grass and scattered, abandoned weapons the only remaining evidence of how close the encounter had come to becoming something far bloodier. Kuroka let out a low whistle, some of the fierce tension finally draining from her shoulders as she surveyed the aftermath. "Well," she said. "That escalated fast." Rossweisse sheathed her sword with careful, deliberate calm, though her eyes remained fixed on the tree line a moment longer, alert for any sign the retreat might prove to be a feint. "It was well handled," she said finally, a note of genuine, professional respect in her voice as she turned to look at Issei. "All of it. I have trained soldiers who took years to learn the kind of restraint you showed just now." Yasaka's 9 tails settled slowly behind her, the gold light fading from their tips as she turned to study Issei with an expression that mixed deep pride with something quieter and more thoughtful underneath it. "You held back," she observed. "You could have ended that confrontation far more decisively than you did." "I didn't want to kill anyone," Issei said honestly. "Even people who came here trying to hurt us. I wanted to protect what we've built, not become someone who tears through anyone who threatens it without a second thought. I don't think that's the kind of sovereign I want to be." Drake's voice, quiet and warm within him, carried unmistakable approval. "That, partner, is precisely the distinction that will make what you are building here last," the dragon said. "Fear crumbles the moment it is tested too hard. What you showed today was not merely strength. It was restraint wielded by someone who understood exactly how much strength he actually possessed. That is a far rarer, and far more dangerous, thing to a true enemy than raw destruction alone." Overhead, the last of the morning mist was burning away entirely under the rising sun, and the 4 of them stood together in the clearing, bruised in places, exhausted, but entirely unbroken, the ancient ley lines of Kyoto humming steady and satisfied beneath their feet. Word of the encounter would travel fast, Issei understood, rippling out through the hero faction's ranks, through the underworld's careful whispers, through every corner of the supernatural world that had been quietly, cautiously watching to see what Kyoto's strange new sovereign truly was. Let it travel, he thought, feeling Yasaka's hand settle warm and steady on his shoulder, feeling Kuroka fall into step on his other side, feeling Rossweisse's quiet, approving presence at his back. Let the whole world find out exactly what they're dealing with. He had a feeling, standing there in the golden morning light with his chosen family gathered close around him, that the world was about to learn a great deal more than it expected. Chapter 5. News of the failed incursion reached the underworld within 2 days, carried through the careful, layered channels that powerful devil houses used to track anything that might threaten the fragile peace holding their world together. Rias heard the report from Aquino, who delivered it with her usual composed calm, even as her eyes carried a flicker of something closer to admiration. The hero faction sent a full squad against the Security in Kyoto, she said. They retreated within minutes. No fatalities on either side, which is apparently more restraint than anyone expected from either party involved. Rias set down the report she had been reading, her attention fully captured now. Tell me everything, she said. The details, once gathered, painted a picture that left even Rias's carefully composed household faction quietly stunned. A dozen trained hero faction operatives, armed with holy weapons specifically designed to counter supernatural threats, had been repelled not through overwhelming slaughter but through a controlled, deliberate display of restraint, the young Security choosing to disarm and drive off his attackers rather than escalate into a fight that could easily have ended in bloodshed on both sides. He held back, Rias murmured, almost to herself, remembering the quiet, unshaken certainty in Issei's voice when he had refused her offer weeks before. That's not the behavior of someone chasing power for its own sake. No, her queen agreed. It sounds like the behavior of someone who has already decided exactly what kind of ruler he intends to become, and is simply waiting for the rest of the world to catch up to that decision. Across the underworld, similar reports were reaching other houses, other factions, each interpreting the news through the particular lens of their own interests and anxieties. Some of the older, more conservative devil families saw only a dangerous variable growing entirely outside their control, a Security answering to no faction's authority, sheltered behind the walls of yokai territory where devil influence had always been carefully, deliberately limited. Others, more pragmatic, recognized an opportunity, a rising power that might, with careful diplomacy rather than clumsy aggression, become a valuable ally rather than an uncontrollable threat. It was this second view that eventually reached the ears of the great Satans themselves, delivered in careful, measured tones by advisors who understood the difference between a threat to be crushed and a force better courted than provoked. The reports made one thing abundantly clear: whatever was rising in Kyoto had already demonstrated both formidable strength and a maturity of judgment that made outright hostility a genuinely poor strategic choice. Send an envoy, one advisor suggested, in a private council meeting far from any heirs that might carry word back to the hero faction's increasingly embarrassed leadership. Not a demand for submission. An offer of respect, and perhaps, in time, alliance. A Security who chooses restraint over slaughter, and who has already earned the loyalty of the nine-tailed fox herself, is not an enemy any faction should wish to make carelessly. The council's eventual decision, reached after considerably more debate than the advisor's simple suggestion implied, was to send exactly the person best positioned to open such careful, respectful diplomacy. Rias, who had already met the young sovereign once, who had already extended one offer and accepted his refusal with grace rather than resentment, was uniquely suited to approach Kyoto's growing power a second time without the clumsy insult of open aggression. I already offered him a place in my peerage, Rias pointed out, when the assignment reached her formally. He refused. What makes anyone believe a second visit will be received any differently? You are not being sent to renew that offer, came the careful reply. You are being sent to acknowledge what he has already built, and to open the possibility of alliance between equals, rather than the offer of servitude you extended before. The distinction, Lady Gremery, may prove considerably more persuasive than you expect. Rias considered this for a long moment, remembering the quiet, unshaken conviction in Issei's voice, the way he had refused her offer not out of arrogance but out of a clear, settled understanding of exactly what kind of life he wanted to build for himself. She remembered, too, the flicker of genuine respect she had felt even in that refusal, an admiration she had not entirely examined at the time. Very well, she said finally. I will go. But I go as myself this time, not merely as a representative extending demands on behalf of houses that barely understand what they are dealing with. If Kyoto's sovereign is building something worth respecting, I intend to see it for myself, honestly, before I decide what alliance, if any, might actually serve us both. Her queen inclined her head in quiet approval. A wise approach, she said. I suspect, my lady, that you may find Kyoto rather more interesting than your last visit suggested. Rias allowed herself a small, thoughtful smile, some private curiosity stirring beneath her usual composed calm. I suspect I might, she agreed. Prepare the arrangements. I intend to see this dragon sage everyone has suddenly become so fascinated by, and I intend to see him on his own ground this time, without the assumptions I carried the first time I met him. Chapter 6. Rias arrived at Kyoto's border 3 days later, alone this time, without the retinue of peerage members who had accompanied her first visit, a deliberate choice meant to signal exactly the kind of careful, respectful diplomacy her counsel had instructed her to pursue. Yasaka met her at the tree line personally, her expression carrying the same watchful, ancient reserve she had shown during that first tense exchange weeks before, though something in her posture had softened, at least fractionally, at the sight of Rias arriving without an armed escort. You come differently than last time, Yasaka observed, as they walked together toward the residential district. I come to see what I misjudged, Rias said honestly. I offered your security a place in my peerage without truly understanding what he had already found here. I would like the chance to understand it properly this time, if you are willing to allow it. Yasaka studied her for a long moment, then nodded slowly, something like approval flickering behind her ancient amber eyes. That is a fair request, she said. Come. I suspect he will be in the training yard at this hour, and I suspect you will find the sight considerably more informative than any report your underworld advisors could have provided. They found Issei mid-lesson, sparring against Rossweisse with a controlled, fluid intensity that bore no resemblance to the desperate, untrained boy Rias remembered from their first meeting. Gold-threaded scale flickered along his gauntlet arm with each exchange, and the leyline current beneath the training yard visibly responded to his movements, gathering and flowing around him in patterns that made even Rias, who had witnessed considerable displays of devil magic across her lifetime, pause in genuine, unguarded surprise. That is not ordinary Sekyurai power, she murmured, watching Issei parry a strike and answer with a controlled burst of golden light that Rossweisse deflected with practiced ease. That's something else entirely. Senjutsu fused directly with the boosted gear, Yasaka confirmed, quiet pride evident in her voice. A fusion no host has managed before him, as far as either Drake or I have ever heard recorded. He calls it, when pressed, simply trying his best. I call it something considerably more significant than that. The sparring match ended when Issei noticed their approach, immediately calling a halt and crossing the yard toward them with an easy, unguarded warmth that Rias found, to her own quiet surprise, genuinely disarming. Rias, he said, no hostility in his voice at all, only open curiosity. I wasn't expecting to see you again so soon. I came to apologize, Rias said, deciding honesty was the only approach likely to actually work with someone as plainly sincere as he clearly was. Not for the offer itself, which I still believe was made in good faith, but for not taking the time, before I made it, to understand what you had already begun building here. I have heard what happened with the hero faction. I would like to understand the rest of it properly, if you are willing to show me. Issei studied her for a moment, weighing something behind his thoughtful expression, before a genuine smile broke across his face, the same easy warmth Rossweisse and Kuroka had both come to recognize as entirely, unguardedly real. I can do that, he said. Come on. I'll give you the full tour. Fair warning though, it's mostly just us drinking a lot of tea and figuring things out as we go. It's not exactly the imposing fortress the underworld's probably imagining. That, Rias said, following him toward the house with something like genuine curiosity stirring in her chest for the first time in longer than she cared to examine, may be precisely what makes it so difficult for anyone to properly counter. Over the following hours, Rias found herself introduced to a household unlike anything she had encountered across her considerable experience navigating the underworld's careful, calculated hierarchies. Kuroka greeted her with wary but genuine curiosity rather than the reflexive hostility Rias had half expected from a stray who had every reason to distrust devils on principle. Rossweisse spoke with the measured, professional respect of one soldier assessing another, offering careful, honest observations about Issei's training progress that carried none of the political calculation Rias was accustomed to hearing in similar reports. Yasaka watched the entire exchange with quiet, patient warmth, clearly content to let Rias draw her own conclusions rather than pressing any particular narrative. By the time evening settled golden and warm over the training yard, Rias understood, with a clarity her counsel's careful briefings had entirely failed to convey, exactly what made Kyoto's growing sovereign so genuinely formidable. It was not merely the fused power humming beneath his skin, nor the ley lines that answered his call with such unusual ease. It was the simple, unshakable loyalty he had earned, freely and without coercion, from everyone who had chosen to stand beside him. "I understand now," she said finally, as the four of them, along with Yasaka, gathered for evening tea in the same warm room where Kuroka had first led a soaked and exhausted Rossweisse weeks before. "Why my first offer meant nothing to you. You were never looking for power granted by someone else's authority. You were building your own." Issei nodded, something quietly grateful in his expression at finally being properly understood rather than merely tolerated. "That's exactly it," he said. "I don't want to rule because I forced anyone into it. I want whatever this becomes to actually mean something, because everyone here chose it freely. That's worth more to me than any amount of raw strength." Rias considered that for a long, thoughtful moment, then set down her tea and offered him a small, genuine smile of her own. "Then I withdraw my earlier offer entirely," she said. "Not out of defeat, but out of respect. I would like, instead, to offer something different. Not servitude, but alliance, between equals, should either of us ever need it. Kyoto has earned that much respect from the underworld today, whether every house within it is prepared to admit it yet, or not." Issei glanced at Yasaka, who gave a small, approving nod, then looked back at Rias with the same easy, open warmth that had first disarmed her hours before. "I think," he said, "we could work with that." Chapter 7. Rias departed the following morning with the promise of alliance carried carefully back to the underworld, and in her absence, the small household in Kyoto settled back into the quiet, steady rhythm that had become, over the preceding weeks, unmistakably home. But something had shifted in the aftermath of the hero faction's failed incursion, a recognition among the three women who had chosen to stand at Issei's side that whatever they were building together had grown into something worth naming properly, rather than simply drifting through unspoken understanding alone. It was Yasaka who raised the matter first, on a quiet evening some days after Rias's departure, as the four of them sat together in the garden watching the last light fade behind the mountains. "There is a bond among yokai," she said carefully, choosing her words with the deliberate care of someone raising a subject she had clearly been considering for some time. "Older than most modern factions remember, a covenant freely chosen rather than imposed, that binds those who choose to stand together under a single banner, sharing strength and purpose without any loss of one's own will or freedom. I have not offered it to anyone in centuries. I find myself considering offering it now." Issei looked at her, surprised but attentive. "What would that mean, exactly?" he asked. "It would mean," Yasaka said, "that whatever power flows through you would extend, in part, to protect and strengthen those bound alongside you, and that their strength, in turn, would flow back to reinforce your own. Not ownership," she added, watching Kuroka's ears flatten slightly at the word. "Never that. A covenant of chosen family, freely entered, freely ended if any among us ever wished it. I would not offer such a bond to anyone I did not already trust completely." Kuroka, who had gone unusually quiet during the explanation, finally spoke, her voice carrying a rare vulnerability beneath its usual easy confidence. "And if I said yes," she asked, "would it mean I actually belong here? Not just tolerated, not just some stray you let stay out of pity. Actually, permanently belong?" Yasaka's expression softened considerably, ancient amber eyes warm with something that went beyond mere approval. "It would mean exactly that," she said gently. "You have already earned that place a dozen times over these past weeks, Kuroka. This covenant would simply make visible what has already been true for some time." Rossweisse, listening with the same measured, thoughtful attention she brought to everything, finally spoke as well. "I left the Norse pantheon because I believed my service had come to mean nothing to anyone," she said quietly. "I did not expect, when I wandered into this territory soaked through and exhausted, to find a purpose worth binding myself to again so quickly. But I have watched what this household has already built these past weeks, and I find myself wanting, quite genuinely, to be a permanent part of it. Issei looked between the three of them, feeling something warm and certain settled deep in his chest, the same quiet conviction that had carried him through every trial since Yuma's spear had first ended his old life. I want that too, he said simply. All of it. Whatever this becomes, I want to build it with you three specifically, not because any of us are obligated to stay, but because every single day since we found each other, I've woken up grateful you're here. Drake, quiet through the exchange, spoke now with unmistakable warmth in his ancient voice. I have watched many bonds form across 1,000 years of hosts, the dragon said. Few have carried the weight this one does, freely chosen by every party involved, built on nothing but genuine trust and mutual choice. If you wish my blessing, partner, you already have it, though I suspect you needed it far less than you might imagine. Yasaka rose gracefully, extending a hand toward the center of the small circle they had formed in the garden, her 9 tails glowing faintly gold in the deepening evening light. Then let us make it formal, she said. Not through ceremony or ritual so elaborate it loses its meaning, but simply through the truth already living in this circle. Whoever wishes to bind themselves to this household, freely, and remain free to leave should they ever wish it, need only place their hand alongside mine. Kuroka moved first, her earlier hesitation entirely gone, placing her hand into the gathering gold light without a moment's further doubt. Rossweisse followed a heartbeat later, her expression carrying the same quiet, settled certainty of someone who had finally, after centuries of wandering, found ground worth standing on. Issei placed his own gauntlet hand last, feeling the ley-line current beneath the garden rise gently to meet the gathering light, weaving all 4 of them together in a warmth that had nothing to do with fire and everything to do with the simple, unshakable fact of chosen family. The light settled slowly into their skin, leaving no visible mark, no binding chain, nothing but a quiet, steady warmth that each of them would carry, unmistakably, from that evening forward. Kuroka let out a breath she seemed to have been holding for weeks, her tail curling contentedly around her feet for what might have been the first time since Issei had met her. Rossweisse's shoulders, held rigid with formal discipline for centuries, eased into something closer to genuine, unguarded rest. Well, Kuroka said finally, breaking the reverent quiet with her usual easy humor, guess that makes us official. Should we get matching outfits or something? Issei laughed, the sound carrying easily across the darkening garden, and felt, more certainly than he had felt anything since that terrible night beside the fountain, that whatever challenges still waited beyond Kyoto's borders, he would face them exactly as he was meant to, surrounded by people who had chosen him as freely and completely as he had chosen them. I think, he said, we're already exactly as official as we need to be. Chapter 8. Autumn came to Kyoto slowly, the bamboo groves shifting into deeper shades of gold and green, and with it came a quiet, settled confidence that Issei could feel humming steadily through the ley lines beneath his feet every time he sat to train in the early morning light. He was, by any honest measure, no longer the frightened boy who had woken bleeding beside a fountain months before. The gold-threaded scale along his gauntlet had become a permanent feature rather than a fleeting flicker of controlled power, visible now even when he was not actively drawing on the fused strength of senjutsu and dragon fire together. Drake had taken, in recent weeks, to referring to him by a title Issei still felt faintly embarrassed to hear spoken aloud, though he no longer bothered arguing against it. Dragon Sage suits you better than you seem willing to admit, partner, the dragon observed one morning, as Issei finished a training session that would have left him utterly exhausted only months before and now barely registered as effort at all. You have built something in this city that neither devils nor angels nor even the old yokai families fully anticipated. I suspect the wider world is only beginning to understand what that means. Issei considered this, watching Kuroka and Rossweisse spar good-naturedly across the yard, their easy camaraderie a far cry from the wary, guarded strangers who had first arrived seeking nothing more than shelter from a world that had given up on them both. Yasaka watched the exchange with warm, contented pride from the garden's edge, her 9 tails swaying lazily in the cool autumn air. I didn't set out to build an empire, Issei admitted quietly, more to himself than to Drake. I just wanted to survive that first night. Everything since then just sort of happened, one choice at a time. That is precisely how the strongest empires are always built, Drake said. Not through grand ambition declared from the outset, but through 1,000 small, genuine choices, each one made honestly, each one compounding into something far greater than any single decision could account for alone. You should be proud of what those choices have become, partner. Few sovereigns, in all my centuries of memory, have built something half so unshakable as what surrounds you now. The peace of that autumn morning, however, was not destined to last uninterrupted. As the sun climbed higher over the training yard, a familiar pulse rippled through the ley lines beneath Kyoto's ancient streets, sharp and urgent, carrying with it the unmistakable weight of news that would not wait for a convenient hour to arrive. Yasaka rose immediately, her expression shifting into the same sharp, alert focus Issei had come to recognize from the morning of the hero faction's failed incursion. A messenger approaches, she said. Not hostile this time, but urgent all the same. Something is moving beyond our borders that I believe we will all need to understand before it reaches us directly. The messenger, when he arrived moments later, proved to be a weathered old Tengu Issei had come to recognize from the network of scouts Yasaka maintained along Kyoto's furthest borders, his feathered wings dusty from hard, fast travel. He dropped into a hurried bow before Yasaka, breathless with the urgency of whatever news he carried. Lady Yasaka, he gasped. Word from the western routes. The hero faction has regrouped, and this time they march with reinforcements from beyond their usual ranks, forces from the underworld's more radical factions who see the Security's growing power here as a threat too dangerous to leave unchecked any longer. They are gathering at the western pass, my lady. Their numbers grow larger with each passing day. The training yard fell silent, the easy warmth of the autumn morning giving way to something colder and more focused. Kuroka's tail went rigid behind her, Rossweisse's hand already drifting toward the hilt of her sword, and Issei felt the familiar, steady certainty settle once more into his chest, the same quiet resolve that had carried him through every trial since Yuma's spear had first cracked open the door to everything he had since become. How long, he asked, before they reach us? Days, the Tengu said. Perhaps less, if their preparations move as quickly as our scouts fear. Issei looked around at the small, fierce, unshakable family gathered in that quiet garden, at Yasaka's ancient, unwavering resolve, at Kuroka's fierce readiness, at Rossweisse's steady, disciplined calm, and felt, beneath the cold certainty of the news just delivered, something else entirely. Not fear. Something closer to purpose, settled and absolute. Then we have days to prepare, he said, and for the first time since arriving in Kyoto, felt the full, quiet weight of the title Drake had given him settle naturally onto his shoulders. Let them come. Whatever they think they're marching against, they have no idea what Kyoto has actually become. Beyond the mountains, in the gathering shadow of a coalition forming with far greater ambition than the hero faction's first failed attempt, the western pass began to fill with soldiers who believed, with grim and misplaced confidence, that an untested sovereign and his small circle of loyal companions would fall easily before organized numbers. They had, none of them yet understood, seriously underestimated exactly what an empire built on chosen loyalty, rather than fear, was truly capable of becoming when it was finally, fully tested. Chapter 9. The War Council convened that same evening in the great hall of Yasaka's palace, a building deeper in the city than the modest wooden house Issei had come to think of as home, its high beams and painted screens a reminder that Yasaka's authority extended far beyond the quiet garden where they had spent so many peaceful mornings together. Gathered around the low table were not only Issei and his 3 companions, but a dozen of Yasaka's senior yokai commanders, weathered veterans of centuries past conflicts, each one studying Issei with a mixture of curiosity and cautious appraisal that he had grown accustomed to since first arriving in the city. The coalition marching against us is larger than any single force I have needed to answer in over a century, Yasaka said, spreading a map of the western approaches across the table, her voice carrying the calm, measured authority of a ruler who had weighed war many times before and never once approached it carelessly. Hero faction operatives, radical elements from 3 underworld houses who see profit in eliminating an unaligned power before it grows too strong to challenge, and our scouts report, at least one exorcist cell lending holy artifacts to the effort. This is not a raiding party testing our defenses. This is an invasion. One of the older commanders, a badger yokai with gray-streaked fur and old battle scars visible along one arm, leaned forward with evident concern. Lady Yasaka, he said, our defenses are strong, but we have not fought a war of this scale in generations. Are we certain the boy is ready to bear the weight this will place on him? Issei felt several eyes shift toward him at the question, and rather than bristling at the doubt, he found himself meeting it with the same steady calm that had carried him through every trial since that first terrible night. I'm not going to pretend I've fought a war before, he said honestly. But I've spent every day since I got here training to become someone capable of protecting this place. I'm not asking anyone to trust blind confidence. I'm asking you to trust what you've already watched me build, one choice at a time, since the day I arrived. The Badger commander studied him for a long moment, then inclined his head, something like respect settling into his weathered expression. Fair words, he said. I withdraw the question, Security. Show us in the field what you have shown us here at this table. Rossweisse, standing at the edge of the gathered commanders with the easy authority of someone who had planned countless campaigns across her centuries of service, stepped forward to study the map more closely, her finger tracing the western pass with practiced precision. If they are gathering here, she said, then the terrain itself works in our favor. The pass narrows considerably at this point, forcing any force marching through it into a column no wider than perhaps 30 abreast. A smaller, disciplined force holding the high ground on either side could inflict devastating losses before the enemy's numbers ever become a decisive advantage. Yasaka's eyes brightened with genuine approval. You have fought campaigns like this before, she observed. More times than I care to count, Rossweisse said. The Norse pantheon valued Valkyries for our combat instincts long before anyone valued us for anything else. I know how to break a numerically superior force when the ground allows for it. Kuroka, perched on the edge of the table with her tail flicking thoughtfully, added her own observation. And I can move through that terrain faster and quieter than almost anyone in this room, she said. If we're setting an ambush at that narrow point, I can scout their exact numbers and formation before they even know we're watching. No sense walking into this blind when I can get us the intelligence to plan it properly. The council continued long into the night, strategies debated and refined, old commanders offering the hard-won wisdom of centuries past conflicts while Rossweisse's formal military discipline shaped that wisdom into a coherent plan capable of meeting a genuinely modern threat. Issei listened more than he spoke through most of it, absorbing every detail, understanding gradually that the sovereign Drake kept insisting he had become was not merely a title earned through personal strength, but a role that required trusting the strength and wisdom of everyone gathered around that table as well. When the council finally adjourned, well past midnight, Issei found himself alone in the palace garden with Yasaka, the cool autumn air carrying the last traces of incense from the evening's long meeting. She studied him for a long, quiet moment, her ancient amber eyes carrying a weight he had not seen in her expression since the very first night they met. You are afraid, she observed gently. Not of dying. I do not believe you fear that any longer, not after everything you have already survived. You are afraid of failing them. Of leading everyone who has chosen to stand beside you into a battle you cannot actually win. Issei did not bother denying it. Yeah, he admitted quietly. That's exactly it. I didn't ask for any of this, not really. I just wanted to survive one bad night. Now there's an entire coalition marching toward us because of what I've become, and if I get this wrong, it's not just my life on the line. It's everyone's. Yasaka stepped closer, resting a warm hand against his shoulder with the same steady certainty she had shown him from their very first meeting beside that fountain months before. Then let me tell you something I have learned across many centuries of leading this territory, she said gently. No sovereign, however powerful, ever wins a war entirely alone. What makes you different from the coalition marching against us is not simply the strength in your arm, considerable though it has become. It is that you have never once tried to carry this burden by yourself. You have built a family willing to carry it alongside you, freely, because they believe in what you are protecting as fiercely as you do. Issei absorbed that for a long moment, feeling something in his chest steady beneath the weight of it, the same quiet, certain resolve that had carried him through every trial since Yuma's spear first ended his old life. "You're right," he said finally. "I keep forgetting that. I don't have to win this alone." "No," Yasaka agreed, her expression softening into something warmer, something that made Issei's breath catch slightly despite the exhaustion and worry weighing on him. "You do not. And for whatever it is worth, Issei, I do not believe, even for a single moment, that you will fail them. Not after everything I have already watched you become." They stood together in the quiet garden a while longer, the last of the evening's lanterns burning low around them, until the weight of the coming battle settled into something Issei could carry, not because it had grown lighter, but because he understood, fully and completely for the first time, that he would not be carrying it alone. He found Kuroka and Rossweisse still awake when he finally made his way back toward the smaller house, seated together on the porch step with 2 cups of tea gone cold between them, the easy quiet of 2 people who had grown comfortable enough with one another to simply share silence when words felt unnecessary. Kuroka glanced up first, her sharp eyes catching something in his expression that made her pat the step beside her without needing to be asked. "Yasaka give you the whole speech about not carrying it alone?" she asked, more observation than question. "Something like that," Issei admitted, settling down between them. "She's usually right about these things." "She usually is," Rossweisse agreed, though I confess I needed no speech to arrive at the same conclusion. I spent centuries believing my worth was measured only in how efficiently I could serve someone else's cause. It took leaving all of that behind to understand that the soldiers who fight best are rarely the ones fighting alone. They are the ones who trust the line holding beside them. Kuroka nudged Issei's shoulder with her own, her tail curling loosely around his ankle in a small, easy gesture of affection that had become, over the preceding weeks, entirely natural between them. "For what it's worth," she said, softer now than her usual playful tone, "I spent a long time thinking I'd end up dying alone in some alley somewhere, hunted by people who never once tried to understand why I ran in the first place. Whatever happens tomorrow, I'd rather face it standing next to people who actually give a damn what happens to me." "That's not nothing, Issei. That's actually everything." Issei looked between them, feeling the same warmth that had first settled into his chest the evening of their covenant, steady and certain despite the uncertainty waiting for them beyond the mountains. "I keep thinking about that first night," he said quietly. "Lying there bleeding in that park, certain I was about to die alone, and nobody would even know why. I never imagined it would lead to this. To any of this." "Neither did I," Rossweisse said. "And yet here we are." "Here we are," Kuroka agreed, tipping her head back to look up at the clear autumn stars scattered thick above the garden. "Whatever happens tomorrow, for whatever it's worth, I wouldn't trade the last few months for anything. Not even for the boring, safe life I used to think I wanted." They sat together a while longer beneath that wide, star-scattered sky, 3 unlikely companions bound not by fate or obligation but by the simple, steady accumulation of chosen trust, until the cold finally drove them inside to whatever rest the night before battle could offer. Issei lay awake long after the house had gone quiet, listening to the familiar sounds of Kuroka's soft breathing through the thin wall and Rossweisse's measured, disciplined stillness in the room beside his own, and felt, more certainly than he had felt anything since Yuma's spear first ended his old life, that whatever waited for them at the Western Pass, he was already exactly where he was meant to be. Chapter 10. The final day before the march to the Western Pass dawned quiet and clear, the kind of crisp autumn morning that felt almost cruel in its ordinary beauty given what waited beyond the mountains. Issei spent the early hours alone in the bamboo grove where his training had first begun, sitting in the same mossy clearing Yasaka had led him to on his very first day in Kyoto, letting the familiar, steady pulse of the ley line settle through him one final time before the chaos of the coming days took hold. Drake remained quiet through most of the morning, sensing, perhaps, that his host needed the silence more than any further counsel just then. "You have grown a great deal since that first morning in this grove," the dragon finally said, as the sun climbed fully over the bamboo canopy. "I confess I did not expect, when I first felt you reach for these ley lines out of pure desperate instinct, that it would lead to a morning like this one. A sovereign, prepared to defend an entire domain built from nothing but chosen kindness, facing down a coalition that underestimates exactly what that kindness has become. I still don't feel like a sovereign, Issei admitted quietly. I just feel like someone who doesn't want to lose the people who chose to stay. That, Drake said, with unmistakable warmth in his ancient voice, is precisely what makes you one, partner. The title was never about grandeur. It was always about exactly what you just described. By midday, the household gathered in the training yard one final time before the march, each of them dressed now not for practice but for the battle waiting beyond the mountains. Kuroka's usual playful energy had sharpened into fierce, focused readiness, her claws catching the afternoon light as she flexed them absently, eager and unafraid. Rossweisse stood with the calm, disciplined bearing of a soldier who had faced war more times than she could easily count, her armor fitted and her sword freshly sharpened, centuries of purpose finally, fully restored to her bearing. Yasaka, dressed in ceremonial robes that did nothing to diminish the raw, ancient power radiating from her, watched over all of them with the steady, protective authority of a ruler who had defended this territory across countless centuries and intended to defend it across countless more. Issei looked at each of them in turn, feeling the same quiet certainty from that very first night beside the fountain settle deep into his chest, stronger now than it had ever been. Whatever waited for them at the Western Pass, he understood, standing in that training yard surrounded by everyone who had chosen to build this life alongside him, that Kyoto's coalition of invaders had made a grave and serious miscalculation in believing an empire built on genuine loyalty could ever be as fragile as one built on fear. We didn't ask for this fight, he said, his voice carrying easily across the quiet yard. But we're not going to run from it either. Everyone marching against us thinks they're facing down some unchecked threat that needs to be put down before it grows too strong. What they're actually facing is a family that chose each other freely, and that isn't going to back down just because the numbers look intimidating on paper. Kuroka grinned fiercely, her tail lashing with eager anticipation. Damn right, she said. Let them come. I've been waiting for a real fight for weeks. Rossweisse allowed herself a small, determined smile of her own. I have trained for battles like this across many centuries, she said. I intend to make certain this one becomes a lesson the survivors carry with them for the rest of their lives. Yasaka's 9 tails glowed faintly gold in the afternoon light as she stepped forward, resting one hand briefly against Issei's shoulder before addressing the full gathering of commanders and soldiers assembling behind them for the march. Kyoto has stood for centuries as a place of refuge for those the wider world discarded, she said, her voice carrying easily across the assembled ranks. We do not march today to conquer. We march to protect what we have built, and to make certain the rest of the supernatural world finally understands that this territory, and everyone sheltered within it, is no longer something to be tested lightly. The gathered soldiers answered with a rising cheer that echoed across the training yard and out toward the mountains beyond, the sound carrying with it weeks of patient training and hard-won trust finally converging into a single, unshakable resolve. Issei felt Drake stir within him, ancient satisfaction radiating warm and steady behind his ribs, and understood, with total and complete certainty, exactly what waited for him at the Western Pass. Not merely a battle to survive. The true beginning of everything Kyoto was destined to become. As the sun began its slow descent toward evening, the small, fierce household that had formed around the dying boy's second chance marched together toward the mountains, banners bearing Yasaka's ancient golden fox catching the last light of day, Issei's gold-threaded gauntlet burning steady and certain at his side. Behind them, the ley lines of Kyoto pulsed on, patient and watchful, carrying the weight of every choice that had led to this moment, every small kindness offered to the hunted and the hopeless, every quiet morning of training in a grove that had, in the span of a single season, transformed an ordinary boy into the sovereign a rising empire had chosen, freely and completely, to follow into whatever storm waited beyond the Western Pass. Act 3. Chapter 1. The Western Pass came into view as the sun broke fully over the mountains, a narrow throat of stone and pine that had guarded Kyoto's approaches since long before Yasaka herself had first taken up the mantle of its protection, and even from a distance, the scale of the coalition gathered on its far side was enough to still the marching column's usual quiet chatter into grim, focused silence. Kuroka returned from her scouting run just after dawn, dropping down from the tree line with none of her usual playful energy, her expression sharp and serious in a way Issei had rarely seen from her. "They're bigger than the Tengu's report suggested," she said, crouching low beside the War Council's gathered commanders. 200 at least, maybe more still arriving. Hero faction regulars at the front, holy weapons all through their ranks. Behind them, devil banners I don't recognize, minor houses probably, hungry for whatever credit they think they'll earn putting you down. And there's exorcists too, scattered through their formation, hard to count exactly how many. Rossweisse studied the terrain map spread across a flat stone beside her, her expression calm but calculating, the same discipline that had shaped centuries of Norse campaigns settling naturally over her features. 200 is a significant force, she said, but it is not an insurmountable one, not with the ground working in our favor. If they commit to marching through the pass in force, as their numbers suggest they intend, the narrow approach negates most of their numerical advantage. We hold the high ground on both flanks. We let the pass do the work an equal fight never could. Yasaka, standing at the edge of the gathered commanders with her 9 tails held still and controlled behind her, nodded slowly, though her ancient eyes carried a weight Issei had not seen in her expression before, the particular gravity of someone who had watched too many young soldiers march into battles that cost more than victory was ever worth. "We will not seek needless slaughter," she said. "Every soldier in that coalition believes, however wrongly, that they march for a righteous cause. I would rather break their will to fight than break their bodies beyond recovery, wherever that choice remains open to us." Issei felt the weight of that instruction settle firmly into his own resolve, matching exactly the quiet conviction he had carried since the hero faction's first failed incursion months before. "That's exactly how I want this fought," he said. "We're not here to prove how much damage we can do. We're here to make it so obvious that attacking Kyoto isn't worth the cost that nobody ever tries it again." Drake's voice rumbled low and thoughtful within him. "A worthy aim, partner," the dragon said. "Though I suspect, once they see fully what you have become, restraint may prove easier to offer than it will be for them to accept. Pride, wounded badly enough, rarely retreats gracefully." The coalition began its advance into the pass just past midday, the front ranks of hero faction soldiers moving with the confident, measured discipline of people who had trained specifically to hunt supernatural threats and had never once, in their considerable experience, encountered a force willing or able to meet them on genuinely equal terms. Behind them, the devil banners Kuroka had spotted advance with more caution, minor house soldiers who had been sent, Issei suspected, more to claim credit for a victory their superiors expected to be easy than out of any genuine confidence in the coalition's cause. From the high ground on either flank, Yasaka's forces watched the advance in disciplined, patient silence, every soldier holding position exactly as Rossweisse's careful strategy had instructed, waiting for the coalition's column to fully commit to the pass's narrowest point before springing whatever trap the day's battle would ultimately become. Issei stood at the pass's central rise alongside Yasaka, Kuroka, and Rossweisse, the 4 of them positioned exactly where the coalition's advancing scouts would be certain to spot them first, a deliberate choice meant to draw the enemy's full attention and confidence toward exactly the point where Rossweisse's ambush would prove most devastating. Gold-threaded scale gleamed steadily along Issei's gauntlet in the midday sun, the fused power of senjutsu and dragon fire humming patient and ready beneath his skin. The coalition's front line spotted them within minutes, a ripple of recognition passing visibly through the advancing ranks as soldiers realized exactly who stood waiting at the pass's center. The hero faction commander at their head, a broad-shouldered man Issei did not recognize from the earlier failed incursion, raised a hand to halt the column's advance, studying the 4 of them across the narrowing distance with the calculating focus of someone assessing a threat he had clearly been warned about but had not, judging by his expression, fully believed until this moment. So the rumors were true, the commander called across the pass, his voice carrying easily in the still mountain air. A Sekyurai building his own little kingdom, propped up by a fox's borrowed strength, and whatever strays and rejects he's managed to collect along the way. The underworld's radical houses were right to be concerned. Unchecked power like yours doesn't belong outside proper oversight. Issei felt Kuroka bristle beside him at the word rejects, her tail lashing sharply, but he raised a hand calmly, keeping his own voice level and clear as it carried back across the pass. "Everyone standing here chose to be here," he said. "Chose it freely, same as I chose to build something worth protecting instead of handing my life over to whichever faction offered the loudest demand first. You came here to put down what you're calling unchecked power. I'd ask you to look a little closer at what you're actually facing before you decide that's still a fight worth having." The commander's expression flickered, something like genuine hesitation passing behind his eyes for just a moment, before hardening back into cold, practiced resolve. "Careful words don't change what you are," he called back. "Advance." Before the advance fully committed, Issei allowed himself one final, quiet moment to look at the three women standing beside him, each one carrying, in their own way, the full weight of everything the coming battle would demand. Yasaka's expression remained calm and composed, though the faint golden shimmer along her tails betrayed the depth of power she held ready beneath that composure. Kuroka's eyes were bright and sharp, every trace of her old wariness replaced now by fierce, focused readiness. Rossweisse stood with the settled, disciplined calm of a soldier who had trained her entire long life for exactly this kind of decisive engagement. "Whatever happens today," Issei said quietly, meant for the three of them alone, "I need you all to know that none of this, none of what we've built, was ever really about becoming strong enough to win a fight like this. It was about building something worth fighting for in the first place. I just want us to remember that, no matter how today goes. We remember it every single day," Kuroka said, her tail curling briefly around his ankle in a small, fierce gesture of solidarity. "That's exactly why we're standing here." Rossweisse inclined her head in solemn agreement. "There is no version of today's outcome," she said, "in which I regret a single choice that led me to this pass, standing beside all of you. Whatever comes, we face it together, precisely as we always have." Yasaka said nothing, only rested her hand briefly against Issei's shoulder, the gesture carrying more reassurance than any words could have offered before the coalition's front line surged forward into the pass's narrowing throat, exactly as Rossweisse's careful strategy had anticipated, and above them, hidden along the high stone ridges on either flank, Yasaka's disciplined forces rose silently to meet them. Chapter 2. The ambush struck with the precision of a plan built by centuries of hard-won military discipline, Yasaka's forces descending from the high ridges in coordinated waves that shattered the coalition's forward momentum before their front line had advanced more than 100 paces into the pass's narrowest point. Rossweisse moved through the chaos with the calm, economical precision of someone who had trained for exactly this kind of engagement across centuries of service, her blade catching and turning aside strike after strike as she carved a path directly toward the coalition's disorganized center, her voice carrying clear and sharp over the clash of steel and the crackle of holy energy discharged in every direction. "Hold the flanks," she called to the yokai soldiers pressing in from either side. "Do not let them regroup into formation. A scattered enemy cannot leverage its numbers." Kuroka fought like something out of an old hunting legend, weaving between exorcists and hero faction soldiers alike with a speed that made most of their strikes land on empty air, her claws finding weapons and wrists with brutal, efficient precision that disarmed far more often than it wounded, holding true to the restraint Yasaka had asked of them even in the heat of open combat. A group of 3 exorcists attempted to flank her from a narrow gap between the rocks, and she rolled beneath their first coordinated strike, came up inside their guard, and left all 3 of them disarmed and stumbling before they fully registered she had moved at all. "You're all really bad at this," she called back to them cheerfully, already moving on to the next cluster of soldiers pressing forward into the pass. Yasaka herself remained near the pass's rear approach, her 9 tails weaving through the air in patterns that sent controlled arcs of golden fire rolling across the coalition's disorganized reinforcements, driving them back from reinforcing their embattled front line without inflicting the kind of devastating losses her ancient power could easily have delivered if restraint had not remained her explicit priority. Her expression, even amid the chaos of battle, carried the same calm, watchful authority she brought to every quiet morning of training in the garden, centuries of leading this territory settling naturally over every calculated, controlled strike. The hero faction commander, watching his coalition's carefully planned advance collapse into disorganized retreat within minutes of engagement, pulled back toward the pass's rear ranks with an expression that had shifted from cold confidence into something far more uncertain. "Regroup," he shouted, his voice cracking slightly with the strain of a plan already unraveling faster than he had prepared for. "They're just 3 fighters and some borrowed yokai muscle. Hold the line." It was in that moment, as the commander struggled to rally his scattering forces, that Issei finally moved from his position at the pass's central rise, gold-threaded scale burning steady and bright along his gauntlet as he stepped down into the chaos of the battle itself. He did not strike immediately. He moved instead through the fighting with the same controlled, deliberate calm he had shown during the hero faction's first failed incursion, disarming soldiers who pressed too close, catching and redirecting strikes aimed at the yokai fighters around him, the fused power of senjutsu and dragon fire humming through him in a steady, patient current rather than the desperate flood it had once been. Every movement carried the quiet, unmistakable confidence of someone who understood exactly how much strength he actually possessed, and understood, just as clearly, that using all of it carelessly would betray everything he had built these past months. Drake's voice carried steady and warm within him even through the chaos of battle. "You are holding the line beautifully, partner," the dragon observed. "This is precisely the restraint I hoped you would carry into your first true test. Strength wielded with this much discipline unsettles a desperate enemy far more thoroughly than raw destruction ever could." The coalition's front ranks, watching their supposedly unstoppable advance collapse against a force that seemed to be barely trying, began to break in earnest, soldiers dropping weapons and retreating toward the pass's rear approach in scattered, disorganized clusters. The hero faction commander, watching his carefully planned invasion crumble before his eyes, pulled back toward the coalition's reserve forces still gathered beyond the pass's far entrance, shouting orders that carried increasingly less authority with every passing moment. "Fall back to the reserves," he called. "Regroup at the tree line. This isn't over." Rossweisse, cutting down the last resistance in her immediate path with clean, controlled strikes, glanced toward Issei with something like professional satisfaction evident even through the intensity of ongoing combat. "Their front line is breaking," she called across the chaos. "If their reserves commit fully now, this becomes a war of attrition rather than a decisive engagement. We need to end this before they have the chance to regroup properly." Issei felt Drake's presence settle deep and certain within him, the full weight of the fused power he had spent months carefully cultivating finally, fully ready to answer whatever the battle still demanded. "Then let's end it," he said, and turned toward the coalition's retreating vanguard, gold-threaded scale blazing brighter along his gauntlet as the ley line current beneath the pass rose to meet his call with the ease of long-practiced mastery. Chapter 3. The reserve forces waiting beyond the pass's far entrance had watched the vanguards collapse with growing, uneasy alarm, their confident formation already beginning to waver even before Issei's approach became fully visible through the settling dust and smoke of the ongoing engagement. He walked toward them without hurry, the gold-threaded scale along his gauntlet now burning bright enough to cast long shadows across the pass's stone walls, the ley line current beneath his feet rising in a steady, controlled column that made the very air around him shimmer with contained, patient power. Behind him, the coalition's broken vanguard scattered further into disorganized retreat, and ahead, the reserve commanders exchanged uncertain glances, their earlier confidence rapidly curdling into something closer to genuine fear. "You've seen what happens when your soldiers press this fight," Issei called out, his voice carrying easily across the pass despite its evenness, the weight of restrained power behind every word landing with far more force than shouting ever could have. "I'm not looking to destroy anyone here. I'm looking for you to understand exactly what you're actually facing before more people get hurt over a decision made by commanders who never once bothered to properly understand what Kyoto has become." One of the reserve commanders, a devil in the ceremonial armor of a minor underworld house, stepped forward with a bravado that did not entirely mask the uncertainty beneath it. "A pretty speech," he called back. "But we didn't march here for speeches. We marched to remove a threat the underworld's proper authorities never sanctioned. Whatever power you're hiding behind that gauntlet, it ends today." Issei felt Drake stir within him, patient and steady. "If you wish to demonstrate exactly what restraint has been protecting them from, partner, now would be the moment," the dragon said. Let them see it clearly enough that no coalition ever mistakes your patience for weakness again. Issei raised his gauntlet arm, and for the first time since the battle had begun, released the full current of fused power he had spent months learning to hold rather than unleash. Gold and crimson light erupted outward in a controlled, sweeping arc, not aimed to kill, but shaped with deliberate, masterful precision to shatter every weapon still raised against him, to scatter the reserve formation's tight ranks like leaves before a gale, to announce, in a single overwhelming display, exactly how vast the strength was that Kyoto's sovereign had chosen, again and again, not to use. The reserve forces scattered before the wave of golden fire, weapons torn from stunned hands, formations broken beyond any hope of rallying, soldiers driven to their knees by pressure alone rather than any lasting wound. When the light finally settled, the pass had fallen entirely silent but for the ragged breathing of a coalition that had marched to war expecting an easy victory, and found instead the absolute, undeniable limit of exactly how badly they had misjudged their target. The devil commander who had spoken moments before stared up at Issei from where he had been driven to his knees, his earlier bravado utterly gone, replaced by the same shaken, unwilling fear the very first hero faction commander had shown months before. That was, he said, his voice barely steady, restrained. It was, Issei confirmed, stepping closer, his tone carrying no cruelty, only the same quiet, unshaken conviction that had defined every choice he had made since Yuma's spear first ended his old life. I could have ended this fight the moment your vanguard entered the pass. I didn't, because I don't want Kyoto to be known as a place that answers every threat with slaughter. But I need every single person marching under whatever banner sent you here to understand something clearly, right now, so this never has to happen again. He raised his voice then, letting it carry across the entire scattered length of the pass, to every soldier still capable of hearing him, every commander still weighing whether the day's failed invasion might yet be salvaged into something worth continuing. Kyoto is not unclaimed territory waiting to be seized by whoever marches against it with enough numbers, he called. It is not a threat that needs to be contained, or a resource that needs to be controlled. It is a home, built by people who chose each other freely, protected by strength that only exists because it was earned through trust rather than fear. I am declaring, here and now, in front of everyone who marched against us today, that this territory stands under my protection, absolute and untouchable, for as long as I draw breath to defend it. Anyone who comes here again looking for an easy conquest will find exactly what you found today, and I promise you, the next demonstration will not be nearly so restrained. Silence answered him, the entire pass held in the grip of a declaration that carried, beneath its calm and measured delivery, the full and undeniable weight of everything Issei had become since that first desperate night beside the fountain. The devil commander at his feet lowered his gaze first, followed slowly by the scattered remnants of the coalition's reserve forces, an entire invasion's worth of confidence and ambition broken not by slaughter, but by the simple, absolute clarity of exactly what they had chosen to challenge. Drake's voice, when it finally spoke again, carried something that sounded, for the first time in 1,000 years of hosts, genuinely and completely satisfied. Well spoken, partner, the dragon said. I do not believe, after today, that anyone marching under any banner will mistake Kyoto for an easy target again. Yasaka arrived at his side as the last scattered remnants of the reserve force withdrew toward the tree line, her 9 tails settling calm and controlled behind her, though the pride evident in her ancient amber eyes carried far more weight than any words alone could have. You held the line exactly as I hoped you would, she said quietly, for his ears alone. Restraint married to overwhelming strength is a far rarer thing than either quality on its own, Issei. I have watched centuries of would-be conquerors mistake one for the other. You never have. I learned that from watching you, he said honestly. Every single lesson in that bamboo grove was as much about restraint as it was about power. I don't think I could have held back today without everything you taught me first. Kuroka and Rossweisse joined them a moment later, both breathing hard from the battle's final chaotic minutes but otherwise unharmed, and the 4 of them stood together at the pass's central rise, watching the last of the coalition's forces disappear beyond the tree line in scattered, thoroughly humbled retreat. Behind them, the yokai soldiers who had fought so fiercely at Rossweisse's careful direction began the quiet, methodical work of tending to the wounded on both sides, a task Yasaka had insisted upon from the very beginning of the day's planning, and one that Issei understood now, watching it unfold, as perhaps the truest measure of exactly what kind of empire they had all chosen to build together. We should let word of this spread on its own, Rossweisse suggested, watching the retreating coalition with the calculating focus of someone already considering the engagement's longer-term consequences. The soldiers who survive today will carry the story back to whatever commanders sent them here, and I suspect that story will prove considerably more persuasive than any formal declaration we might issue ourselves. Nothing discourages further aggression quite as effectively as an enemy's own testimony. Kuroka, still catching her breath, managed a tired but satisfied grin. Guess we don't have to worry about anyone mistaking us for an easy target again anytime soon, she said. Word's gonna spread fast after today. Let it spread, Issei said, watching the pass's settling dust drift slowly toward the mountains beyond. I'd rather people understand exactly what we're protecting here than have to prove it again every single season. Chapter 4. The coalition's retreat, once it began, unfolded with none of the disciplined order its commanders had likely envisioned when they first marched confidently into the western pass. Soldiers who had come expecting an easy demonstration of overwhelming numbers instead withdrew in scattered, chastened clusters, weapons gathered but rarely raised again, the fight thoroughly and unmistakably gone out of them. Yasaka moved through the aftermath with the calm, measured authority of a ruler who had seen countless battles end across her centuries of guarding this territory, personally ensuring the wounded on both sides received whatever care her yokai healers could offer. A gesture of mercy that did not go unnoticed by the retreating coalition's more observant commanders. This is not a war I intend to prolong through cruelty, she told one such commander, a weathered exorcist who had watched, wide-eyed, as her healers tended to his injured soldiers alongside her own. Your people fought under orders they believed were just. I hold no grudge against those who were simply following a cause they did not fully understand. The exorcist studied her for a long moment, something shifting behind his cautious, weary expression. I was told the nine-tailed fox was a threat that needed containing, he admitted. I was told the security I sheltered here represented an unchecked danger no faction could afford to ignore. I am beginning to understand exactly how badly I was misled. Kuroka, moving through the aftermath alongside Rossweisse, found herself approached by a small cluster of hero faction soldiers who had laid down their weapons entirely, their earlier hostility replaced by something closer to genuine, uneasy curiosity. One of them, a young woman not much older than Kuroka herself, hesitated before speaking. Is it true, she asked, that you were a stray before you came here? Hunted by your own former masters, just like the rest of us were told to expect from rogue yokai. Kuroka considered the question, her tail flicking thoughtfully behind her, some old wariness momentarily resurfacing before she chose, deliberately, to answer honestly rather than defensively. Yeah, she said. Hunted for months before I found this place. Nobody handed me anything here. I earned my place same as everybody else did, through choices, not through some faction deciding I was dangerous enough to need controlling. The young soldier absorbed that in silence, glancing back toward the scattered remnants of the coalition she had marched with, something clearly shifting behind her thoughtful expression. That's not what we were told to expect, she admitted quietly. We were told you were all being controlled, or manipulated, or dangerous in some way that justified all of this. Rossweisse, standing nearby with the same measured, professional calm she carried through every aspect of her service, spoke up gently. Propaganda rarely survives contact with the truth it was built to obscure, she said. You marched here believing you fought for a righteous cause. I would encourage you to carry that same honest scrutiny back to whoever convinced you this cause was worth marching for in the first place. By the time the sun began its slow descent toward evening, the pass had emptied almost entirely of coalition forces, their retreat carrying with it not merely the physical remnants of a failed invasion, but the beginning of something Issei suspected would prove far more consequential in the months ahead, a quiet, spreading understanding among soldiers who had marched confident and left thoroughly humbled that whatever they had been told about Kyoto's supposed threat had been, at best, a dangerous oversimplification, and at worst, a deliberate lie. Issei found himself standing alone at the pass's central rise as the last of the retreating forces disappeared beyond the tree line, the gold-threaded scale along his gauntlet finally fading back toward its usual quiet crimson, the immense, controlled current of power he had held through the battle's climax settling slowly back into the steady, patient hum that had become, over these past months, simply a part of who he was. Drake's voice, quiet and thoughtful within him, broke the silence first. "You held that entire confrontation with more restraint than I believed possible for a host so early in his development," the dragon said. "I have watched hosts across 1,000 years struggle to control far smaller reserves of power than what runs through you now. What you demonstrated today was not merely strength, partner. It was mastery. I didn't want anyone to die today," Issei said quietly, watching the last traces of dust settle over the empty pass. "Even people who came here to kill me. I don't think I could have called this a real victory if it had ended any other way. That," Drake said, with unmistakable warmth in his ancient voice, "is precisely why it was won." Behind him, Yasaka approached with Kuroka and Rossweisse at her sides, all three of them carrying the particular, weary satisfaction of a hard-fought day resolved without unnecessary loss, and together the four of them stood a while longer in the fading afternoon light, looking out over the pass that had, in a single day, transformed from a contested border into an unmistakable testament to exactly what Kyoto's sovereign and his chosen family had built together. Kuroka let out a long, satisfied breath, finally allowing the day's tension to fully drain from her shoulders. "Can't believe that actually worked," she admitted. "I mean, I believed in the plan, believed in you, all of it. But watching it actually happen, watching an entire coalition just fold like that, it's still kind of hard to wrap my head around." Rossweisse allowed herself a rare, genuine laugh, the sound carrying easily across the quiet, emptying pass. "I have planned a great many campaigns across my centuries of service," she said. "Few of them concluded so decisively, and fewer still concluded with so little lasting harm on either side. I confess this ranks among the finest work I have ever had the honor of contributing to." "You did most of the actual planning," Issei reminded her. "I just showed up and did what you told me to." "You showed up, held the line with more restraint than most soldiers twice your experience could manage, and then ended the entire engagement with a declaration that will likely be remembered for generations," Rossweisse said dryly. "I would hardly call that just showing up." Yasaka, watching the exchange with quiet, contented amusement, finally spoke, her voice carrying the same warm, ancient authority that had guided them through every trial since that very first night. "Whatever any of us contributed individually," she said, "today belonged to all of us equally. That is, I believe, precisely why it succeeded as thoroughly as it did." As the last light of afternoon gave way to the deepening gold of evening, the four of them began the walk back toward the city, leaving the emptied pass behind them, its stones bearing silent witness to a battle that had, in the span of a single day, secured Kyoto's place among the supernatural world's respected powers for what everyone present understood, with quiet and unshakable certainty, would prove to be a very long time indeed. Chapter 5. Word of the Western Pass reached every corner of the supernatural world within days, carried not merely through the careful, measured channels the underworld's great houses typically relied upon, but through the far less controllable testimony of soldiers who had marched confident into battle and returned humbled, honest, and increasingly unwilling to repeat the propaganda that had sent them there in the first place. Rias received the full report personally, delivered this time not through Akino's composed summary but through a lengthy, detailed account from one of the minor devil commanders who had survived the engagement, his testimony carrying a raw, unguarded honesty that made even Rias's carefully composed household pause in genuine surprise. "He could have destroyed us entirely," the commander admitted, still visibly shaken days after the battle. "He had every opportunity, every justification given what we marched there to do. Instead he shattered our weapons, scattered our formation, and then stood there and told us, plainly, that Kyoto wasn't a threat to be contained. It was a home he intended to protect. I have served 3 different houses across my career, Lady Gremery. I have never once heard a commander speak with that kind of conviction after a battle he had every reason to gloat over." Rias absorbed the account in thoughtful silence, remembering her own visit to Kyoto months before, the quiet, unshakable loyalty she had witnessed firsthand among Issei's small household, the easy, unguarded warmth that had disarmed her far more thoroughly than any display of raw power could have. It seems, she said finally, that the radical houses who organized this coalition badly misjudged exactly what they were provoking. They did, her queen agreed. And I suspect, judging by the volume of reports already circulating through every faction with an interest in the matter, that misjudgment is about to prove considerably more costly than the battle itself. The fallout, once it began, moved with the particular speed reserved for embarrassments too significant for any faction to fully contain. The great Satans, already predisposed toward the more pragmatic view Rias's earlier diplomatic visit had encouraged, moved quickly to formally distance themselves from the radical houses that had organized the failed coalition, issuing careful statements affirming that Kyoto's sovereignty, and the nine-tailed fox's ancient authority over her territory, had never carried official underworld sanction to challenge in the first place. The hero faction's leadership, faced with a humiliating defeat and a growing number of soldiers openly questioning the propaganda that had sent them to the Western Pass, found their standing among more moderate exorcist factions considerably weakened, their next moves watched now with far greater scrutiny than before. Even heaven, typically slow to weigh in on matters between devils and yokai, sent careful, indirect acknowledgement through the angelic factions that maintained cautious diplomatic ties with the supernatural world's various powers, a quiet suggestion that a sovereign who fought with such deliberate restraint, who chose mercy over slaughter even when slaughter would have been easily justified, was not the kind of threat that warranted further hostile attention from any faction genuinely interested in preserving the fragile peace among their various worlds. Rias returned to Kyoto herself less than a week after the battle, this time accompanied openly by 2 members of her peerage, a visible signal of the formal alliance her council had finally, fully sanctioned in the aftermath of the coalition's humiliating defeat. Issei met her at the same tree line where their second meeting had first taken place months before, the gold-threaded scale along his gauntlet now a permanent, visible mark of everything he had become since their first tense encounter. I came to formalize what we discussed before the battle, Rias said, without preamble, her tone carrying the same open respect she had shown during her last visit. The underworld recognizes Kyoto's sovereignty officially now, whatever grumbling the radical houses still offer in private. I would like our alliance recorded properly, not merely as a private understanding between the two of us, but as a formal arrangement between equals, acknowledged by every house with any real influence over these matters. Issei considered the offer for a moment, thinking of everything that had led to this point, the desperate first night beside the fountain, Yasaka's steady hand extended in the darkness, the slow accumulation of trust that had built an entire household from strangers who had every reason to remain wary of one another. I think that's exactly right, he said finally. Not because we need the underworld's protection. Because it's worth having allies who actually understand what we've built here, instead of just fearing it. Rias smiled, genuine warmth reaching her eyes in a way it rarely had during her earlier, more guarded visits. Then let us make it official, she said. Kyoto's sovereign, and the Gremory House, standing as equals. I suspect, given everything you have already accomplished in so short a time, that alliance will prove considerably more valuable to both of us than either side might currently expect. The formal signing took place that same afternoon in Yasaka's Great Hall, the assembled peerage members and yokai commanders serving as witnesses to an agreement that carried, beneath its careful diplomatic language, the simple acknowledgement of everything both sides had come to understand about the other since their very first tense meeting months before. Rias signed the document with practiced, elegant precision, then looked up at Issei with an expression that mixed professional satisfaction with something warmer and more personal underneath it. For what it is worth, she said, once the formalities had concluded and the gathered witnesses had begun to disperse, I do not regret that you refused my first offer. I believed, at the time, that I was offering you the only kind of safety worth having. Watching what you built instead has taught me something I suspect will change how I approach every future member of my own peerage. Power freely chosen will always outlast power merely granted. Issei considered that for a moment, thinking of how far removed he now felt from the frightened, uncertain boy who had first refused her offer beside a fountain months before. I think you already understood that more than you realized, he said. You just needed the chance to see it proven somewhere outside your own peerage first. Perhaps, Rias allowed, a thoughtful smile touching her lips. Perhaps that is exactly what today was for. Beyond the immediate diplomatic victory, the formal alliance carried consequences that rippled outward through the following weeks in ways even Yasaka's centuries of political experience had not entirely anticipated. Minor houses that had quietly supported the radical coalition's aggression found themselves increasingly isolated as more moderate factions moved to align themselves, cautiously but unmistakably, with a territory whose strength and restraint had proven, beyond any remaining doubt, considerably more valuable as an ally than as an enemy. The hero faction, its leadership humiliated and its ranks increasingly unwilling to trust the propaganda that had led them to the Western Pass, entered a period of quiet, internal reckoning that would, in time, reshape its entire approach to any future engagement with yokai territory. Yasaka, watching these developments unfold with the patient satisfaction of a ruler who had spent centuries navigating exactly this kind of delicate political terrain, offered Issei a rare, unguarded smile one evening as the reports continued to arrive. You have accomplished, in less than a year, what I once believed might take an entire generation to achieve, she said. A territory respected rather than merely feared. That is a legacy few sovereigns, in all my centuries of memory, have ever managed to build so quickly, or so genuinely. I had a lot of help, Issei reminded her, though the warmth in his voice made clear he understood, fully, exactly how true her words were. Chapter 6. The days following the battle settled into something Issei had not quite expected after the intensity of the Western Pass, a kind of quiet, grateful ordinariness that felt, in its own way, more precious than any of the dramatic confrontations that had led to it. The household resumed its familiar rhythms almost immediately, though something in the texture of daily life had shifted subtly in the aftermath, a settled confidence replacing the watchful uncertainty that had lingered beneath even their happiest moments before the coalition's failed invasion. Kuroka, in particular, seemed lighter than Issei had ever seen her, the last vestiges of her old wariness finally, fully dissolved in the wake of a battle that had proven, beyond any remaining doubt, that the family she had chosen would defend her as fiercely as she had learned to defend them. I keep waiting for it to feel like a dream I'm going to wake up from, she admitted one evening, sprawled comfortably across the garden grass while Rossweisse methodically cleaned and oiled her sword nearby, an old habit of discipline she maintained even in peaceful stretches. Spent so long running that some part of me still expects it all to fall apart the second I stop being careful. Rossweisse glanced up from her work, her expression carrying the particular understanding of someone who had spent centuries learning, and eventually unlearning, similar defensive habits of her own. That feeling fades, she said. Slowly, and not entirely, but it does fade. I still catch myself bracing for reassignment some mornings, out of nothing but old habit. It grows quieter with time, the longer you let yourself actually trust what you have found. Yasaka, tending to a small garden bed of late autumn chrysanthemums nearby, looked up with warm, contented amusement. It also helps, she offered, to remember that you are no longer running from anything at all. You are quite simply home. Homes are allowed to feel steady, Kuroka. That is rather the point of them. Issei, watching the exchange from where he sat repairing a section of fence the training yard's earlier chaos had left slightly worse for wear, felt something settle warmly in his chest at the easy, unguarded comfort evident in every voice around him. It was a far cry from the anxious, uncertain household that had gathered nervously around a war council's table only weeks before, and the contrast felt, to him, like the clearest possible proof of exactly what they had actually won at the Western Pass. We didn't just win a battle, he said, half to himself, though the words carried easily across the quiet garden. We proved this whole thing was actually built on something real. That's worth a lot more than just driving off one coalition. Drake, quiet through most of the peaceful afternoon, spoke now with the same warm satisfaction that had settled into his voice ever since the battle's decisive end. You have built something rare, partner, the dragon said. I have existed a very long time, watched a great many hosts rise and fall across 1,000 years of conflict and ambition. Few of them ever understood that the truest measure of strength is not what it destroys, but what it makes safe enough to simply rest. You understood that from the very beginning, whether you realized it or not. The evening settled slowly into the particular gold and violet light that had come to feel, over these past months, like the defining color of every peaceful moment Issei had shared with the family gathered around him now. Kuroka eventually rolled over to rest her head against his shoulder without any particular ceremony, the gesture entirely natural after months of steadily deepening trust. Rossweisse finished her methodical work and settled nearby with the quiet, contented stillness of a soldier finally, fully at rest. Yasaka joined them a while later, her 9 tails curling comfortably around the small circle they had formed, and for a long while none of them spoke at all, simply content to exist together in the easy, hard-won peace their choices had finally secured. It was Kuroka who eventually broke the comfortable silence, her voice carrying none of its usual teasing edge, only quiet, genuine warmth. For what it's worth, she said, I don't think I've ever actually said thank you properly. For any of it. Finding me in that alley. Believing I was worth the risk before you had any real reason to. You didn't need to earn that, Issei said simply. Nobody should have to earn basic kindness. I'm just glad you stayed long enough to let us prove that to you properly. Kuroka's tail curled contentedly around his ankle, and Rossweisse, listening quietly nearby, allowed herself a small, genuine smile of her own, the last remaining traces of centuries-worn formality finally, fully dissolved into something closer to simple, unguarded belonging. Later, once the evening had fully settled and Kuroka had drifted off to sleep curled comfortably in the garden grass rather than bothering to move indoors, Rossweisse remained a while longer beside Issei, watching the stars emerge slowly overhead. I have served under many banners across my long life, she said quietly. Norse gods who valued my service only for what it could accomplish for them. I did not expect, when I first left that service behind, to find anything resembling genuine belonging again. I want you to know that what you have built here has given me something I had genuinely stopped believing was possible to find. Issei looked at her, at the quiet, hard-won peace evident in her expression now, so different from the exhausted, wary stranger who had first stood dripping in Yasaka's doorway. You gave just as much to build this as any of us, he said. I hope you know that. This isn't just something I made and let you join. It's something all 4 of us built together, piece by piece. Rossweisse considered that for a long moment, then nodded slowly, something settling and easing in her posture that had been held tense and guarded for far longer than the months since her arrival alone could account for. I am beginning to understand that more fully every day, she admitted. It is, I confess, taking some time to unlearn centuries of believing otherwise. Take all the time you need, Issei said gently. We're not going anywhere. Yasaka watched over all of them with the same warm, ancient patience she had shown from that very first night beside the fountain, and Issei, surrounded by everyone who had chosen this quiet, hard-won peace alongside him, felt, more certainly than he had ever felt anything, that whatever challenges still waited beyond Kyoto's borders in the months and years ahead, this, exactly this, was worth every single trial it had taken to build. Chapter 7. Winter arrived in Kyoto with a quiet, settled beauty that Issei found himself genuinely looking forward to. The bamboo groves dusted white under the season's first heavy snowfall, the training yard transformed into a landscape that made even the most disciplined sparring sessions feel, at moments, more like play than work. The peace that followed the Western Pass proved, as the weeks passed, to be more than a temporary lull between conflicts. Word of the battle's outcome had spread thoroughly enough through every faction with an interest in testing Kyoto's defenses that the season passed without a single serious challenge to the territory's borders, though it did not pass entirely without incident. In late winter, a lone rogue devil, more ambitious than wise, attempted a solitary incursion along Kyoto's eastern border, apparently believing that a single skilled operative might succeed where an entire coalition had failed. Kuroka intercepted him within an hour of his crossing, and the encounter ended by her own cheerful account delivered over dinner that evening, without her even needing to draw on her more serious combat abilities at all. He took one look at my face and asked if I was actually one of Issei's queens before he'd even drawn his weapon properly, she reported, clearly delighted by the memory. Words apparently spread far enough that just knowing whose household he'd wandered into was enough to make him reconsider the whole plan. Didn't even need to fight him. Just walked him back to the border and told him to go home. Rossweisse, seated across the table with her usual measured calm, allowed herself a small, satisfied smile at the report. That is precisely the outcome deterrence is meant to achieve, she said. A reputation earned honestly, through restraint as much as strength, discourages far more conflict than any amount of raw destruction ever could. We are, I think, finally reaping the benefit of everything we built at the Western Pass. Yasaka, pouring tea with the same unhurried grace she brought to every quiet evening, nodded in thoughtful agreement. It is the mark of a truly secure territory, she said, that fewer and fewer challengers believe testing it is worth the risk at all. I have watched this pattern unfold across many centuries, though I confess I have rarely watched it develop as quickly, or as thoroughly, as it has around all of you these past months. Issei, listening to the exchange with quiet satisfaction, found his thoughts drifting toward everything that had changed since that first terrible night beside the fountain, less than a year ago now, though it often felt to him like an entire lifetime had unfolded in the space between. He was, by any measure the wider supernatural world now used to assess such things, one of its most formidable young powers, a Sekiryutai who had fused senjutsu and dragon fire into something no host had ever managed before him, a sovereign whose territory stood now as an acknowledged, respected power rather than a contested rumor. And yet, sitting there in the warm lantern light of a quiet winter evening, surrounded by the family he had built one honest choice at a time, none of that felt like the truest measure of what he had actually accomplished. The truest measure, he understood now, sat exactly where it always had, in Kuroka's easy laughter, in Rossweisse's quiet, hard-won contentment, in Yasaka's warm, steady presence at the head of their small table. Drake, sensing the direction of his thoughts with the easy familiarity of a bond built across nearly a full year of partnership now, spoke with quiet, genuine warmth. You have built something that will outlast every coalition foolish enough to test it, partner, the dragon said. Not because your strength makes you untouchable, though it certainly does. Because what you built here is worth defending, and everyone who has chosen to stand beside you understands that worth as clearly as you do yourself. That, more than any amount of raw power, is what makes an empire truly eternal. Outside, the snow continued to fall gently over Kyoto's ancient rooftops, blanketing the quiet city in soft, undisturbed white, and within the warm wooden house at the heart of it all, Issei sat surrounded by everyone who had chosen, freely and completely, to call this fragile, hard-won peace their home. Chapter 8. Spring returned to Kyoto with the particular vividness that only follows a hard winter, cherry blossoms unfolding along the old capital's ancient streets in waves of soft pink and white. And with the season's turn came an event unlike anything the city had hosted in generations, a formal gathering Yasaka had proposed months before, in the quiet aftermath of the Western Pass, to mark properly and publicly exactly what Kyoto had become. It is time, she had said then, watching the last snow melt from the garden's chrysanthemum beds, that the wider world understands not merely through rumor and battlefield testimony, but through open, deliberate acknowledgement, exactly what has taken root here. A sovereign should be recognized properly, Issei, not merely feared into grudging respect. The festival, when it finally arrived, drew representatives from every corner of the supernatural world with any genuine interest in Kyoto's continued stability. Rias arrived with her full peerage this time, no longer needing to signal caution or careful diplomacy, greeting Issei with the easy warmth of an established ally rather than the guarded uncertainty of their earlier meetings. Delegates from the more moderate exorcist factions attended as well, their presence a quiet but unmistakable acknowledgement that the propaganda which had once painted Kyoto as an unchecked threat had, in the months since the Western Pass, been thoroughly and publicly discredited. Even a small, careful delegation from heaven's more diplomatically minded factions made an appearance, drawn by curiosity, as much as genuine diplomatic interest in a sovereign whose restraint had become, in certain circles, something of a quiet legend. Issei stood at the festival's center as the sun set fully behind the mountains, gold-threaded scale glowing steady and warm along his gauntlet, Yasaka at his right side and Kuroka and Rossweisse flanking him at either shoulder, the four of them presenting, without any need for further explanation, exactly the picture of chosen, unshakable family that had carried them through every trial since that first desperate night beside the fountain. Yasaka spoke first, her voice carrying easily across the gathered crowd with the ancient, unhurried authority of a ruler who had guarded this territory across countless centuries. Kyoto has stood, for longer than most gathered here tonight can properly account for, as a place of refuge, she said. A home for those the wider world too often discarded without a second thought. Tonight we gather not merely to celebrate a battle won, but to formally recognize what that refuge has grown into under new, extraordinary stewardship. She turned to Issei, and something in her ancient amber eyes carried a warmth that went beyond mere ceremony, a genuine, deeply personal pride that had built steadily across every quiet morning of training, every shared meal, every trial faced together since the days she had first knelt beside a bleeding boy in a park half a world away. Issei Hayadu arrived in this city less than a year ago, dying, uncertain, carrying a power he did not yet understand, she continued. In the months since, he has built, through nothing but honest choice and earned trust, a household that has become the beating heart of this territory's continued strength. He has faced invasion with restraint rather than slaughter, has offered shelter to the hunted and the discarded without ever once demanding anything in return but honesty, and has proven, beyond any remaining doubt, that an empire built on genuine loyalty stands stronger than any built on fear could ever hope to. She raised a hand, and the gathered crowd fell into respectful, attentive silence. I therefore declare, formally and before every faction gathered here tonight, that Kyoto stands under his sovereign protection, alongside my own, for as long as he chooses to call this city home. Let every power represented here carry that declaration back to whatever hall or council they answer to. This territory, and everyone sheltered within its borders, stands eternal, and stands untouchable, not through conquest, but through choice, freely made and fiercely defended. The crowd's response rose slowly, a swell of genuine, unforced approval that carried across the festival grounds far more powerfully than any rehearsed ceremony could have produced. Delegates from a dozen different factions offering acknowledgement that ranged from formal, careful nods to Rias's open, delighted applause. Issei felt the weight of the moment settle deep into his chest, not as a burden, but as a quiet, steady confirmation of everything he had chosen, again and again, since that very first night. Drake's voice, when it finally spoke, carried the full, unmistakable warmth of 1,000 years of partnership finally, completely satisfied with exactly where that long history had led. You have built something genuinely eternal, partner, the dragon said. Not because no one will ever challenge it again. Because whatever comes, you have already proven, beyond any remaining doubt, exactly what this empire is truly made of. Beside him, Kuroka's hand found his, warm and certain, and Rossweisse's steady presence settled at his other side, and Yasaka's 9 golden tails swept once through the cherry blossom-scented evening air, gathering the last light of the ceremony around all 4 of them like a promise finally, fully kept. Rias approached them once the formal ceremony had concluded, her peerage trailing respectfully behind her, and offered Issei a deep, genuine bow that carried none of the careful political formality of their earlier meetings. I came here once to offer you a place in my own peerage, believing that was the only kind of strength worth having, she said. I am glad, more than I can properly express, that you saw a better path than the one I first offered. What you have built tonight will be remembered for a very long time, Issei. I am honored to call it an ally rather than a rival. I'm honored you came around to see it that way, Issei said, and meant it fully. Other delegates approached in turn throughout the evening, offering their own careful, respectful acknowledgments, and Issei found himself, for the first time since that desperate first night beside the fountain, genuinely comfortable standing at the center of so much formal attention, the quiet confidence he had built across months of trial and trust settling naturally over every exchange. Even the small delegation from heaven, cautious and reserved as their kind typically remained in matters between devils and yokai, offered a formal blessing before departing, a gesture Yasaka later confirmed was exceedingly rare for angels to extend to any territory not directly under their own faction's authority. You have earned respect from every corner of a world that, less than a year ago, barely knew your name, Yasaka observed quietly, once the last of the evening's delegates had finally departed and the festival grounds had begun to empty toward the surrounding streets. That is not a small thing, Issei. Very few sovereigns, across all the centuries I have watched rise and fall, have ever earned it so completely, or so quickly. I didn't do it for the respect, Issei said honestly, watching the last delegates disappear into the cherry blossom-scented dark. I did it because I wanted somewhere safe enough that nobody I cared about would ever have to run again. The respect just sort of happened along the way. That, Yasaka said, with a warm, knowing smile, is precisely why it means as much as it does. Chapter 9. The festival grounds emptied slowly as the night deepened, delegates and well-wishers drifting back toward their respective territories carrying word of everything they had witnessed, until at last only the household itself remained, walking together back through streets still scattered with fallen cherry blossoms toward the quiet warmth of home. Rossweisse fell into step beside Issei as they walked, her expression thoughtful in the lantern-lit dark. I did not expect, when I first wandered soaked and exhausted into this territory, she said, that I would one day stand beside a sovereign publicly declaring an empire built on exactly the kind of loyalty I had spent centuries believing no longer existed anywhere. I find I am still, even now, quietly astonished by it. Issei glanced at her, something warm and grateful settling into his expression. I don't think I could have built any of it without you specifically, he said honestly. The training, the strategy at the pass, all of it. You gave this whole thing a discipline it needed just as much as it needed Yasaka's patience, or Kuroka's instincts. I mean that. Rossweisse's usual measured composure softened, just slightly, into something more openly affectionate than she typically allowed herself to show. Centuries of service taught me to value discipline above almost everything else, she said. It took finding this place to understand that discipline means very little without something genuinely worth protecting behind it. You gave me that, Issei. I do not think I will ever be able to fully repay it, though I intend to spend a very long time trying. You don't owe me anything, he said gently. You gave just as much as you got. That's kind of the whole point of what we built. She smiled at that, small and genuine, and let the comfortable silence carry them the rest of the way toward the house, where Kuroka waited at the door with her usual easy grin, already teasing Rossweisse about the formal, careful way she had bowed to each visiting delegation throughout the evening's ceremony. Later, once the house had settled into its usual quiet nighttime stillness, Issei found Kuroka alone in the garden, sitting beneath the largest of the cherry trees with her tail curled contentedly around her, watching the last scattered petals drift down through the moonlight. Big night, he said, settling down beside her. Yeah, she agreed, leaning her head against his shoulder with the same easy, natural affection that had become simply part of who they were together. Kind of strange, thinking back to that first night in the alley. I was so sure I was going to end up dying somewhere nobody would even notice. Now there's an entire festival happening because of a home I somehow ended up being part of building. You earned every bit of it, he said. You know that, right? Nobody handed you a place here out of pity. You fought for it, trusted us when trust probably felt like the most dangerous thing you could possibly risk. That's not luck, Kuroka. That's you? She was quiet for a long moment, watching the moonlight catch the last falling blossoms, before she spoke again, her voice softer than her usual playful confidence allowed. I used to think strength was the only thing that actually kept anyone safe, she admitted. Spent a long time believing that if I just got strong enough, fast enough, clever enough, nobody would ever be able to hurt me again. Being here taught me something I don't think I would have ever figured out on my own, though. Being safe isn't really about strength at all. It's about actually having somewhere, and someone, worth being safe for. Issei felt something warm and certain settle deep in his chest at that, the same quiet conviction that had carried him through every trial since that very first terrible night. I feel exactly the same way, he said. Every single day. They sat together beneath the cherry tree a while longer, comfortable and unhurried, until Yasaka's voice called softly from the house, inviting them both in for the last of the evening's tea, and Kuroka rose first, offering him her hand with an easy, genuine smile that carried none of the wariness she had once guarded so carefully. Come on, Dragon Sage, she said, using the title with the same warm, teasing affection she always did now, entirely stripped of any remaining formality. Your empire's getting cold without you. Issei laughed, taking her hand, and followed her back toward the warm lantern light of home, feeling, as he did every single evening now, that whatever grand titles the wider world had chosen to bestow upon him, the truest measure of everything he had built still waited exactly where it always had, in the quiet, ordinary warmth of the family gathered around that small table. Chapter 10. Inside, Yasaka waited at the low table with the last of the evening's tea already poured, her 9 tails curled comfortably around her in the warm lantern light, and for a long while the 4 of them simply sat together, unhurried, the day's grand ceremony already settling into memory alongside every other quiet, hard-won triumph that had shaped the years since Issei's arrival. "You are quiet tonight," Yasaka observed gently, studying him across the table with the same warm, ancient patience she had shown him from that very first evening beside the fountain. "Just thinking," Issei admitted, "about how different tonight was from that first night I woke up in this house. Back then I didn't even know what senjutsu was. Didn't know any of you, really. Now there's an entire festival happening because of what we built together, and delegates from half the supernatural world showing up to acknowledge it." Yasaka's expression softened into something deeply, quietly proud. "It is a remarkable distance to have traveled in so short a span," she agreed. "Though I confess, watching you tonight, I found myself thinking less about the distance traveled and more about how naturally you have always carried what waited at the end of it. You did not become this sovereign through ambition, Issei. You became it simply by choosing, again and again, to be exactly the kind of person worth following." Kuroka, curled comfortably against his other side, made a small, contented sound of agreement. "Feels less like an empire and more like a really big, really weird family, if I'm honest," she said. "Not that I'm complaining. I'll take weird family over empire any day." Rossweisse, seated with her usual careful composure though warmth had long since crept into her expression whenever she watched the 3 of them together, offered a small, genuine smile of her own. "I believe," she said, "that is precisely why it has proven so resilient. An empire can be conquered. A family, chosen freely and defended fiercely, is a considerably harder thing to break." Drake, quiet within Issei through most of the evening's reflection, spoke now with the same deep, settled satisfaction that had colored his voice ever since the Western Pass. 1,000 years of partnership finally, fully at peace with exactly where they had both arrived. "I have watched empires rise and fall across 10 centuries of hosts, partner," the dragon said. "I have never once watched one built quite like this. Whatever trials still wait beyond tonight, and I suspect, knowing the wider world as I do, that more will eventually come, I do not believe, for even a moment, that what you have built here can be so easily undone." Issei looked around the table at each of them in turn, at Yasaka's ancient, steady warmth, at Kuroka's easy, unguarded affection, at Rossweisse's quiet, hard-won contentment, and felt, settling deep and certain into his chest, the same simple truth that had carried him through every single trial since a fallen angel's spear had first, impossibly, opened the door to this entire unlikely life. He had not set out to build an empire. He had only wanted, on that first terrible night, to survive. Everything since, every choice, every trial, every quiet morning of training and every fierce, hard-fought battle, had simply been the honest, patient accumulation of a life built one genuine decision at a time, until somewhere along the way, almost without his noticing, that accumulation had become something the wider world had finally learned to call untouchable. Outside, the last of the cherry blossoms drifted quietly down over Kyoto's ancient rooftops, and beneath the city's old stone streets, the ley lines that had first answered a dying boy's desperate reach for survival hummed on, patient and eternal, carrying forward everything that quiet, unlikely beginning had grown into. A sovereign dragon king, ruling not through conquest, but through the simple, unbreakable strength of a family chosen freely, and defended, always, with everything he had. Whatever that future held, Issei understood, sitting there in the warm lantern light with his chosen family gathered close around him, that he would meet it exactly as he had met every trial since that very first desperate night, not alone, but surrounded by the people who had chosen, freely and completely, to build this life alongside him. That certainty, more than any title or declared sovereignty, was the truest foundation of everything Kyoto had become, and everything it was still, quietly and steadily, becoming still. And somewhere beyond the mountains, in the wider world that had finally, fully learned to respect exactly what Kyoto had become, the future waited, uncertain and vast, for whatever came next. Act 4. Chapter 1. Summer returned to Kyoto in full, golden abundance, the year since Issei's arrival having come full circle through every season the old capital had to offer, and with its return came a strange, recurring dream that had begun troubling his sleep more nights than not. It always began the same way, a vast field of cherry blossoms stretching toward mountains he did not recognize, and at its center, a figure wreathed in crimson and gold light, too vast and too ancient to look at directly, speaking words that dissolved the moment he woke reaching for them. Each night the figure grew slightly clearer, and each morning Issei woke with the same unsettled, electric certainty that whatever the dream was trying to show him mattered more than ordinary sleep deserved. "You are troubled," Drake observed one morning, as Issei sat in the bamboo grove attempting, with limited success, to settle into his usual senjutsu practice. "Your concentration has slipped 3 times already, partner, which is unusual for you these days." "I keep having this dream," Issei admitted, finally abandoning the attempt at meditation entirely. "Same field, same mountains, someone huge standing in the middle of it, like they're made of dragon fire and gold light both. Every time I almost hear what they're saying, I wake up." Drake's presence within him shifted, a sharpness entering the ancient dragon's attention that Issei had learned, over the past year, to take seriously. "Describe the figure more precisely," the dragon said. "Every detail you can recall." Issei did his best, describing the crimson and gold light, the vast, indistinct shape that felt somehow both draconic and human at once, the mountains that bore no resemblance to any peak he had actually seen around Kyoto. When he finished, Drake remained silent for a long moment, weighing something with evident gravity. "I believe," the dragon said finally, "that you may be dreaming of your own bloodline, partner. You will recall Yasaka's suspicion, from our very first days together, that some ancient trace of true dragon ancestry ran through your blood, faint enough that no ordinary sensing could detect it, but present enough to explain how you first reached the ley lines the night Yuma's spear should have killed you. I have wondered, since that night, exactly how deep that ancestry might run. I believe your dreams may finally be offering an answer." Issei absorbed this with a mixture of curiosity and unease. "You think I'm actually seeing some kind of ancestor," he said. "Like an actual dragon relative." "It would not be without precedent," Drake said. "True dragons are vanishingly rare in this current age, most having withdrawn from the mortal world's affairs many centuries ago, but their bloodlines occasionally persist, diluted across generations, surfacing unexpectedly in descendants who never knew what slept within them. If such a bloodline exists in you, and if it has begun stirring strongly enough to reach you through dreams, I suspect there is a reason it has chosen to reveal itself now, after a year of exactly the kind of growth and trial that might finally make you ready to understand it." He brought the matter to Yasaka that same evening, describing the dream in careful detail while she listened with the same intent, thoughtful focus she brought to every serious concern raised within her household. When he finished, she sat quietly for a long moment, her ancient amber eyes distant, as though searching through centuries of accumulated knowledge for something specific. "There is a place," she said finally, "deep in the mountains beyond Kyoto's northern border, that my people have long considered sacred, and long avoided disturbing. A shrine, older than my own reign here, built by hands far older than yokai or human both, said to mark the resting place of an ancient dragon bloodline that once watched over these lands before even the first fox spirits claimed them. I have never had cause to investigate it closely. I confess I did not expect that cause to arrive quite like this." "You think that's what I'm dreaming about?" Issei asked. "I think," Yasaka said carefully, "that it would be foolish to dismiss the possibility, given everything else about your arrival in this city that has already defied ordinary explanation. If your bloodline truly does trace back to whatever ancient power that shrine was built to honor, understanding it fully may prove essential to understanding exactly what you are still becoming." Kuroka, listening from across the room with her usual sharp attentiveness, sat up with sudden interest. "A hidden ancestral dragon shrine nobody's touched in centuries," she said. "Okay, that actually sounds like exactly the kind of adventure I've been hoping for. When do we leave?" "Rossweisse," equally attentive though considerably more measured in her enthusiasm, nodded slowly. If this shrine holds answers about the true depth of Issei's power, she said, understanding it fully seems a prudent use of our time, particularly given how thoroughly our borders have remained undisturbed since the Western Pass. I would recommend proper preparation before departure, however. Sacred sites left undisturbed for centuries are rarely without their own guardians or trials. Issei looked around at the three of them, feeling the same familiar warmth settle into his chest that had carried him through every trial since that first desperate night, mixed now with a new, curious anticipation for whatever waited in the mountains beyond Kyoto's northern border. Whatever this dream is trying to show me, he said, I think it's time we found out together. That evening, after the household had begun preparing in earnest for the coming journey, Issei found himself unable to settle into sleep, his thoughts circling restlessly around everything the dream might mean. He wandered out into the garden, where he found Rossweisse already awake, seated quietly beneath the same cherry tree that had witnessed so many of their household's most important conversations, a worn book of Old Norse runes open across her lap, though her attention seemed to be drifting more toward the stars than the pages themselves. Couldn't sleep either, he said, settling down beside her. Too much to consider, she admitted, closing the book gently. I have read of ancestral dragon bloodlines before, in old accounts from my time among the Norse pantheon. Such bloodlines, when they finally stir after generations of dormancy, rarely do so without significant cause. I confess I find myself both excited and somewhat apprehensive about what tomorrow's journey might reveal. Apprehensive how? Issei asked. Only in the sense that significant revelations often carry significant responsibility alongside them, she said carefully. I do not doubt your capacity to carry whatever this shrine chooses to offer you. I have watched you carry every burden this past year with remarkable grace. I only hope, for your sake, that whatever waits in those mountains proves to be a gift rather than merely another weight to bear. Issei considered that for a long moment, watching the stars wheel slowly overhead. Whatever it turns out to be, he said finally, I don't think I'll be carrying it alone. That's kind of the whole point of everything we've built here. Rossweisse's expression softened into something warm and genuine in the moonlight. No, she agreed quietly. I do not suppose you will. They sat together beneath the cherry tree a while longer, the comfortable silence between them carrying more reassurance than either of them might have found in further words, until the late hour finally drew them both back toward the house and whatever rest the night before their departure could still offer. Chapter 2. The preparations for the journey took the better part of a week, Yasaka insisting on proper readiness before allowing any of them to venture toward a site her people had left undisturbed for so many generations that even her own centuries of memory held only fragmentary accounts of its true nature. What little history survives of that shrine, she explained one evening, spreading old scrolls across the low table in her private study, describes it as a resting place for what my predecessors called the First Flame, an ancient dragon said to have shaped the earliest ley lines beneath these mountains before yokai or human civilization had properly taken root here. The accounts grow increasingly uncertain the further back they reach, but every version agrees on one point. The shrine does not welcome visitors easily. Those who approached it without proper cause, across the centuries my people have kept watch nearby, rarely returned unchanged, and a troubling number did not return at all. Kuroka, examining one of the older scrolls with open fascination, glanced up with a wry, unbothered grin. Great, she said. Ancient cursed dragon shrine, guaranteed to change or possibly kill anyone who shows up uninvited. Really selling me on this trip, Yasaka. It is not a curse in the way you mean, Yasaka clarified, a note of amusement creeping into her otherwise serious tone. The shrine does not attack indiscriminately. Every account suggests instead that it tests those who approach, measuring the truth of their intentions and the strength of their character before determining whether they are worthy of whatever knowledge or power it guards. Given Issei's dreams, and given the bloodline connection I suspect runs between him and whatever ancient power built that place, I believe the shrine may finally be ready to recognize him as someone with legitimate claim to approach it. And if it decides we're not worthy, Rossweisse asked, her tone carrying the careful, practical concern of someone who preferred contingencies planned in advance. What then? Then we withdraw and reconsider our approach, Yasaka said simply. I do not intend for any of you to force your way past whatever trial awaits us. If the shrine judges our cause unworthy, that judgment deserves respect, not defiance. We are guests approaching sacred ground, not conquerors seeking to claim it. Issei, listening quietly through most of the discussion, found himself thinking again of the dream's recurring figure, vast and wreathed in crimson and gold light, and the strange, electric certainty that had followed him every morning since it first began. Whatever waits up there, he said finally, I don't think it's hostile. The dream doesn't feel like a warning. It feels more like an invitation, like something's been waiting a long time for someone to finally come looking. Drake, quiet through most of the evening's planning, offered his own thoughtful assessment. I share that sense, partner, the dragon said. Ancient bloodlines rarely reach across the centuries without purpose. If your ancestor has been waiting this long to be found, I suspect the waiting itself carries meaning worth understanding fully. They departed 3 days later, at first light, the 4 of them making their way north from the city through increasingly wild, untouched forests, the well-maintained roads of Kyoto's residential districts giving way gradually to narrow game trails and eventually to no path at all, only the steady, upward pull of the mountains rising ahead of them. Kuroka moved through the unfamiliar terrain with easy, predatory grace, scouting ahead at regular intervals and returning each time with fresh reports of the increasingly dense, ancient forest closing in around their route. Rossweisse maintained a careful, steady pace at the group's center, her attention alert for any sign of the trials Yasaka's scrolls had warned them to expect. Yasaka herself led the way with quiet, focused purpose, drawing down centuries of familiarity with these mountains even in territory she had rarely, if ever, personally traveled this deep. Issei walked beside her, feeling the ley-line currents beneath his feet shift and deepen with every mile they climbed, an ancient, patient power growing steadily stronger the further they traveled from the city's familiar rhythms. By midday, he could feel it clearly even without deliberately reaching for it, a vast, slumbering presence somewhere ahead of them that made the dream's recurring figure feel, for the first time, less like a distant vision and more like something he was genuinely, physically approaching. We're getting close, he said quietly, more sensation than certainty. I can feel it. Whatever's up there, it feels like it's been waiting exactly as long as the dream made it seem. Yasaka glanced at him, something thoughtful and careful in her expression. Then let us proceed with the respect such patience deserves, she said. Whatever your ancestor has waited this long to share, I suspect the manner of our approach will matter every bit as much as our reason for making it. As the afternoon wore on and the terrain grew steadily steeper, Kuroka fell back to walk alongside him. Her earlier scouting duties temporarily paused as the trail narrowed too much for her usual wide-ranging exploration. You've gotten quieter since we left the city, she observed, studying him with the same sharp attentiveness she brought to everything. Nervous, or just thinking hard? Both, probably, Issei admitted. It's strange, walking towards something that feels like it already knows me better than I know myself. I keep wondering what it's going to ask of me. Whether I'm actually ready for whatever that turns out to be. Kuroka considered that for a moment, her tail swaying thoughtfully behind her. For what it's worth, she said, I've watched you handle every single thing this past year that should have been impossible for someone your age to handle. Fallen angels, entire coalitions, ancient political maneuvering that would make most seasoned rulers dizzy. I don't think whatever's waiting up there is going to find you unready. I think it's going to find exactly what the rest of us already know is there. And what's that? Issei asked, glancing at her. Someone worth following, she said simply, without any of her usual teasing deflection. That's not something an ancient shrine gets to grant or deny, Issei. That's already true, whatever it decides. Issei felt something warm and steady settle into his chest at that, the same quiet conviction that had carried him through every trial since that very first desperate night, and found the remainder of the day's climb considerably easier to bear with her easy confidence walking steadily beside him. Chapter 3. They made camp that first night in a small clearing well above the tree line's usual boundary, the air thin and cold enough that Kuroka complained good-naturedly about the sudden change from Kyoto's lingering summer warmth even as she pressed close to the fire Rossweisse had efficiently built. I forgot mountains got cold this fast, she muttered, tail curled tightly around herself. Remind me to bring better boots next time we go chasing ancient dragon ancestors up a cliff face. Rossweisse, entirely unbothered by the temperature after centuries of far harsher Norse winters, offered a small, amused smile as she tended the fire. You will adjust by tomorrow, she said. Though I confess, this terrain reminds me pleasantly of certain mountain passes I once patrolled in my early years of service. There is a particular kind of clarity that comes with air this thin. It has a way of stripping away everything unnecessary. Yasaka, seated across the fire with her 9 tails curled comfortably around her against the cold, nodded in quiet agreement. That clarity is, I suspect, part of why the ancient dragon who once watched over these lands chose to make its resting place so far from anywhere easily reached, she said. Some truths are not meant to be approached carelessly. The difficulty of the climb is, in its own way, part of the trial itself. Issei sat slightly apart from the fire, watching the stars emerge with unusual clarity through the thin mountain air, his thoughts still turning over everything the day's journey had stirred in him. The leyline current beneath the camp pulsed steady and patient, stronger here than anywhere he had felt it before, even in the deepest parts of Yasaka's most sacred groves back in the city. You've been quiet, Kuroka observed, settling down beside him with her usual easy familiarity, the cold apparently forgotten now that she had someone new to focus her attention on. Nervous about tomorrow. More curious than nervous, Issei admitted. It's strange. Every step closer we get, the more it feels like I'm remembering something instead of discovering it for the first time. Like some part of me already knows exactly what we're going to find up there. That does sound pretty strange, Kuroka agreed, though her tone carried more warmth than teasing. For what it's worth, whatever we find, I'm glad you asked us to come with you instead of trying to handle it alone. Feels like exactly the kind of thing you shouldn't have to face by yourself. I wouldn't have wanted to, Issei said honestly. Everything that's actually mattered since I got to Kyoto happened because we faced it together. I don't see why this should be any different. Rossweisse, listening quietly from across the fire, added her own thoughtful observation. There is wisdom in that instinct, she said. I have read, across my centuries of study, a great many accounts of ancient trials meant to test the seeker's worthiness. Nearly all of them, in one form or another, ultimately measure not raw strength alone, but the quality of what a seeker has chosen to build around themselves. If this shrine truly means to judge you, Issei, I suspect it will judge all of us together, whether that is its stated intention or not. Yasaka's expression carried quiet, thoughtful agreement at that observation, and the 4 of them settled into comfortable silence as the fire burned low. The vast, ancient presence Issei could feel pulsing steadily somewhere ahead of them in the dark mountains, patient and waiting, exactly as it had waited, he suspected, for far longer than any of them could properly imagine. They resumed the climb before dawn the following morning, the terrain growing steeper and more treacherous with every passing hour, until by mid-afternoon they reached a narrow ridge overlooking a hidden valley that none of Yasaka's old maps had ever properly recorded. At its center, half swallowed by centuries of encroaching forest, stood the weathered remains of an ancient shrine, its architecture unlike anything Issei had seen in Kyoto's more modern sacred sites, carved from stone the deep, burnished red of old dragon scale, its central archway framed by twin stone pillars shaped unmistakably like coiling, ancient wings. There, Yasaka said quietly, her voice carrying a reverence Issei had rarely heard from her. That is the shrine the old accounts speak of. I confess, even having read those accounts many times across my centuries here, I did not expect it to feel quite this old, or quite this alive. Issei felt the leyline current beneath his feet surge suddenly stronger as he looked toward the shrine, the dream's recurring vision rising unbidden and vivid behind his eyes, and understood, with total and complete certainty, that whatever answers waited within those weathered stone walls, he had finally, truly arrived at the place they had been calling him toward all along. Before they began the final descent, Kuroka moved to stand beside him, her usual playful energy tempered now into something quieter and more thoughtful. Whatever's down there, she said, I want you to know something. You already proved what kind of person you are, long before any ancient shrine got the chance to weigh in on it. Whatever it decides about your bloodline, that's not going to change who I already know you to be. Issei glanced at her, feeling something warm settle beneath the nervous anticipation building steadily in his chest. Thanks, he said. I mean that. Yasaka, overhearing the exchange, offered her own quiet agreement as she studied the weathered stone archway visible far below them in the valley. Kuroka speaks a truth worth remembering, she said. This shrine may measure your worthiness by ancient, unfamiliar standards, but the family gathered around you tonight has already measured you by standards that matter considerably more in the world you actually live in. Whatever happens within those walls, that judgment will not change. Rossweisse, checking her equipment with her usual careful thoroughness before the descent, added a final, practical observation. Regardless of what trial awaits, she said, we descend together, and should circumstances require it, we withdraw together as well. No revelation is worth risking what we have already built to obtain it. Issei nodded, feeling the weight of their combined reassurance settle into the same quiet resolve that had carried him through every trial since that very first terrible night. Together, then, he said, and led the way down the steep, narrow path toward the valley floor, the shrine's ancient presence growing steadily, unmistakably stronger with every step that carried them closer. Chapter 4. The descent into the hidden valley took the better part of an hour, the terrain steep and treacherous enough that even Kuroka's usual sure-footed confidence gave way to careful, deliberate caution, and by the time the four of them finally stood before the shrine's weathered stone archway, the sun had begun its slow descent toward the surrounding peaks, casting the ancient carved wings in deep, burnished gold. Issei approached the archway first, feeling the ley-line current beneath his feet rise to meet him with an intensity he had never experienced even in Kyoto's most sacred groves, a vast, patient power that felt, unmistakably now, like recognition rather than mere ambient energy. The moment he crossed the archway's threshold, the ancient stone around them began to glow with a deep, molten crimson light, and the air itself seemed to still, every sound from the surrounding forest falling suddenly, completely silent. Drake's voice, when it spoke, carried a gravity Issei had rarely heard from the ancient dragon before. We have crossed into something old, partner, the dragon said. Older, I believe, than even I fully understand. Proceed with care. The shrine's interior opened into a wide, circular chamber, its walls carved with images Issei could not entirely decipher, ancient dragons soaring above landscapes that bore no resemblance to any modern map, scenes of covenant and sacrifice rendered in careful, weathered detail. At the chamber's center stood a raised stone dais, and above it, hovering in the still, crimson-lit air, a shape began slowly, impossibly, to take form, vast and wreathed in crimson and gold light, exactly as it had appeared in every one of Issei's recent dreams. You have finally come, a voice said, ancient and resonant, carrying a warmth beneath its overwhelming power that eased, somewhat, the instinctive awe the figure's presence demanded. I have waited a very long time, young descendant, for blood strong enough, and choices honest enough, to finally answer the shrine's call. Issei stepped forward, feeling Yasaka, Kuroka, and Rossweisse fall into position slightly behind him, present but respectfully deferring to whatever exchange was about to unfold. Who are you? He asked, his voice steadier than he expected given the sheer, overwhelming presence before him. I was known, in the ancient tongue of these mountains, as the First Flame, the figure said, its vast, indistinct form settling slowly into something closer to a recognizable shape, a great crimson dragon, ancient beyond easy reckoning, its scales bearing the same faint golden threading Issei had come to recognize on his own gauntlet. I watched over these lands before yokai or human civilization had properly taken root here, shaping the earliest ley lines with my own strength, until the slow turning of centuries called me, as it calls all true dragons eventually, to withdraw from the mortal world's affairs. My bloodline continued, diluted across countless generations of ordinary human descendants, until it found its way, entirely unknowing, into your own veins. I didn't know any of this, Issei admitted. I didn't even know dragon blood ran in my family until Yasaka first sensed it, the night I nearly died. That does not surprise me, the First Flame said, something almost gentle entering its ancient, resonant voice. Bloodlines this diluted rarely announce themselves without cause. Yours stirred fully awake only when your desperate need to survive reached instinctively for power vast enough to answer it, drawing you, however unknowingly, toward the ley lines I once shaped myself. I have watched, since that night, everything you have built in the time since, the shrine's own ancient awareness reaching quietly across the distance to observe your trials, your choices, the family you have gathered around yourself through nothing but honest, freely given trust. Yasaka stepped forward slightly, her expression carrying the same reverent, careful attention she had shown throughout their approach. You have been watching, she said. All this time. I have watched every true dragon bloodline that has stirred in these lands across the centuries, the first flame said. Few have proven worthy of what I have to offer. This one has proven himself thoroughly, not merely through strength, though his strength has grown considerable, but through the far rarer quality of choosing restraint and kindness even when raw power would have made cruelty easy. That, young descendant, is precisely the trial this shrine was built to measure. You have already passed it, simply by living exactly as you have chosen to live this past year. Issei felt something settle deep and certain in his chest at those words, the same quiet conviction that had carried him through every trial since that very first desperate night. Then what happens now, he asked. Now, the first flame said, its ancient form beginning to glow brighter, crimson and gold light gathering thick and warm through the chamber's still air. I offer you what remains of my own strength, freely given rather than simply inherited, to complete the fusion you have already begun building with such remarkable care. What you carry now is considerable. What you carry after tonight will be something the modern world has not witnessed in many centuries. Kuroka, watching the exchange with wide, fascinated eyes, could not quite contain her curiosity any longer. If you've been waiting here all this time, she asked, why didn't you just find some other descendant sooner? Surely there must have been others across all those centuries who carried at least a trace of your bloodline. There were others, the first flame acknowledged, its vast gaze shifting briefly toward her without any hint of offense at the question. Several, across the centuries, stirred close enough to sense this shrine's call. None of them arrived carrying what your companion carries now, a heart shaped as thoroughly by chosen kindness as by inherited strength. Power without that foundation is merely another weapon waiting to be misused. I would rather this gift wait 1,000 years longer than pass to hands that would wield it carelessly. Rossweisse absorbed that explanation with evident, thoughtful respect. A patient standard, she observed. And a wise one, I think. The first flame's ancient form rippled with something like quiet approval at the observation before its attention returned fully to Issei, the gathering light around the dais deepening steadily toward its final, decisive moment. Chapter 5. Issei felt a flicker of caution beneath the awe, the same careful instinct that had guided every choice he had made since arriving in Kyoto. What would it cost, he asked. Gifts like this usually come with a price. I'd rather understand it now than find out the hard way later. The first flame's ancient form rippled with something that might, in a being so vast, have been the equivalent of approving laughter. A fair question, and precisely the kind of caution that confirms you are worthy of receiving an honest answer, it said. The cost is not paid in blood or years, young descendant. It is paid in responsibility. What I offer will deepen the fusion you have already built between senjutsu and dragon fire into something closer to what true dragons themselves once wielded, strength drawn not merely from the ley lines beneath your feet, but from the deep, ancient wellspring those ley lines were first shaped from. Such strength does not diminish with use, nor does it tire as ordinary power does. It asks, in return, only that you continue exactly as you have already chosen to live, wielding it in service of what you protect rather than what you might conquer. Should you ever forget that distinction, the strength itself will not fail you, but I suspect you would come, in time, to regret exactly what wielding it without restraint might cost the people you love. I don't think I'm in any danger of forgetting that, Issei said honestly. It's kind of the whole reason any of this worked in the first place. Then step forward, the first flame said, and receive what I have waited many centuries to finally, properly pass on. Issei climbed the shrine's raised dais, feeling the ancient dragon's vast presence gather close around him, crimson and gold light pouring down in a warm, steady current that felt, unmistakably, like the same fused power he had spent a full year carefully cultivating, deepened now into something vast enough to make even Draig's ancient presence within him stir with unmistakable awe. I have carried 1,000 years of hosts, partner, the dragon said quietly, his voice carrying a reverence Issei had never once heard from him before. I have never felt anything quite like this. Whatever comes next, I do not believe either of us will ever be quite the same. The light gathered fully around Issei, and for a long, suspended moment, the entire chamber seemed to hold its breath, the ancient carved dragons on the walls around them catching the crimson glow as though stirring, briefly, back to life. When the light finally settled, fading slowly back into the shrine's quiet stillness, Issei stood at the dais' center with gold-threaded scale burning steady and bright across both arms now rather than merely one, the ley-line current beneath his feet resonating with a depth and clarity he had never felt before, even at the height of the Western Pass's decisive battle. Kuroka let out a low, stunned whistle from where she stood watching. "Okay," she said. "That was genuinely one of the coolest things I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot of weird stuff this past year." Rossweisse, her usual composure visibly shaken by what she had just witnessed, studied the deepened gold threading along Issei's arms with open, professional fascination. "That is not merely an enhancement," she said quietly. "That is a fundamental deepening of the fusion itself. I have never read of anything quite like it in any account of Sekiryutai history." The first flame's vast form began, slowly, to fade back into the shrine's ancient stillness, its presence settling once more into whatever patient rest had held it across the long centuries before Issei's arrival. Before it fully departed, it offered one final, quiet observation, its ancient voice carrying something that sounded, unmistakably, like genuine pride. "Carry this well, young descendant," it said. "Not merely for your own sake, but for everyone who has chosen, and will continue to choose, to stand beside you. The strength I have given you was never truly mine to keep forever. It was always meant, in time, to find its way to someone capable of using it exactly as you already have, in service of a home worth protecting rather than an empire worth merely ruling. I do not believe, watching everything you have already built, that I could have found a more worthy inheritor if I had searched every remaining century left to me." The chamber fell quiet as the last traces of crimson light faded entirely, leaving only the shrine's weathered stone walls and the deep, settled hum of ley-line power now flowing through Issei with a clarity and depth that felt, standing there in the ancient chamber surrounded by everyone who had chosen to make this journey alongside him, like the truest confirmation yet of exactly how far his unlikely journey had already carried him. Yasaka approached the dais slowly, studying the deepened gold threading across Issei's arms with the careful, assessing attention of someone who had spent centuries learning to recognize genuine power from mere illusion. "This is beyond anything I anticipated when we first set out," she said quietly. "I have witnessed many remarkable things across my long life, Issei, but I do not believe I have ever personally witnessed a true dragon's final gift passed on so completely, or to someone so evidently worthy of receiving it." Kuroka, still visibly shaken by the intensity of what she had just watched unfold, moved closer as well, her tail flicking with a mixture of awe and lingering nervous energy. "So what does this actually mean, practically speaking?" she asked. "Like, are you stronger now? Different?" "Both. Both, I think," Issei said, testing the new sensation of the deepened current running through him, feeling it settle and steady beneath his focus with the same patient ease his year of practice had cultivated. "It doesn't feel like an entirely new kind of power. It feels more like everything I've already built just got a lot deeper, a lot more solid. Like the foundation finally caught up to everything else." Rossweisse studied him with the same professional, careful attention she brought to assessing any significant development in his abilities. "We should test its practical limits carefully, once we return to Kyoto," she suggested. "Not today, while you are still adjusting to something this significant. But soon. Understanding exactly what this deep infusion allows will prove essential, should we ever need to call upon it under genuine pressure again." Issei nodded in agreement, already feeling the practical, grounding wisdom of her suggestion settle alongside the awe still lingering from the shrine's revelation. As the chamber's crimson light finally faded entirely back into quiet, ordinary stone, the four of them stood together a moment longer in respectful silence, before Yasaka gestured toward the shrine's exit, the golden afternoon light waiting beyond it considerably brighter than the ancient chamber's dim, reverent glow. "Let us make camp nearby tonight," she said. "I suspect you will need proper rest before we begin the journey home, and I confess I would like a quiet evening to properly absorb everything we have just witnessed together." Chapter 6. They began the descent from the hidden valley the following morning, the shrine's ancient stillness settling behind them as the familiar terrain of the surrounding mountains gradually reasserted itself. Though Issei found the world around him felt subtly different now, the ley-line currents beneath every step registering with a depth and clarity that made even ordinary walking feel like a quiet, constant conversation with the earth itself. They were perhaps halfway back toward Kyoto's northern border when Kuroka, scouting ahead as she had throughout the journey, returned with unusual urgency, her tail lashing sharply as she dropped down from the tree line to rejoin the group. "Someone's waiting for us on the ridge ahead," she reported. "Not hostile, exactly, but definitely not just some random traveler either. Feels like serious power, and he's not even bothering to hide it." They found the stranger exactly where Kuroka had indicated, standing calmly atop a rocky outcropping that overlooked the descending trail, silver hair catching the mid-morning light, his posture carrying the relaxed, effortless confidence of someone entirely unconcerned about the four formidable travelers approaching him. A faint white and silver aura shimmered around his left arm, unmistakable even at a distance to anyone who had spent the past year mastering an ancient sacred gear of their own. Drake's voice, when it spoke, carried immediate and unmistakable recognition. "Vala Lucifer," the dragon said. "The current hacker Yuku, the White Dragon Emperor. My eternal rival. Across every generation our two sacred gears have shared a host. This should prove interesting, partner." "The White Dragon Emperor," Issei repeated, studying the stranger with newly sharpened attention. "I take it you two have history." "More than history," Drake said, something that sounded almost like old, weary fondness coloring his ancient voice. "Boosted gear and divine dividing were forged from the same origin, two halves of a single legend split apart by an ancient conflict either of us fully remembers anymore. Every host who carries me eventually crosses paths with whoever carries him. It is, in its own strange way, simply how our story has always unfolded." The silver-haired stranger descended from the outcropping with unhurried, easy grace, stopping a respectful distance from the group, his sharp eyes studying Issei with open, calculating curiosity rather than any immediate hostility. "I felt your powers shift," he said without preamble, his voice carrying a quiet, measured confidence. "Something changed up in those mountains. Something significant enough that I wanted to see it for myself before the rumors got exaggerated past recognition." "You must be the White Dragon Emperor Drake's been telling me about," Issei said, matching the stranger's calm with his own. "Valley," the stranger confirmed simply. "And you're the Sekyudai who apparently built himself an entire empire in less than a year, then walked into an ancient dragon shrine and came out with power that just made even my own sacred gears sit up and take notice. I've been curious about you for a while now. Figured it was time to see the rumors in person." Rossweisse shifted subtly into a more guarded stance beside Issei, her hand drifting near her sword's hilt though her expression remained carefully neutral. "Is this an attack?" she asked directly. Vala's expression flickered with something that might have been amusement. "Not unless he wants it to be," he said, nodding toward Issei. "I'm not here on anyone's orders, and I'm not interested in whatever politics the underworld or the hero faction are still nursing grudges over. I came because a fight between the two current heavenly dragons is something I've been waiting my whole life to have properly, and I wanted to see if the rumors about your restraint were actually true before I decided whether today was worth the trouble." Issei considered the stranger for a long moment, feeling Drake's ancient anticipation humming steady beneath his own careful calculation. "And if I said I'd rather not fight today," he said. "What then?" "Then I'd respect that," Vala said, surprising him slightly with the easy sincerity in his voice. "I've heard enough about what you built in Kyoto to know you're not the kind of fighter who needs to prove anything through unnecessary bloodshed. But I'll be honest, Sekyudai. I've been looking for a real challenge for a long time, and everything I've heard about you these past months suggests you might finally be it." Kuroka, studying the newcomer with open, wary curiosity, finally spoke up. "You said you're not here on anyone's orders," she said. "What exactly does the White Dragon Emperor do with his time, if not run errands for the underworld or heaven or whoever else usually tries to claim guys like you?" Vala's expression carried a flicker of something that might have been weary amusement. "Mostly I look for genuine challenges," he said. "Been doing it a long time now. Most fights aren't worth the effort, honestly. Too many opponents either overestimate their own strength or underestimate mine, and either way it ends up being a waste of everyone's time. When word started spreading about a Sekirudai who'd built himself an actual territory instead of just chasing power for its own sake, I figured that was worth paying attention to. Then the mountains lit up with something I've never felt before, and here we are. Rossweisse, still watching him with careful, professional attention, allowed herself a measure of cautious ease at his continued lack of hostility. You strike me as considerably more thoughtful than most accounts of the White Dragon Emperor suggest, she observed. Most accounts are written by people who only ever saw me in a fight, Vala said. Fighting's the easy part. Figuring out who's actually worth fighting, that takes a lot more patience than people give me credit for. Issei found himself, despite the unexpected nature of the encounter, genuinely warming to the stranger's blunt, unpretentious honesty. Well, he said, you found your way here. Might as well see if the rumors hold up. Chapter 7. Issei weighed the offer for a long moment, glancing at Yasaka, Kuroka, and Rossweisse in turn, each of them watching him with quiet, trusting patience, waiting to see what he decided rather than pushing him toward any particular answer. He thought of everything the first flame had entrusted him with only the day before, the deepened power still settling steadily into his blood, and felt, beneath the caution any sensible person would carry into an unplanned confrontation with a rival heavenly dragon, a genuine, curious pull toward exactly the kind of test Vala was offering. I'm not interested in fighting to prove anything, Issei said finally. But I am curious what this new strength I picked up yesterday can actually do against someone who knows what they're doing. If you're willing to keep it contained, no lasting harm, no audience except the people I trust most, I think I could go for a real match. Vala's expression brightened with genuine, unguarded enthusiasm, the first real crack in his otherwise composed demeanor since he had first appeared. Now that's exactly the answer I was hoping for, he said. Contained, controlled, nobody walks away from this needing a hospital. Just two dragons finally getting the chance to see what all the fascination has actually been about. They moved to a wide, open plateau a short distance from the trail, Kuroka, Rossweisse, and Yasaka settling at its edge to watch, Rossweisse careful, professional attention already cataloging every detail of the coming match with evident interest. Vala shed his outer coat, the white and silver aura of divine dividing gathering steadily around his form, and across from him, Issei felt the newly deepened fusion of Senjutsu, dragon fire, and the first flame's ancient gift rise to answer the moment with a clarity and readiness that felt, even to him, remarkably different from anything he had summoned before. They began cautiously, each testing the other's speed and control with careful, measured strikes, and Issei found, within the first several exchanges, that Vala's reputation was entirely deserved, his movements precise and economical, divine dividings having ability forcing Issei to abandon any strategy that relied on simply overwhelming his opponent with raw power alone. It was, he realized with growing appreciation, exactly the kind of test his careful year of training had never quite offered him, an opponent who matched his own strength closely enough that victory would depend entirely on skill, adaptability, and the deepened control he had spent so many months carefully cultivating. Drake's voice carried unmistakable excitement through the exchange, 1,000 years of accumulated rivalry finally, fully engaged again. This is precisely what I hoped for when I sensed him waiting on that ridge, partner, the dragon said. Not a battle to win or lose, but a genuine test of everything you have built. Let us see exactly what the first flame's gift can accomplish against a worthy rival. The match stretched on for the better part of an hour, either combatant gaining any lasting advantage, each exchange growing more inventive and more genuinely joyful as both fighters settled into the rare, particular pleasure of facing an opponent who could actually match their full capability. Eventually, by unspoken mutual agreement, they broke apart, both breathing hard but grinning with the same unguarded satisfaction of two people who had finally found exactly the kind of challenge they had each been quietly hoping for. Okay, Vala said, wiping sweat from his brow, his usual composed detachment entirely replaced now by genuine, warm respect that lived up to every bit of the hype. I don't think I've had a fight that satisfying in years. Same, Issei admitted, equally breathless. Drake's been talking about you since basically my first week with him. I can see why. Vala studied him for a long moment, something thoughtful settling behind his sharp expression. For what it's worth, he said, everything I heard about what you built in Kyoto, I figured it was probably exaggerated. Rumors always get bigger in the retelling. Having actually met you now, having actually fought you, I don't think the rumors did you justice at all. Whatever you're building up there, Sekiryu, I think it's worth taking seriously. I appreciate that, Issei said honestly. And if you're ever looking for another match that doesn't come with an entire coalition's worth of politics attached to it, you know where to find me. Vala's grin widened, something almost boyish breaking through his usual guarded composure. I might just take you up on that, he said, and with a final, easy nod toward the watching trio at the plateau's edge, turned and departed as unhurried and effortless as he had first arrived, leaving Issei standing amid the quiet aftermath of a fight that had asked nothing of him except everything he already, genuinely was. Kuroka let out a low whistle as she approached, her earlier caution entirely replaced now by open, delighted fascination. Okay, that was incredible to watch, she said. I've seen you spar plenty of times, but that was on a completely different level. Guess that ancient dragon upgrade really does work exactly the way it was advertised. Rossweisse, studying the plateau's scorched but structurally intact terrain with evident professional satisfaction, nodded slowly. A remarkably controlled engagement, given the raw power both combatants were clearly capable of unleashing, she observed. I have seen far lesser fighters cause considerably more collateral damage in far shorter matches. That restraint speaks well of both of you. Yasaka, watching Issei catch his breath with warm, quiet pride, offered her own thoughtful assessment. You have just demonstrated, in the span of a single afternoon, both the depth of the first flame's gift and the maturity to wield it with genuine care even in the heat of a friendly contest, she said. I do not believe there could have been a more fitting first test for what you now carry. Issei, still catching his breath but grinning with the same unguarded satisfaction that had carried him through the match's final exchanges, looked toward the ridge where Valley had disappeared, already looking forward, he realized, to whatever their next encounter might bring. That was exactly the kind of test I needed, he admitted. Not against an enemy trying to hurt anyone. Just against someone who could actually push me to see what all of this new strength is really capable of. That is, I think, precisely the value of a genuine rival, Yasaka said. An enemy teaches you only to survive. A rival, met with mutual respect, teaches you to grow. Chapter 8. The remainder of the journey back to Kyoto passed in easy, contented quiet. The group's earlier tension entirely dissolved into the satisfied afterglow of a journey that had delivered far more than any of them had originally expected when they first set out toward the mountains a week before. That was completely wild, Kuroka announced, not for the first time, as the familiar rooftops of the city finally came into view below them. Ancient dragon ancestor, secret power upgrade, and then a friendly fight with the actual White Dragon Emperor, all in one trip. I don't think anything's going to top this for a while. Rossweisse, walking beside her with the same measured calm that had carried her through every leg of the journey, allowed herself a small, genuine smile. I have read of heavenly dragon rivalries across many historical accounts, she said. I confess I never expected to witness one firsthand, let alone one conducted with such evident mutual respect. That match spoke well of both participants, I think. Yasaka, walking at the group's head with the same quiet, thoughtful attention she had carried since the shrine's revelation the day before, glanced back toward Issei with warm, evident pride. You handled every part of that encounter exactly as I would have hoped, she said. The shrine's gift, the unexpected rival, all of it met with the same careful judgment that has defined everything you have built since your very first night in the city. I do not believe, watching you navigate all of it, that I could have asked for a more capable inheritor of whatever legacy that ancient dragon chose to pass on to you. Issei felt the warmth of that praise settle deep into his chest, though his thoughts, even amid the satisfaction of the journey's successful conclusion, kept returning to something quieter and more personal that had been building steadily throughout the trip. I keep thinking about what the first flame said, he admitted. About carrying this well, not just for my own sake, but for everyone who's chosen to stand beside me. I don't think I really understood how much weight that carries until I actually felt this new power settle in. It's not just strength. It feels like a promise. That is precisely what makes you worthy of it, Yasaka said gently. Power that forgets the promise behind it eventually curdles into exactly the kind of threat this shrine spent centuries testing seekers to avoid becoming. You have never once forgotten that promise, not for a single day since I first found you bleeding beside that fountain. I do not believe you ever will. They reached the city's outskirts as the sun began its slow descent toward evening, and word of their return spread quickly through the residential district, several of Yasaka's senior commanders and a handful of curious kitsune gathering at the familiar wooden house to hear whatever news the journey had produced. Issei found himself recounting the shrine's revelation and the unexpected encounter with Vala to an increasingly wide-eyed audience, the story growing more remarkable with every retelling as Kuroka embellished certain details with evident relish and Rossweisse offered careful, precise corrections wherever the embellishments strayed too far from what had actually occurred. By the time evening settled fully over the household, the initial excitement had mellowed into the same warm, contented quiet that had come to define so many of their evenings together. The four of them gathered once more around the low table, tea steaming gently between them, the familiar rhythms of home reasserting themselves after a week spent chasing ancient mysteries through unfamiliar mountains. Drake, quiet through most of the evening's celebration, finally spoke, his ancient voice carrying the same deep satisfaction that had colored his every observation since the shrine's revelation the day before. You have grown into something remarkable this past year, partner, the dragon said. I do not say that lightly, having watched 1,000 years of hosts rise and fall across countless different paths. Whatever the wider world still has waiting for you, I do not believe there exists a trial you are not now prepared to meet, not because your strength has become unmatched, though it very nearly has, but because everything that strength serves remains exactly as honest and exactly as worth protecting as it was the very first night I felt you reach for it. Issei looked around the table at Yasaka's warm, ancient patience, at Kuroka's easy, unguarded affection, at Rossweisse's quiet, steady contentment, and felt, settling deep and certain into his chest, the same simple truth that had carried him through every single trial since a fallen angel's spear had first, impossibly, opened the door to this entire unlikely life. Whatever comes next, he thought, we'll face it exactly like we've faced everything else. Together. Chapter 9. The days following their return from the mountain shrine settled into a rhythm that felt, to Issei, subtly richer than the one they had known before, every quiet morning of training now layered with a depth of understanding about exactly what he carried, and exactly what it had cost, and been freely given, to make him who he had become. Yasaka proposed a small celebration to mark the journey's successful conclusion, nothing so grand as the spring festival that had formally recognized Kyoto's sovereignty months before, but something quieter and more personal, held in the same garden where their covenant had first been formed, under the same cherry tree where Kuroka had once confided her old fears about safety and belonging. I don't think I've ever felt this settled in my whole life, Kuroka admitted that evening, stretched out comfortably in the grass with her tail curled contentedly around her, watching the lanterns Yasaka had strung through the garden's branches catch the evening breeze. Used to think settled meant boring. Turns out it just means safe enough to actually enjoy the quiet parts too. Rossweisse, seated nearby with a cup of tea warming her hands, nodded slowly in thoughtful agreement. I spent centuries believing purpose and peace were mutually exclusive, she said. That a soldier's worth was measured only in how little rest she allowed herself. This past year has taught me otherwise, rather thoroughly. I find I do not miss the version of myself who believed that particular lie. Issei, sitting between them with the same easy, unguarded warmth that had become simply part of who he was in their company, felt his thoughts drift back once more to the first flame's final words in that ancient mountain chamber, the quiet weight of a promise he intended to carry for as long as he possibly could. I keep thinking about how much has actually changed since that first night I woke up in this house, he said. Back then I didn't even know what senjutsu was. Now I've got some kind of ancient dragon bloodline fully awake in me, a friendly rivalry with the actual White Dragon Emperor, and an entire territory that the whole supernatural world has learned to respect. It still feels a little unreal sometimes. It will always feel a little unreal, Yasaka said, settling beside him with her 9 tails curling comfortably around the small gathering, her ancient amber eyes warm in the lantern light. That is, I think, simply the nature of building something genuinely extraordinary. The scale of it never quite stops surprising you, even once you have lived inside it for a very long time. I have ruled this territory for centuries, Issei, and I confess that what we have built together this past year still occasionally takes my breath away. Kuroka propped herself up on one elbow, studying the 3 of them with a small, thoughtful smile that carried none of her usual teasing edge. For what it's worth, she said, I don't think any of us actually built this because we were trying to build an empire. We built it because we kept choosing each other, one ordinary day at a time, until all those ordinary days turned into something extraordinary without any of us quite noticing it happen. Rossweisse considered that for a long moment, then offered her own quiet agreement. That may be the truest description of it I have heard yet, she said. Empires built through conquest require constant vigilance to hold together. What we have built instead seems to strengthen itself, simply through the accumulation of every honest choice we continue making, together. Issei looked around at the 3 of them, at the cherry tree's branches swaying gently overhead, at the lanterns casting their warm golden light across a garden that had become, over the course of a single remarkable year, the truest home he had ever known, and felt, more certainly than he had felt anything since that very first terrible night, that whatever trials the wider world still had waiting for them, they would meet every single one exactly as they had met everything so far, not through raw strength alone, but through the deep, unshakable foundation of a family that had chosen, and continued choosing, each other above everything else. I think you're both right, he said quietly. This was never really about becoming untouchable. It was about becoming exactly this. Everything else just sort of followed naturally from there. The evening stretched on unhurried beneath the swaying cherry branches, the lanterns Yasaka had strung earlier casting warm, shifting light across the small gathering, until the conversation eventually drifted toward lighter, easier subjects, Kuroka recounting an exaggerated version of the sparring match with Vala that grew increasingly implausible with each retelling, Rossweisse offering dry, precise corrections that only made Kuroka's embellishments funnier by contrast. At some point, as the night deepened fully around them, Yasaka rose and returned with a small, carefully wrapped package, setting it gently on the low table between them. I had this made before we departed for the shrine, she said, a rare note of quiet uncertainty in her usually confident voice. I was not entirely certain the moment would present itself, but I find myself wanting to offer it now. Issei unwrapped the package carefully, finding within it a simple, elegant pendant carved from the same deep red stone that had lined the shrine's ancient walls, etched with a small, coiling dragon motif that matched, unmistakably, the pattern of gold threading now marking his own arms. A token, Yasaka explained, to mark not merely your bloodline's revelation, but everything this past year has built around it. I commissioned similar tokens for Kuroka and Rossweisse as well, though I confess this one felt fitting to offer first. Kuroka and Rossweisse, it turned out, had already received their own matching pendants earlier in the week, both of them producing them now from beneath their clothing with matching, quietly pleased smiles. We didn't want to spoil the surprise, Kuroka admitted, grinning. Figured tonight was exactly the right moment for you to finally get yours too. Issei studied the pendant for a long moment, feeling the same warmth that had carried him through every trial since that very first terrible night settled deep and certain into his chest. Thank you, he said simply, the words carrying far more weight than their brevity suggested. For all of it. Not just tonight. Everything. You are the one who built it, partner, Drake said quietly, an unmistakable warmth in the ancient dragon's voice. We simply had the good fortune to be standing beside you while you did. Chapter 10. Autumn came again to Kyoto as the celebration finally wound down and the household settled back into its familiar, steady rhythms, the bamboo groves shifting once more into their seasonal gold, marking, Issei realized with quiet astonishment, a full turning of the years since a fallen angel's spear had first, and possibly, opened the door to this entire unlikely life. He spent one quiet morning alone in the grove where his training had first begun, sitting in the same mossy clearing Yasaka had led him to on that very first day, feeling the deepened ley-line current settle through him with the same patient, steady clarity that had marked every stage of his growth since. Drake remained quiet through most of the morning, content, it seemed, simply to share the moment's easy stillness alongside him. "A full year, partner," the dragon finally observed, as the sun climbed fully over the bamboo canopy. "I have carried many hosts across many centuries, but I do not believe any of them traveled quite so far, quite so quickly, as you have in these 12 months. From a dying boy on a park bench to a sovereign whose territory the entire supernatural world now speaks of with genuine respect. I confess I remain, even now, quietly amazed by it. I couldn't have done any of it without everyone who chose to stand beside me," Issei said, watching the light filter down through the swaying bamboo exactly as it had on that very first, uncertain morning. "That's still the part that amazes me most, honestly. Not the power, not the titles. Just how many people decided, one choice at a time, that this was worth building together." "That," Drake said, with the same deep, settled warmth that had colored every reflection since the shrine's revelation, "is precisely why it has proven so resilient. Whatever trials still wait beyond this peaceful season, and I suspect, knowing the wider world as I do, that more will eventually come, seeking either alliance or challenge in equal measure, I do not believe, for even a moment, that what you have built here can be so easily undone." He returned to the house as midday approached, finding Yasaka, Kuroka, and Rossweisse gathered in the garden exactly as they so often were, the easy, unhurried rhythm of an ordinary afternoon settling comfortably around all of them. Kuroka looked up first, her tail flicking with easy affection as she made room for him beside her in the grass. "Anniversary boy returns," she said, grinning. "Feeling sentimental about your 1-year Dragon Empire anniversary?" "A little," Issei admitted, settling down beside her. "Mostly just grateful, honestly. For all of it. Even the parts that were terrifying at the time." Rossweisse, seated nearby with her usual measured calm, offered a small, genuine smile. "Gratitude seems a fitting way to mark it," she said. "I have marked very few years in my long life that felt worth genuine celebration. This one, I think, easily earns it." Yasaka watched over the three of them with the same warm, ancient patience she had carried from that very first night beside the fountain, her 9 tails curling contentedly around the small, easy gathering they had become. "Whatever the coming year holds," she said, "I do not believe any of us will face a change from who we have already chosen to become together. That, I think, is the truest legacy of everything this past year has built." As the afternoon stretched ungolden and unhurried, none of them yet knew what challenges or alliances the wider world still had quietly gathering beyond Kyoto's borders, what old grudges might yet stir, what new seekers might yet arrive drawn by rumors of a sovereign who had proven, again and again, that strength and kindness could stand together without either one diminishing the other. But sitting together in that familiar garden, surrounded by everything a single remarkable year of honest choices had built, Issei Hayato understood, with the same quiet, unshakable certainty that had carried him through every trial so far, that whatever came next, they would meet it exactly as they always had, together, and entirely unafraid. Later that evening, after Kuroka and Rossweisse had drifted off to their respective rooms and the garden had settled into its familiar nighttime quiet, Issei remained a while longer beneath the cherry tree with Yasaka, the two of them watching the stars emerge slowly overhead exactly as they had on so many quiet evenings across the past year. "Do you ever think about how different everything would have been," he asked eventually, "if you hadn't felt that ley line disturbance the night Yuma attacked me? If you just stayed home that evening instead of coming to investigate?" Yasaka considered the question with the same thoughtful care she brought to everything. "I have thought about it," she admitted. "More than once, across this past year. I do not know what would have become of you without that intervention, Issei, and I confess I am glad I never had to find out. But I have also come to believe, watching everything you have built since, that some part of what you carry, some part of who you fundamentally are, would have found its way toward exactly this life eventually, whether I happened to be there that particular evening or not. You were always going to become someone worth following. I merely had the good fortune to witness it happen up close." Issei felt something warm and quiet settle into his chest at that, the same steady gratitude that had carried him through every reflection since the shrine's revelation. "I'm glad it was you," he said simply. Out of everyone in the world who could have found me that night, I'm glad it was you. Yasaka's expression softened into something deeply, quietly fond, her 9 tails curling gently around them both against the cooling night air. As am I, she said. More than I think I have ever properly told you. They sat together beneath the stars a while longer, the quiet, hard-won piece of everything they had built settling comfortably around them both, until the late hour finally drew them back toward the warm lantern light of home, and whatever the coming year, with all its uncertain trials and quiet, ordinary joys alike, still had waiting for them both. Act 5, Chapter 1. Winter had barely settled over Kyoto again, the second the household had shared together, when a presence unlike anything the city's borders had registered before rippled through the ley lines just after dawn, sharp and cold and carrying an unmistakable weight of old, distant authority. Drake stirred within Issei immediately, alert in a way that made the hair on the back of Issei's neck rise before he had even fully processed what had woken him. That is not a presence native to these lands, partner, the dragon said. Norse in origin, if I judge it correctly, and carrying considerable rank behind it. I have not felt that particular signature in some centuries, though I confess it is not one I would easily forget. Issei found Rossweisse already awake and standing rigid in the training yard when he emerged from the house, her expression carrying a stillness he had rarely seen from her, not fear exactly, but the particular, braced composure of someone who had spent centuries learning to hide exactly how much a moment actually cost her. You feel it too, he said, though it was hardly a question. I do, she said quietly. It is a herald's signature. Sent ahead of someone significant enough to warrant one. I had hoped, foolishly perhaps, that leaving the Pantheon's service quietly enough would mean they simply let me go without further comment. It appears that hope was not well founded. Yasaka joined them a moment later, her expression sharp and watchful, 9 tails held taut behind her in a posture Issei recognized from the tense morning the hero faction's messenger had first arrived at their door nearly 2 years before. Whoever approaches carries themselves with considerable confidence, she observed, studying the horizon where the presence continued to grow steadily stronger. They are not hiding their approach at all. That is either arrogance, or a deliberate signal that they do not consider themselves a threat requiring stealth. Kuroka, emerging from the house with her usual sharp instincts fully engaged despite the early hour, moved immediately to stand beside Rossweisse, her tail brushing briefly and protectively against the other woman's leg. Whoever it is, she said, they're not getting anywhere near you without going through the rest of us first. Rossweisse's composed expression flickered, just slightly, something raw and grateful passing behind her careful control before she managed to steady it again. I appreciate that, she said. Truly. But I do not yet know if this visit comes with hostile intent. It may simply be formal notice of my departure being finally, officially recognized. I would rather understand what we are actually facing before assuming the worst. The herald arrived within the hour, descending from a bank of low winter clouds in a flash of silver light that scattered frost across the training yard's edges, revealing a tall, armored figure bearing the crest of the Norse Pantheon's higher council, a raven perched at his shoulder that studied the gathered household with unsettlingly intelligent eyes. Rossweisse of the Valkyrie Corps, the herald announced, his voice carrying the flat, formal cadence of someone accustomed to delivering official pronouncements rather than genuine conversation. I bring word from the All-Fathers Council. Your unauthorized departure from active service has been noted and reviewed. A representative of sufficient rank has been dispatched to formally assess the circumstances of your absence, and to determine whether disciplinary action, or reinstatement, is warranted. Rossweisse's shoulders squared, centuries of formal military bearing settling over her despite the visible tension in her jaw. I left because my service had ceased to hold any genuine purpose, she said evenly. I do not require reinstatement. I have found purpose here, in Kyoto, that the Pantheon's endless reassignments never once offered me. The herald's expression remained carefully, professionally blank. That determination is not yours to make unilaterally, he said. The representative arrives within 3 days. I would advise cooperation, for your own sake as much as anyone else's. With that, the herald departed as abruptly as he had arrived, the frost slowly melting from the training yard's edges in the wake of his passage, leaving the household standing together in tense, uncertain silence. 3 days, Yasaka said finally, breaking the quiet. That is not a great deal of time to prepare for whatever this representative intends. But it is enough. Whatever the Norse pantheon believes it still holds claim to, they will find, exactly as every other faction that has tested Kyoto's borders has found, that this household does not surrender its own without a fight worth remembering. Rossweisse looked at each of them in turn, at Kuroka's fierce, protective readiness, at Yasaka's calm, unshakable resolve, at Issei's steady, certain presence beside her, and felt, despite the old, familiar fear the herald's arrival had stirred in her, something warmer and considerably more certain settle into its place. Thank you, she said quietly. All of you. I do not think I could face this properly without knowing you stood behind me. You'll never have to find out, Issei said simply. Not while any of us are still standing. That evening, once the household had settled from the morning's tension into a quieter, more contemplative mood, Issei found himself unable to shake a nagging worry that had been building steadily since the herald's departure. He found Drake unusually quiet as well, the ancient dragon's presence within him carrying a weight that felt different from his usual thoughtful reflection. You've been quiet since this morning, Issei said, settling into the bamboo grove for what had become his customary evening reflection. Something on your mind? Drake was silent a moment longer before answering. I have watched a great many pantheons across my 1,000 years of existence, partner, the dragon said finally. The Norse are proud, and they do not typically send representatives of significant rank merely to deliver formal notice. I do not say this to alarm you, only to counsel proper caution. Whatever arrives in 3 days may carry considerably more weight behind it than the herald's message suggested. Issei absorbed that with the same steady calculation that had guided him through every previous trial. You think it might come to a real fight, he asked. I think it would be unwise to assume otherwise, Drake said. Though I also believe, having watched this household navigate every previous challenge with remarkable wisdom, that whatever arrives will find you considerably better prepared for it than any envoy could reasonably expect. Rossweisse is not merely a soldier who happened to wander into your care, partner. She is a soldier who trained under a pantheon with a long and storied history of formidable warriors. Whoever they send to assess her situation will not be sent lightly. That should probably worry me more than it does, Issei admitted. But honestly, after the Western Pass, after the shrine, after Vala, I think I trust what we've built here more than I'm afraid of whatever's coming to test it. That, Drake said, with unmistakable warmth returning to his ancient voice, is precisely the confidence that has carried you this far, partner. I do not believe it will fail you now. Issei sat a while longer in the quiet, frost-tinged grove, feeling the familiar, patient hum of the ley lines beneath him, and found, despite Drake's measured caution, that his earlier resolve had only deepened. Whatever the coming days held, he understood, he would not be facing it as the uncertain, desperate boy who had first stumbled into this city 2 years before. He would be facing it as exactly what that boy had, slowly and deliberately, chosen to become. Chapter 2. That evening, once the tension of the herald's visit had settled into something more manageable, Rossweisse found herself finally ready to share more of the history she had, until now, only ever described in careful, guarded fragments. I served the pantheon faithfully for over 2 centuries, she began, seated in the warm lantern light of the main room with the rest of the household gathered close around her. I believed, when I first swore my oath, that duty and purpose were the same thing. I do not think I questioned that belief seriously until my 100th year of service, when I realized that every assignment I had been given, every commander I had served under, viewed me not as a person with my own aspirations, but as a resource to be deployed wherever convenient, and reassigned the moment convenience shifted elsewhere. Yasaka listened with quiet, careful attention, her expression carrying none of the impatience Rossweisse had clearly braced herself to encounter. That is a difficult thing to carry, quietly, for so long, she said. What finally convinced you to leave? There was no single moment, Rossweisse admitted. Only an accumulation of them, each one small enough to endure on its own, until eventually the weight of all of them together became impossible to keep carrying. I requested reassignment to a posting I believed might finally offer some genuine purpose, protecting a border settlement that had faced repeated incursions from a minor frost giant clan. I was denied, reassigned instead to ceremonial duty at a council function no one important enough to matter would even remember attending. That was when I understood, fully and completely, that the Pantheon had stopped seeing me as anything more than a convenient asset years before I had finally admitted it to myself. Kuroka, listening with the same fierce, protective attention she had shown throughout the herald's earlier visit, made a low, sympathetic sound. "That's rough," she said. "Feeling like you gave everything to something that never actually saw you as anything more than useful." "It was," Rossweisse agreed. "I do not regret leaving. I regret only how long it took me to understand that leaving was even an option worth considering." Issei, seated close beside her with quiet, steady attention, found himself thinking of everything he had learned about her since that first rainy night at Kyoto's border, the careful, guarded soldier who had slowly, steadily unlearned centuries of believing her worth was measured only in service rendered. "Whatever this representative decides they want from you," he said, "they don't actually have any real claim on you anymore. You already chose. That choice doesn't get undone just because someone with a fancy title finally noticed you made it." Rossweisse's expression softened at that, something deeply grateful settling behind her usual careful composure. "I know that logically," she said. "I confess the old instincts are harder to fully silence than the logic alone can manage. Centuries of conditioning do not unravel in a single year, however much progress that year has genuinely represented." Yasaka rose and moved to sit beside her, resting a warm, steady hand against her shoulder with the same ancient, patient reassurance she had offered every member of the household at their most uncertain moments. "Then let us help you silence them further," she said. "Whatever representative arrives in 3 days, they will find not merely your own resolve standing against them, but an entire household prepared to stand alongside you. That is not nothing, Rossweisse. I do not believe even the Norse Pantheon's higher council has faced a challenge quite like what we intend to present them." Rossweisse studied each of them in turn, the same warm, grateful certainty from the morning's earlier exchange settling deeper now, fortified by the quiet, honest history she had finally allowed herself to share fully. "I do not know what to say," she admitted, "except that I am more grateful for all of you than I have properly managed to express, even after everything we have already built together." "You don't have to say anything," Kuroka said, bumping her shoulder affectionately against Rossweisse's own. "Just let us handle this with you. That's what family actually does." Later that night, once the others had retired and the house had settled into its familiar quiet, Rossweisse found herself unable to sleep, the weight of everything she had finally shared pressing heavier now that it had been spoken aloud rather than carried silently within her. She rose and made her way to the training yard, finding the cold, clear winter sky stretched wide and bright above her, and stood there a long while, simply breathing in the crisp night air. She did not hear Yasaka approach until the fox goddess was already beside her, her 9 tails curling gently against the cold. "I thought I might find you here," Yasaka said quietly. "Difficult confessions rarely settle easily enough to allow immediate sleep, in my experience." "You know me well," Rossweisse admitted. "I find myself, even now, second-guessing whether sharing all of that was wise. Old habits of guardedness do not release their grip easily, however much I wish they would." Yasaka considered that for a moment, her ancient gaze drifting up toward the star-scattered sky. "I have found, across many centuries of guiding those who come to this territory seeking refuge, that the guardedness never fully vanishes," she said. "It simply grows quieter, the longer one is given genuine reason to trust the ground beneath their feet. You have given yourself 2 years of exactly that reason, Rossweisse. I do not think tonight's confession will undo any of it." "I hope you're right," Rossweisse said. "I generally am, about matters such as this," Yasaka said, a note of gentle, teasing warmth entering her voice, and Rossweisse found herself laughing despite the lingering weight of the evening, the sound carrying easily across the quiet, frost-dusted yard. They stood together a while longer beneath the winter sky, until the cold finally grew persuasive enough to send them both back toward the warmth of the house. Rossweisse's earlier unease settled now into something closer to quiet, hard-won peace, carried by the same steady certainty that had guided the household through every trial they had faced together so far. Chapter 3. The 3 days before the representative's arrival passed in careful, deliberate preparation, Yasaka drawing on her considerable diplomatic experience to plan an approach that balanced firm resolve with the kind of measured restraint that had already served Kyoto so well in every previous confrontation. We will not begin with hostility, she explained, spreading old diplomatic scrolls across the same low table that had once hosted the War Council before the Western Pass. The Norse pantheon is not the hero faction, nor the radical devil houses that once marched against us. They are an old, established power, proud but not typically reckless, and I suspect this representative arrives more out of institutional obligation than any genuine desire for conflict. Our best approach is to make our position so clearly, calmly immovable that pursuing the matter further becomes simply not worth whatever cost they would need to pay. Rossweisse, studying the diplomatic scrolls with her own considerable expertise in Norse protocol, nodded slowly in agreement. That aligns with what I know of how the higher council typically operates, she said. They value efficiency and clear cost-benefit reasoning above almost everything else. If we can demonstrate, clearly and without ambiguity, that pursuing my forced return would cost considerably more than simply accepting my departure, I believe there is a genuine chance this resolves without any need for confrontation at all. Issei, listening carefully while turning the deep infusion of power still settling steadily within him over in his mind, found himself considering the coming confrontation with the same careful calculation that had guided every previous test of Kyoto's growing strength. And if calm, immovable positioning doesn't work, he asked. What then? Then we make certain they understand exactly what immovable actually means, Yasaka said, a note of quiet steel entering her otherwise composed voice. I did not build this household's reputation through empty threats, Issei. Every faction that has tested us has left with a clearer understanding of exactly what defending this family costs to challenge. I do not expect the Norse pantheon to prove any different, should diplomacy alone fail to resolve this properly. Kuroka, sharpening her claws with restless, anticipatory energy nearby, offered her own blunt assessment. Honestly, she said, I kind of hope they do push it. Would feel good to remind everyone exactly why testing us is a bad idea, especially over something as personal as trying to drag one of our own back into a life she already chose to leave behind. Rossweisse's expression carried a complicated mixture of gratitude and lingering unease at Kuroka's fierce protectiveness. I would prefer this resolved peacefully, she admitted. Not out of any remaining loyalty to the pantheon itself, but because I do not wish for any of you to risk genuine harm over a conflict that is, fundamentally, mine to resolve. It stopped being only yours to resolve the moment you became part of this family, Yasaka said gently. That is, I believe, precisely the point this representative needs to understand clearly. You are not merely a former Valkyrie the pantheon has some lingering claim to reclaim. You are Kyoto's own now, protected exactly as fiercely as any of us would protect one another. The morning of the representative's scheduled arrival dawned clear and cold, the household gathering in the training yard well before the appointed hour, each of them dressed and prepared exactly as they had been for the Western Pass nearly 2 years before, though this confrontation, Issei understood, carried a weight considerably more personal than any battle they had faced since. Whatever happens today, he said, looking around at each of them in turn, we handle it exactly like we've handled everything else. Together, and with exactly as much restraint as the situation actually deserves. Not because we're afraid to fight for what's ours. Because we don't need to prove anything except that we already know how strong that fight would be, if they're foolish enough to actually force it. Rossweisse, standing at his side with the same quiet, settled resolve that had carried her through every trial since her first exhausted arrival at Kyoto's border, nodded once, firmly. Together, she agreed. Whatever comes. As the household made its final preparations, Yasaka drew Issei aside for a quiet moment away from the others, her expression carrying a gravity he had come to associate with her most important counsel. I want you to understand something before this confrontation begins, she said. Whatever strength you carry now, whatever restraint you have learned to wield it with, today asks something different of you than any previous trial has. This is not a battle to be won through overwhelming force. It is a negotiation that must be won through conviction alone, backed by strength rather than led by it. I understand that, Issei said. I don't want this to turn into a fight if there's any way to avoid it. Rossweisse deserves better than that, after everything she already gave the Pantheon. Yasaka's expression softened with quiet approval. Then you already understand precisely what today requires, she said. I have watched you grow a great deal these past 2 years, Issei, but I do not believe I have watched anything quite so clearly as how thoroughly you have learned to lead with patience rather than power. That lesson will serve you, and everyone standing beside you, considerably better today than any display of strength alone ever could. Kuroka, overhearing the tail end of the conversation as she approached to check the preparations one final time, added her own blunt but heartfelt observation. For what it's worth, she said, I think Rossweisse already knows all of that. She's watched you handle every single challenge that's come through Kyoto's borders these past 2 years. If anyone in this household trusts you to get today right, it's her. Issei felt the weight of that trust settle warmly into his chest, mingling with the steady resolve that had carried him through every previous trial. I don't want to let any of you down, he said quietly. Especially not today. You won't, Yasaka said, with the same quiet, unshakable certainty she had carried since that very first night beside the fountain. I do not believe that outcome exists within you anymore, Issei, if it ever truly did at all. Chapter 4. The representative arrived precisely at the appointed hour, descending through a tear in the winter sky that crackled with cold, silver lightning, resolving into the tall, imposing figure of a woman clad in ceremonial Valkyrie armor considerably more ornate than anything Rossweisse herself had ever worn, a single raven feather woven into her braided silver hair marking her, unmistakably, as someone of considerable rank within the Pantheon's hierarchy. Commander Rias, Rossweisse murmured, recognition and old, complicated tension both evident in her voice. I did not expect them to send someone of her standing. The Pantheon takes its obligations seriously, the commander said, her voice carrying easily across the frost-dusted training yard as she came to a stop a measured distance from the assembled household. Even when those obligations concern a single Valkyrie who apparently believed her service could simply be abandoned without consequence. Rossweisse stepped forward, her posture carrying the same disciplined, formal bearing Issei had come to recognize from her earliest days in the household, though something steadier now underscored it, a confidence built across a full year of genuine belonging. Commander, she said, I did not abandon my service carelessly. I left because 2 centuries of faithful duty had earned me nothing but continued reassignment to postings that valued my usefulness over my actual well-being. I do not regret that choice, and I do not intend to reverse it. Rias studied her for a long moment, her expression carrying the particular, weighing calculation of someone accustomed to assessing threats and assets with equal, dispassionate precision. The Council does not concern itself with individual well-being, Rossweisse, she said. It concerns itself with the maintenance of order and the fulfillment of sworn obligations. Your departure, however personally justified you may believe it to be, sets a precedent the Council cannot allow to stand unaddressed. Yasaka stepped forward then, her 9 tails settling into the same calm, controlled posture she had shown before every previous confrontation. With respect, Commander, she said, this precedent you describe concerns a soldier who has already found a new home, a new purpose, and a family who values her considerably more than 2 centuries of your Council's careless reassignments ever did. I would ask you to consider carefully what actually stands to be gained by pursuing this further, against a household that has already demonstrated, quite thoroughly, exactly what it costs to test its resolve. Rias's sharp eyes shifted toward Yasaka, taking in the full weight of 9 golden tails and centuries of ancient authority radiating from her with evident, careful reassessment. You are the 9-tailed fox, she said. I had heard rumors of your territory's growing reputation. I confess I did not expect to find quite this much confidence on display over what remains, fundamentally, an internal Pantheon matter. It stopped being purely internal the moment Rossweisse chose to make her home here, Issei said, stepping forward to stand beside Yasaka, gold-threaded scales settling steady and visible along both arms now, a clear, deliberate display of exactly what the household's deepened strength had become since the shrine's revelation. I'm not looking for a fight, Commander. But I'm not going to stand by and let anyone drag a member of my family back into a life she already chose, freely and completely, to leave behind. Rias's gaze settled on him fully now, something calculating and increasingly cautious entering her expression as she took in the full measure of the gold-threaded power radiating steadily from him. "You are the Security," she said. "The one who scattered an entire coalition at the Western Pass without a single fatality, and who apparently returned from some ancient mountain shrine carrying considerably more strength than any host should reasonably possess. The rumors," Issei said evenly, "are accurate. I'd rather this resolve without needing to prove that in person, Commander. But I want to be completely clear that I'm prepared to, if that's what today actually requires." Rias studied him a moment longer, her sharp, calculating gaze weighing something carefully behind her formal composure, before she turned her attention back to Rossweisse, her tone shifting slightly, less rigid now than it had been upon her arrival. "You have chosen a household that does not lack for conviction," she observed. "That much, at least, is beyond dispute. I chose them because they never once asked me to prove my worth before offering their trust," Rossweisse said. "That is not something I found anywhere within 2 centuries of Pantheon service, Commander. I do not intend to trade it away now, whatever the Council believes it is owed." Freitas's gaze lingered on her former subordinate for a long moment, something unreadable passing behind her sharp eyes. "You speak with considerably more conviction than the Valkyrie I remember from your years of service," she said. "I confess that gives me some pause, Rossweisse. The Council does not typically encounter this degree of resistance from those it seeks to reassign. Perhaps," Yasaka said quietly, "that resistance is worth taking seriously, rather than simply overcoming through continued institutional pressure. A soldier who has found genuine purpose does not surrender it easily, Commander." I would ask you to consider what that conviction might actually indicate about the treatment she received before choosing to leave it behind. The training yard held its tense, considering silence a moment longer, Freitas's careful calculation visibly weighing the mounting evidence before her, the unshaken resolve of every member of the household, the formidable strength radiating steadily from Issei himself, and the plain, undeniable fact that Rossweisse had built, in a single year, a life considerably more fulfilling than 2 centuries of formal service had ever managed to offer her. "I did not anticipate this depth of resistance," Rias admitted finally, some of the rigid formality easing from her posture, as she seemed to genuinely reconsider the situation before her. "I confess I arrived prepared for a considerably simpler conversation." Chapter 5. Rias studied the assembled household for a long, weighing moment, the tension in the frost-dusted training yard drawn taut enough that even the winter air itself seemed to hold still around them. Rossweisse, watching her former commander with careful, unflinching attention, finally stepped forward once more, her voice steady despite the old, complicated history evidently coloring every word. "Commander," she said, "I served the Pantheon faithfully for 2 centuries. I never once failed an assignment, never once questioned an order I found personally distasteful, never once asked for anything beyond fair, honest treatment in return for that loyalty. When I finally did ask for something, a posting that might have offered genuine purpose rather than empty ceremony, I was denied without explanation and reassigned somewhere even less meaningful instead. That is not the behavior of an organization that values the soldiers serving it. That is the behavior of one that has forgotten it should." Freitas's composed expression flickered, just slightly, something almost like genuine consideration passing behind her sharp, calculating eyes. "You believe your treatment was unjust," she said. "It is not the Council's practice to weigh individual grievances against institutional necessity, Rossweisse. Every Valkyrie serves where she is needed, not merely where she wishes to be assigned." "Then perhaps," Rossweisse said, her voice carrying a new, hard-won conviction that had clearly been building across every day of her year in Kyoto, "the Council's practice deserves reconsideration. I have found, in this household, exactly what 2 centuries of faithful service never once offered me. Genuine purpose. Genuine trust. People who value my judgment and my well-being as much as my usefulness. I do not intend to trade that for reinstatement into a system that has already shown me, clearly and repeatedly, exactly how little it actually values individual soldiers once their immediate usefulness is exhausted." The training yard fell into taut, considering silence, Freitas's gaze moving slowly across the assembled household, Yasaka's ancient, unshakable authority, Kuroka's fierce, protective readiness, Rossweisse's own hard-won, settled resolve, and finally Issei himself, gold-threaded scales still burning steady along both arms, radiating a depth of controlled power that even a commander of Phradis's considerable experience could not easily dismiss. Kuroka, unable to hold her tongue through the tense silence any longer, finally spoke, her voice carrying none of her usual playful edge, only fierce, unguarded conviction. For what it's worth, she said, I know exactly what it feels like to be treated like something useful instead of someone worth actually caring about. Spent a long time running from people who saw me that way before I found this place. Whatever your council thinks it's owed, Rossweisse already gave you 2 centuries of exactly that. She doesn't owe you a single day more. Phradis's attention shifted toward Kuroka, something unreadable passing behind her expression before she looked back toward Rossweisse with what might, beneath her careful composure, have been the first genuine flicker of reconsideration since her arrival. You speak of this household as though it has earned loyalty the Pantheon never managed to, she said. I confess, watching all of you now, I find that claim considerably harder to dismiss than I expected when I departed for this assignment. It is not merely a claim, Commander, Yasaka said quietly. It is a demonstrated fact, built across a full year of choices each member of this household has made freely, again and again. I would ask you to weigh that demonstration honestly against whatever institutional precedent your council believes it needs to protect. Rias remained silent for a long moment, the frost slowly beginning to recede from the training yard's edges as the morning sun climbed higher overhead, before she finally spoke again, her voice carrying, for the first time since her arrival, something considerably less rigid than the formal authority she had opened the confrontation with. I did not come here expecting to find this, she admitted. I came expecting either an easy reinstatement, or a fight not worth the council's continued investment. I find myself, instead, considering an option I had not properly weighed before arriving. The training yard remained tense but no longer hostile, the earlier taught readiness of the household shifting subtly into something closer to cautious hope. Issei, watching Phradis's careful reconsideration unfold, felt dragster within him with quiet, thoughtful interest. She is genuinely weighing this, partner, the dragon observed. Not merely performing consideration for the sake of appearances. That is a rare thing, in my experience, from someone carrying the kind of institutional authority she represents. Rossweisse, watching her former commander with careful, searching attention, seemed to sense the same shift, her shoulders easing fractionally from the rigid, braced posture she had held since the confrontation began. Commander, she said quietly, whatever option you are considering, I would ask only that you weigh it honestly, against everything you have witnessed here today, rather than against whatever expectations you carried when you first arrived. Phradis's sharp gaze settled on her former subordinate for a long moment, something almost gentle passing behind her otherwise formal composure. I have served the council for a very long time, Rossweisse, she said. I have grown accustomed to viewing situations like this through the narrow lens of institutional necessity alone. Watching you these past several minutes, watching the household that has gathered so fiercely around your defense, I find that lens considerably harder to maintain than it once was. That is not a small thing for me to admit. Yasaka, sensing the shift in the conversation's tenor, allowed a measure of the earlier tension to visibly ease from her own bearing as well, though her ancient authority remained fully present beneath the softening. We do not ask you to abandon your institutional obligations, Commander, she said. Only to weigh them against the truths standing before you. I suspect, given everything you have already observed, that truth speaks for itself. It does, Rias said, and for the first time since her arrival, something that might have been the beginning of a genuine, unguarded smile touched the edge of her composed expression. Chapter 6. What option? Rossweisse asked, careful hope beginning to creep into her otherwise measured voice. Rias considered the question for a long moment, her gaze drifting across the assembled household once more before settling finally on Rossweisse herself. The council's true concern, she said, has never actually been your specific service, Rossweisse. It has been the precedent your unauthorized departure might set for other Valkyries who grow disillusioned with their own postings. If enough soldiers believe abandonment carries no consequence, the entire structure the Pantheon relies upon begins to erode. I understand that concern, Rossweisse said carefully. I do not believe it changes my own decision. It need not, Rias said. There is precedent, rarely invoked but not without foundation, for a Valkyrie to be formally released from active service under honorable terms, provided she demonstrates that her continued contribution serves the broader interests of maintaining peace and order, even outside direct Pantheon oversight. Watching what you have built here, the alliance this household maintains with the yokai faction, the respect it has earned even from factions as significant as the underworld's great houses, I believe a reasonable case could be made that your presence here serves those broader interests considerably more effectively than continued Valkyrie service ever did. Yasaka's expression shifted with quiet, careful interest at that. You are suggesting a formal release, she said, rather than continued conflict over an unauthorized departure. I am suggesting exactly that, Rias confirmed. Provided Rossweisse is willing to accept certain honorable terms, an occasional consultation should the Pantheon require expertise only she can offer, acknowledgement that her departure, while irregular, ultimately served ends the Council can recognize as legitimate. In exchange, her service record would reflect honorable release rather than unauthorized abandonment, and no further pursuit of reinstatement would follow. Rossweisse absorbed the offer with careful, measured consideration, glancing briefly toward Issei, toward Yasaka, toward Kuroka, before returning her full attention to her former commander. Those terms, she said slowly, sound considerably more reasonable than I expected when this confrontation began. They are, Rias admitted, the terms I believe the Council would have offered from the outset, had anyone bothered to properly investigate the circumstances of your departure before dispatching a herald with formal threats attached. I confess, having now seen firsthand exactly what you left the Pantheon to build, I find myself somewhat embarrassed on the Council's behalf that it took this confrontation to arrive at a resolution this obvious. Rossweisse's expression, carefully composed through most of the tense exchange, finally softened into something genuinely relieved, the last vestiges of old, anxious tension visibly draining from her shoulders. I accept those terms, Commander, she said. And I thank you, sincerely, for reconsidering rather than simply enforcing the Council's initial position without proper investigation. Rias inclined her head in a gesture that carried genuine, if formal, respect. Consider it done, then, she said, producing a small, sealed scroll from within her armor and offering it forward. Your formal release, and the honorable terms attached to it. I will deliver word of this resolution to the Council myself, along with my own recommendation that future assessments of this kind be conducted with considerably more care than this one initially received. As Rossweisse accepted the scroll, her hands steady despite the evident weight of the moment, Rias's sharp gaze swept once more across the assembled household, lingering briefly on Issei's still visible gold-threaded scale before settling into something that might, beneath her formal composure, have been genuine respect. For what it is worth, Secretary, she said, whatever rumors reach the Pantheon about Kyoto's growing strength in the months ahead, I suspect, having witnessed this household firsthand, that those rumors will prove entirely deserved. I appreciate that, Issei said. And for what it's worth, I don't think Rossweisse's departure was ever really the Pantheon's failure alone. I think it was just what happens when an organization stops actually looking at the people serving it. I hope, for the sake of whoever comes after her, that this visit changes at least a little of how that gets handled going forward. Rias studied him for a long moment, something thoughtful settling behind her composed expression. That is, she said finally, a fair thing to hope for. I will carry the observation back with me, alongside the resolution itself. Whether the Council chooses to act on it remains to be seen, but it will not go unspoken. With that, she turned, the frost that had gathered through the tense confrontation finally melting fully away in the strengthening morning sun, and departed as she had arrived, in a flash of cold silver light that scattered harmlessly across the training yard's edges, leaving the household standing together in the quiet, disbelieving aftermath of a confrontation that had ended, against every anxious expectation, in genuine resolution rather than conflict. For a long moment after her departure, none of them spoke, the tension of the past 3 days draining slowly from the training yard as the reality of the resolution settled fully over them. Then Kuroka let out a long, shaky breath, her earlier fierce readiness dissolving all at once into something closer to relieved, giddy disbelief. That actually just happened, she said. I was ready for a fight. Genuinely ready. I don't think I know what to do with all this leftover nervous energy now that we don't need it. Rossweisse, still holding the sealed scroll with careful, reverent hands, looked up at the rest of the household with an expression Issei had rarely seen from her, something raw and unguarded and deeply, quietly overwhelmed. I do not think I know what to do with it either, she admitted. I prepared myself, across these 3 days, for nearly every outcome except this one. Yasaka moved to her side, resting a warm, steady hand against her shoulder. Then perhaps, she said gently, it is time we all simply allowed ourselves to feel it, rather than immediately searching for the next thing to prepare for. You are free, Rossweisse. Truly, formally, permanently free. That deserves more than a moment's disbelief before we move on to whatever comes next. Issei, watching the quiet, overwhelmed relief settle fully over Rossweisse's face, felt something deeply satisfying settle into his own chest as well, the particular, hard-won contentment of watching someone he cared about finally set down a burden they had carried for far too long. Whatever else this day had asked of them, he understood, it had given them something worth every bit of the anxious preparation that had preceded it. Chapter 7. The training yard remained quiet for a long moment after Freitas's departure, the household absorbing the sudden, disorienting shift from braced confrontation into genuine, unexpected relief, before Kuroka finally broke the silence with a whoop of pure, unrestrained joy that sent a flock of startled sparrows scattering from the eaves of the nearby house. She actually did it, Kuroka said, throwing her arms around Rossweisse with enough enthusiastic force to nearly knock her off balance. You're actually free. Properly, officially, no more looking over your shoulder free. Rossweisse, caught off guard by the sudden embrace, allowed herself a moment of visible, uncharacteristic surprise before her arms came up to return it, something in her posture finally, fully unwinding in a way Issei had never quite seen from her before. I confess, she admitted, her voice slightly unsteady, I did not truly believe this would resolve so cleanly. I had prepared myself for considerably worse. Yasaka approached with the same warm, contented pride she had shown after every previous trial the household had faced together, resting a gentle hand against Rossweisse's shoulder once Kuroka finally released her. You've handled that confrontation with remarkable grace, she said. Your former commander did not grant you honorable release merely out of convenience. She granted it because you demonstrated, clearly and without hesitation, exactly the kind of conviction that made continued conflict simply not worth pursuing. That was your victory as much as any of ours. Issei, watching the scene unfold with the same quiet satisfaction that had carried him through every trial since that very first desperate night, felt something warm settle deep into his chest at the sight of Rossweisse finally, fully unburdened of the anxious weight she had carried since the herald's first arrival 3 days before. I don't think I've ever seen you look this relieved, he said. I do not think I have ever felt this relieved, Rossweisse admitted, a small, genuine smile finally breaking through her usual composed reserve. 2 centuries of service, and the ending I feared most simply never arrived. I find myself scarcely able to believe it. Believe it, Kuroka said firmly. And also, this definitely calls for a celebration. A real one. Not just tea in the garden, an actual proper celebration. Yasaka's expression brightened with immediate, enthusiastic agreement. I could not agree more, she said. Rossweisse has given this household 2 centuries of hard-won discipline and unwavering loyalty. The least we owe her in return is a celebration worthy of marking her freedom properly. The preparations began that same afternoon, the household's earlier tension transforming rapidly into warm, purposeful energy as Yasaka sent word through the residential district inviting a modest gathering of trusted commanders and friends, while Kuroka enthusiastically took charge of decorating the garden with strings of paper lanterns salvaged from the spring festival months before. Issei found himself tasked with the considerably less glamorous job of helping haul extra tables and cushions from Yasaka's palace storerooms, a task he undertook with the same easy, willing enthusiasm he brought to everything the household needed of him. By evening, the garden had transformed into a warm, glowing celebration of exactly the kind of hard-won peace the household had come to specialize in creating, lanterns swaying gently in the cool winter air, the low tables laden with more food than even their gathered guests could reasonably finish, and at its center, Rossweisse herself, looking more thoroughly at ease than Issei had ever once seen her. Laughing freely at something Kuroka had said, her guard down completely for what might have been the first time in her entire long life. Drake, quiet through most of the day's preparations, finally spoke as Issei paused to survey the gathered celebration, his ancient voice carrying unmistakable warmth. "This is precisely why I have come to admire what you have built here, partner," the dragon said. "Not merely the strength to win confrontations like this morning's, but the wisdom to understand that a victory like this deserves to be properly celebrated, not simply moved past in favor of whatever challenge waits next." Issei smiled, watching Rossweisse throw her head back in genuine, unguarded laughter at the center of the gathering. "Yeah," he said quietly. "I think that's exactly right." As the evening deepened, more guests arrived than Issei had quite expected, several of Yasaka's senior commanders bringing their own families along, Kitsune elders who had watched the household's reputation grow from a curious rumor into an established, respected fact, and even a handful of the yokai soldiers who had fought alongside them at the Western Pass nearly 2 years before, each of them offering warm, genuine congratulations to Rossweisse as the evening's true guest of honor. One of the older commanders, the same gray-streaked badger yokai who had questioned Issei's readiness before the Western Pass, approached Rossweisse with a formal, respectful bow. "I did not expect, when I first met the strategist who helped plan our defense at the pass, that I would one day be celebrating her formal freedom from an entire pantheon's claim," he said. "You have earned every bit of Kyoto's respect these past 2 years, Rossweisse. It is an honor to celebrate this with you properly." Rossweisse, visibly moved by the sentiment, offered a deep, genuine bow of her own in return. "The honor is mine," she said. "I did not arrive in this territory expecting to find anything beyond temporary shelter. What I found instead has meant more to me than I have properly managed to express, even after 2 years of trying." Kuroka, never one to let a moment grow too solemn for too long, appeared at Rossweisse's side with a tray of drinks and an irrepressible grin. "Okay, enough serious talk," she said. "Tonight's about celebrating, not about making everyone cry into their tea. Rossweisse, you're officially, permanently stuck with us now. No pantheon, no council, no excuse to ever leave. How does that feel?" Rossweisse considered the question with mock seriousness, though the warmth in her eyes betrayed exactly how she truly felt. "Terrifying," she said. "And wonderful. In roughly equal measure. That's basically how the rest of us feel about this place too," Kuroka said, laughing, and the celebration continued on late into the cold winter night, lanterns swaying, laughter rising warm against the frost, the household and everyone who had gathered to celebrate alongside them settling into exactly the kind of joyful, hard-won peace that had become, over 2 remarkable years, simply what Kyoto had learned to offer anyone willing to choose it freely. Chapter 8. Later in the evening, once the gathered guests had settled into comfortable, scattered conversation and the initial excitement of the celebration had mellowed into something warmer and more unhurried, Issei found Rossweisse standing alone at the garden's edge, watching the lanterns sway gently against the dark winter sky. "Room for one more?" he asked, settling beside her without waiting for an answer, though she offered him a small, welcoming smile regardless. "Always," she said. "I find myself, this evening, wanting company rather than solitude, which I confess is not always my instinct at gatherings like this. 2 centuries of formal ceremony taught me to value quiet corners over crowded rooms." Issei considered that for a moment, watching the lantern light catch the silver of her hair. "Does it feel different now?" he asked. "Being properly free instead of just quietly hoping nobody would come looking." "It feels considerably different," she admitted. "I did not fully understand how much weight I had been carrying until this afternoon, when I finally set it down. I have spent this past year building a life here that I loved regardless of the risk, but some part of me was always braced for the day the Pantheon might finally decide to reclaim it. That bracing is gone now. I am still adjusting to the shape of what remains without it." "What does remain?" Issei asked, genuinely curious. Rossweisse considered the question seriously, her gaze drifting across the celebration behind them, Kuroka's easy laughter carrying across the garden, Yasaka's warm, contented presence at the center of the gathered guests. "Gratitude," she said finally. "An enormous, almost overwhelming amount of gratitude. For this household, for the family I did not expect to find when I first wandered soaked and exhausted into this territory, for you specifically, Issei, for never once treating my service as though it defined my worth the way the Pantheon always did. Issei felt something warm and quiet settle into his chest at that, the same steady certainty that had carried him through every trial since that very first terrible night. You gave just as much to this place as any of us, he said. I think today just made that a little more official, that's all. You were always exactly as free as you chose to be. Now the rest of the world finally agrees. Rossweisse's expression softened further, something unguarded and deeply found passing behind her usually composed features. I have come to value your particular way of putting things, she said. It has a habit of making even the most complicated feelings sound remarkably simple. That's probably just because the feelings actually are simple, Issei said. It's the history behind them that's complicated. Doesn't mean the feeling itself has to be. She laughed at that, soft and genuine, and for a while the two of them simply sat together in comfortable silence, watching the lanterns sway and the celebration continue warmly behind them, until Kuroka's voice eventually called them both back toward the gathering, insisting loudly that Rossweisse could not possibly be allowed to spend her own celebration hiding at the garden's edge. Duty calls, Rossweisse said dryly, rising and offering Issei her hand to pull him up alongside her. Though I confess, for the first time in longer than I can properly remember, that duty feels considerably lighter than it once did. It should, Issei said, taking her hand. You earned every bit of how light it feels tonight. Before they rejoined the gathering fully, Rossweisse paused once more, her expression turning thoughtful in a way that made Issei wait patiently rather than press her forward. There is one more thing, she said. Something I do not believe I have properly told you, or any of you, across these past 2 years. Issei waited, giving her the space to continue in her own time. When I first arrived at Kyoto's border, she said slowly, soaked through and certain I had nowhere else left to turn, I told myself I would stay only long enough to recover, and then continue wandering wherever my feet happened to carry me next. I did not intend to stay permanently. I did not believe, after everything the Pantheon had taught me about my own worth, that permanence was something I still deserved to want. I'm glad you changed your mind, Issei said quietly. So am I, Rossweisse said. More than I think I can properly express. It took watching this household choose me, again and again, without ever once asking anything in return, to understand that permanence was not something I needed to earn through further service. It was simply something freely offered, the moment I was willing to accept it. I do not think I fully accepted it until today, watching all of you stand so fiercely at my side. I wanted you to know that, specifically, before this evening ends. Issei felt something deep and quiet settle into his chest at that, the same steady warmth that had carried him through every trial since that very first terrible night. Thank you for telling me, he said. And for what it's worth, I don't think any of us ever saw it as service. We just saw you. That was always enough. Rossweisse's eyes glistened faintly in the lantern light, though her composed smile never wavered. Then I am fortunate, she said softly, to have found people capable of seeing that clearly. Chapter 9. In the weeks following the celebration, word of the household's confrontation with the Norse pantheon spread quietly through the wider supernatural world, carried less by dramatic rumor than by the simple, steady testimony of Rias herself, who had, true to her word, delivered her recommendation to the council alongside the formal resolution. The story that emerged, as it settled into the world's understanding of Kyoto's growing reputation, was not one of conflict narrowly avoided, but of a household whose loyalty and conviction had proven persuasive enough to reshape, however slightly, the practices of an institution far older than any single confrontation could typically hope to change. Rias, hearing the account through her own careful diplomatic channels, sent word of her genuine delight at the resolution, along with a wry observation that Kyoto seemed to have developed something of a habit for turning potential conflicts into unexpected diplomatic victories. Yasaka, reading Rias's message aloud one quiet evening as the household gathered for their usual dinner, allowed herself a small, satisfied smile. She is not wrong, she said. I confess, when I first began building this territory's reputation many centuries ago, I never anticipated it would come to be known as much for its diplomacy as for its strength. I find I do not mind that reputation at all. Kuroka, sprawled comfortably across the floor with her tail flicking lazily behind her, offered her own blunt assessment. Honestly, she said, I think it's because we never actually go looking for fights. We just make it really, really clear what happens if someone brings one to us. Turns out most people would rather talk it out once they actually understand that. Rossweisse, seated with the same settled, unburdened ease she had carried ever since Freitas's departure, nodded in thoughtful agreement. There is wisdom in that approach, she said. I spent 2 centuries within an institution that valued rigid order over genuine understanding. Watching this household resolve conflict through conviction rather than mere force these past 2 years has taught me something I do not believe I would have learned anywhere else. Issei, listening to the conversation with the same quiet satisfaction that had followed him through every trial since that very first desperate night, found his thoughts drifting toward how far the household had traveled since those uncertain early days. A single desperate boy and a fox goddess's steady hand extended in the dark, grown now into something the wider supernatural world had learned to approach with genuine, considered respect rather than reflexive fear. We didn't build this to win fights, he said. We built it because it was worth protecting. I think every time something like this happens, whether it's a whole coalition or just one commander showing up with a scroll, it just proves that a little more. Drake, quiet through most of the evening's reflection, spoke with the same deep, settled warmth that had colored his observations ever since the Western Pass, nearly 2 years distant now. It does indeed, partner, the dragon said. And I suspect, the longer this household continues proving it, the fewer challengers the wider world will send to test it at all. That is, I think, the truest measure of an empire built to last. Not merely its strength in battle, but how rarely battle becomes necessary at all. The household settled into comfortable, contented silence after that, the evening's meal continuing unhurried around them, each of them carrying, in their own quiet way, the accumulated weight of everything they had built together across 2 remarkable years, a weight that had, somewhere along the way, stopped feeling like a burden and become instead the simple, steady foundation of an ordinary, extraordinary life. Later that same week, a second message arrived from Rias, this one considerably more detailed than her earlier brief congratulations, describing how word of the Norse resolution had rippled through certain circles of the underworld's diplomatic community with genuine, if cautious, interest. Several of the more progressive devil houses, she wrote, had begun quietly citing Kyoto's approach as a model worth studying, a territory that had proven, again and again, that strength paired with genuine restraint could resolve conflicts that raw power alone might only have inflamed further. Yasaka read the message aloud with evident satisfaction, though her expression carried a thoughtful weight alongside the pride. It seems our reputation continues to shift in ways I did not entirely anticipate when we first began building it, she observed. I confess, across my centuries of guiding this territory, I never quite imagined it would come to be studied as a diplomatic model by the very houses that once eyed it as a threat to be contained. Rossweisse, listening with her own thoughtful attention, offered a quiet observation of her own. Perhaps that is simply what happens, she said, when a household chooses, consistently enough and for long enough, to lead with conviction rather than force. Eventually even the most skeptical observers begin to notice the pattern. Issei, turning the observation over in his mind, found himself thinking once more of everything the household had built since that very first desperate night, not merely the strength that had carried them through every trial, but the quieter, steadier wisdom that had grown alongside it, teaching him, again and again, that the truest victories were rarely the ones that required the most force to win. I think that's the part I'm proudest of, honestly, he said. Not the fights we've won. The fights we never had to have in the first place, because we'd already proven what kind of place this is before anyone even had the chance to test it seriously. That, Drake said quietly, his ancient voice carrying the same deep satisfaction that had colored every reflection since the Western Pass, is precisely the legacy worth being proudest of, partner. I do not believe there exists a stronger foundation for an empire meant to last. Yasaka, listening to the exchange with quiet, thoughtful warmth, offered a final observation before the evening's conversation drifted toward lighter matters. It is worth remembering, she said, that this legacy did not build itself through any single grand gesture. It was built, patiently and deliberately, through every choice this household has made across 2 years, the choice to shelter a hunted stray rather than turn her away, the choice to offer a wandering Valkyrie a home rather than mere temporary shelter, the choice to meet every threat with exactly as much force as necessity required and not a measure more. That pattern, repeated faithfully enough, becomes something considerably more powerful than any single victory could ever be. Kuroka, curled comfortably nearby with her tail flicking lazily in the lantern light, offered her own warm, contented agreement. Guess we really did build something worth all of this, huh? She said. Feels good to actually sit back and realize it sometimes, instead of just moving on to whatever's next. It does, Rossweisse agreed softly. It does indeed. Chapter 10. Deep winter settled fully over Kyoto in the weeks that followed, the household's rhythms folding back into the same quiet, contented patterns that had carried them through 2 full years now, training in the frost-dusted grove each morning, warm meals shared each evening, the steady, unhurried accumulation of an ordinary life built from nothing but honest, freely chosen trust. Issei found himself, one particularly still winter morning, standing alone in the same bamboo grove where everything had first begun, watching frost cling delicately to the swaying stalks overhead, and found his thoughts turning, as they often did during these quiet moments, to the sheer, improbable distance he had traveled since that very first terrible night beside the fountain. 2 years, Drake observed, his ancient voice carrying the same warm, settled satisfaction that had colored every reflection since the shrine's revelation the year before. I confess I still find myself occasionally astonished by the pace of it, partner. Most hosts across my 1,000 years of memory required decades to build even a fraction of what you have built here in so short a span. I don't think it ever really felt fast, from the inside, Issei admitted. Every single day just felt like showing up and doing the next honest thing in front of me. Training. Trusting the people who chose to stand beside me. Handling whatever came next as best I could. It's strange, looking back now and realizing all those ordinary days somehow added up to this. That is, I believe, precisely how the truest kind of strength is built, Drake said. Not through singular, dramatic moments alone, though you have certainly had your share of those as well, but through the patient, unglamorous accumulation of 1,000 smaller choices, each one honest, each one freely made. I do not believe there exists a more solid foundation for an empire than that. He returned to the house as the morning fully brightened, finding Yasaka, Kuroka, and Rossweisse gathered in the kitchen preparing breakfast together with the same easy, practiced coordination that had become, over 2 years, simply how mornings unfolded in this household. Kuroka looked up first, her tail flicking with easy affection as she waved him toward the table. Perfect timing, she said. Rossweisse actually let me help with the cooking today instead of banishing me to just cutting vegetables. That was a mistake I do not intend to repeat, Rossweisse said dryly, though the warmth in her voice carried none of the word's mock severity, only easy, comfortable fondness built across 2 years of exactly this kind of teasing. Yasaka, watching over the both of them with the same warm, ancient patience she had carried since that very first night beside the fountain, glanced toward Issei with quiet, contented pride. You look thoughtful this morning, she observed. Just grateful, he admitted, settling at the table among them. For all of it. The training, the trials, even the hard ones, especially the hard ones, honestly. None of it would have meant anything without all of you choosing to build it alongside me. Rossweisse, still faintly glowing with the same unburdened ease that had settled into her since Freitas's departure weeks before, offered her own quiet agreement. I have come to believe, she said, that gratitude of exactly this kind, ordinary, daily, freely offered, is the truest measure of a life worth living. I did not always understand that. I am glad, every single morning now, that I have finally learned it. As the household settled into breakfast together, warm and unhurried in the pale winter light, none of them yet knew what challenges or quiet joys the wider world still had gathering beyond Kyoto's borders, what old alliances might deepen, what new trials might yet arrive to test everything they had built. But sitting together around that familiar table, surrounded by 2 full years of honest, freely chosen family, Issei Hayato understood, with the same quiet, unshakable certainty that had carried him through every single trial so far, that whatever came next, they would meet it exactly as they always had. Together, grateful, and entirely unafraid. Later that same day, as the pale winter sun climbed higher over the frost-dusted rooftops, Issei found a quiet moment to slip away once more to the training yard, drawn by an impulse he could not quite name. He stood at its center, feeling the deepened ley-line current hum steady beneath his feet, and allowed himself, for the first time in longer than he could easily remember, simply to be still, without training, without planning, without preparing for whatever trial might come next. Drake, sensing the rare, unhurried quality of the moment, remained content to share it in comfortable silence, until finally he spoke, his ancient voice carrying something warm and reflective. "You have earned moments like this, partner," the dragon said. "Stillness, freely chosen rather than merely stolen between trials. I do not believe I have watched you allow yourself very many of them across these past 2 years. I think I'm finally starting to understand why that matters," Issei admitted. "For a long time I think some part of me believed that if I ever stopped moving forward, stopped training, stopped preparing, everything we built might somehow slip away. Today, I don't know, it just feels different. Like maybe what we've built doesn't need me constantly pushing to hold it together. Maybe it just needs me to keep showing up as myself. That is, I believe, the truest sign of exactly how solid a foundation you have built," Drake said. "An empire that requires constant, anxious maintenance to survive was never truly stable to begin with. What you have built here has proven, again and again, that it can weather genuine trial without ever threatening to collapse. That is worth trusting, partner, even when trusting it means finally allowing yourself to simply rest." Issei closed his eyes, feeling the cold winter air settle around him, the ley lines pulsing patient and steady beneath his feet, and for a long, unhurried while, simply stood there, breathing, grateful, entirely at peace with everything 2 remarkable years of honest choices had built. When he finally opened his eyes again and made his way back toward the warm lantern light of home, he carried with him the same quiet, unshakable certainty that had carried him through every trial so far, deepened now by the rare, hard-won gift of a stillness he had finally learned he was allowed to keep. Thanks for listening.